2 years ago, I dove headfirst into the greatest Minecraft mod of all time, Create. And with all its cogs, gears, belts, trains, and steam power, my goal was simple, to create my perfect world. And we made a pretty good stab at it. We had a few different towns, a giant rail network, trucks, boats, planes, and a whole bunch of cool factories. But after a while, however, something else we also had was a whole lot of lag. So then we tried again, this time setting our sights on building a theme park, including roller coasters, a log flume, a drop tower, and this spinny thing. But that series got put on indefinite hold when Create mod got a new update, because sadly the majority of the other mods in that pack were incompatible, and many remain so 6 months later. So in the meantime, I've been keeping myself busy playing with friends on the Just Create SMP, moving house in real life, and having a baby. But now it's time for a brand new solo series and have another stab at creating my perfect world. So we've got a brand new pack, we'll have a brand new world, as we play Perfect World post-production. And if you want to play the pack yourselves, it is now available on CurseForge. It may get tweaked a bit over time, but for now, let's take a look at what mods we have in there. Now, as this is a Create-focused pack, the first mod is, of course, Create, including all the new things such as frogs and packages and this little shop dude. We've even got these cool chain conveyors and a bunch of other cool stuff too. To complement that, we have Create Enchantment Industries, which adds liquid XP, adds super XP, and basically just allows us to enchant our items a little bit better. And we also have Create Copycats Plus, which means we can have a whole bunch of new textures in different blocks, and it just generally makes for some cooler builds. And alongside these Create mods, there's also a few other ones which should make things fun. To solve the terrible inventory problems that continue to plague Minecraft, we have a couple of old favourites, sophisticated backpacks, so we can carry more, and storage drawers, so we can store more. To add some more decoration blocks, we've gone back to Macaw's, so we've got bridges, fences, walls, doors, and a whole bunch more. So we should be able to spice up our builds with some cool details. As we're now on Minecraft 1.21, we have Vanilla Backport, which gets fairly regular updates and should allow us to get all of the new fun stuff Minecraft releases, such as the Pale Forest and Happy Ghast and things like that, without having to rely on major mod updates. Now, the last big mod we have is, of course, Farmer's Delight. We love Farmer's Delight. It adds a whole bunch of new foods, new things you can farm, this cool little knife you can stab into a board, and it's just generally one of my go-to mods. Besides that, there's also a bunch of other smaller mods, such as Mega Torches, Straw Statues, Armor Poser, Immersive Paintings, and, of course, a whole bunch of performance mods, just to make things run a little bit smoother, but we're just going to skim over those. You can have a look in the mod pack itself if you want to know exactly what we've got. But even though we've got all these cool mods, sadly, there's still no Steam and Rails, and it's not looking like we're going to get that this year now. So we'll add that when it becomes available, but we're definitely going to have to start without it. And as usual, I'm not playing with any world generation mods, and we're not going to play on large biomes either. We're just going to have a random generic vanilla seed and see what we end up with. And I don't know about you, but I'm always excited about starting a new world, especially with a new collection of mods. A mod collection which is essentially just an update of Perfect World 1. Without Alex's mobs, aquaculture, or any of those things that add lots of extra entities. We don't need those. We want all of the frames for ourselves. So let's jump into a brand new world and start a new adventure in Perfect World post-production. And it looks like we're spawned in on the edge of a jungle. Haven't had a jungle spawn in a long time. So being in a jungle, I guess the first thing we should do is tame that parrot. Definitely getting my priorities down here. Do you want to be my friend? Apparently not. How about now? No. There we go. He took some convincing, but we have our friend. What a good start. We shall call him Larry. And I'm thinking a good way to explore this area, considering we seem to be right by the coast, is going to be in a boat. That way, we're not going to use up all of our hunger before we find a food source. Right, let's have a little look about and see what we're dealing with. Well, after a whole lot of boating, we've finally escaped the jungle, and on the horizon up here, I see smoke. So we're going to go check that out. Where was it? Is that it there? Yep. Hopefully it's not just a lava pit. Do they even create smoke? I don't know. Aha! What is that? All right, we've got some cool little building here. Oh, it's got create stuff. Nice. Is it like a little forge or something? Oh, hello. Don't mind if I do. I mean, it's only a tiny little house, but I quite like it. And we seem to be on our own little island here. I mean, this could potentially work as a starter base area. I mean, we've got a little building to begin with. Not a bad thing. Let's just get a better viewpoint and decide if this is where we want to stay. I mean, it is quite a nice little island. It's very hilly, though. Oh, is that another little building? What is this? Is this a well or something? It appears so. We've got a rope pulley there. Yeah, it's just a small well. Well. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Well, I don't know how long we're going to stay here, but I think this could be a good little place to set up initially. Just get some tools, cook up some food. I have managed to slaughter a few animals along the way. So let's quickly go and grab Larry. We'll take him back to the house and get ourselves geared up. And wood-wise, we've got oak, we've got birch, we've got dark oak, we've got jungle. Not a bad start at all. Come on, Larry, find somewhere to land so I can pick you up. There we go. Let's get you home. Come here, Larry. You're not making this easy. Don't get in the way, Larry. Ah! Okay, right, Larry, you're making me nap outside and I'm not happy about it. Right, gotta love the sleeping bag. So let's get back up to this house, shall we? Oh, there's a skelly as well. Oh, Larry, what did you do? Oh, there's all sorts of mobs. Come on, Larry, we're almost there. Oh, hello, there's a barrel up here. Look at that. Loads of cool stuff. Right, you, sit there. Stay safe. So thanks to our discoveries, it's looking like we can go straight to iron tools. So let's just get one of those. And a shovel. And we've even got a bit of iron left over. Right, I need to get myself a bit of stone so I can cook up this food. What is this? Oh, great big cave. Ooh, andesite. What with us playing Create, we're going to need a lot of that. So let's just grab some of this. Craft ourselves a furnace. And we're gonna need something burnable. Luckily, we're in a forest. There we go, food sorted. Now, next up, I need a proper bed because the sleeping bag doesn't set our spawn point. And I saw some sheep around here. Where'd you go? Aha! And there we go, one bed. Spawn point set. Just gonna adjust these shelves ever so slightly and add a little bit more storage. And I think considering the mobs that have already spawned in, let's get ourselves a shield. And then once this food cooks up, I think what we're going to do is start a little mine somewhere. In fact, we've got a giant cave next to us. Maybe we should go and explore that. Because this is, of course, a Create series, and that means I'm going to need lots of andesite. I'm going to need lots of iron. And to be honest, I wouldn't mind getting some diamonds quite early on as well. I don't think this chainmail armor is going to cut it for very long. And in fact, before we go down, what I'd quite like to do is to make myself a backpack. One of these. So we're going to need some leather, some string, and a wooden chest. Well, the chest is easy, but we haven't got any leather yet, which means we're going to need to find cows. And for string, we should just be able to make ourselves a millstone and grind up some wool. That'll get us that. And then we'll be able to get ourselves a basic backpack. It's getting dark again already. Jeez. But the food's ready. Good stuff. So how about I take my boat and my sleeping bag, and in the morning, we'll find ourselves some cows. Well, it's a bright new day. Let's go see what we can find. I don't really want to be killing the animals on this island because we're probably actually going to use those in future to make little farms. And if we look on our map here, what have we got? Is that a spruce forest as well? Lovely. We've got all the woods around here. But what I'm thinking is maybe we should do a bit of island hopping and sort of go around this way and just see what's there. Hopefully, we're going to find some cows. There's actually spruce on this island as well. This island's got everything. Maybe we should stay here long term. And unlike usually when I start a series, I don't actually have a plan for this series whatsoever. I mean, we're going to play Create. We're going to build some cool stuff, but I don't know what style we're going to build in. I don't know where we're going to build. I don't really know what we're going to be doing whatsoever. So with that in mind, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you'd like to see me build, what style I should build, and what we should actually do with this world. Oh, there's some land. Let's see if there's any cows over here. But yeah, I'd really like your thoughts on what you think we should build. I mean, I haven't even planned out a starter base. I've done absolutely no preparation for this whatsoever, which to be honest is actually quite refreshing. I usually start a series with some form of a plan in mind. Is that a pink sheep? It is a pink sheep. They are incredibly rare, but they're also made of meat and string. There we go. And you, sorry. But in terms of how we do build up this world, I think a lot of it's just going to come down to the areas that I find. I might just see somewhere and be like, yep, I want to build something right there. And we will, of course, use trains to connect together all of our farms and things like that, but probably not steam trains. We've done too many steam trains. Maybe we should try something a bit more modern. Who knows? I mean, let's be honest, we're probably going to end up with at least a couple of steam trains. They just look cool. But anyway, I'm not seeing any cows here. We're going to be much better off with the plains, I think. Mostly so we can see further without all these trees in the way. And actually, while I think of it, are there any other ways to get leather? So we can craft them from rabbit hide, of course, but killing rabbits is a very difficult thing to do. We could fish for it. We can crush down horse armor for a 50% chance. We do have an iron horse armor, but that seems like a waste. We can mill down leather. We can chop up leather armor. And other than that, it's just mob drops from cows, llamas, hoglins, and of course, horses. Oh, and let's not forget the donkeys and mules. So basically, no fancy way of getting it, just the classic Minecraft way. Hopefully, we're going to come across some soon. I think this demands a quick montage. Well, I've managed to get myself 11 leather as well as a whole bunch of wool. I've just stumbled across this windmill, which I'm hoping has got... Oh, hello. All these things are going to come in handy, apart from the scaffolding. But in here, yes, we do have a millstone. Just need to turn this thing on, I guess. Some more goodies in there. Let's take those. But if we can get up to this windmill bearing, do that. Excellent. And that means we can get our string. There we go. We just need to get some wood and we can make ourselves a backpack. And I think we're going to take a whole bunch of this stuff. It's going to come in quite handy. We'll leave the windmill itself though. It looks quite cool. Now we just need a little bit of wood and this tree here should do nicely. Let's make ourselves a crafting bench. Then if we do a chest and then we do... I can't remember the layout. Is it this? String in the corners? Nope. Maybe everything just needs to be moved around one. Nope, that's not it either. Fine, I'll look it up. Okay, that's what we want. And there we go. That gives us a bunch more storage. It would be nice to turn it into an iron backpack or maybe even a gold one. But for that, we're going to need to go do some mining. And I'll tell you what, this isn't actually a bad area. I quite like this. And there's another hut on top there by the looks of it. I can see the smoke. Yeah, maybe we could build something over here in future. But now, though, let's head back to our tiny little shack that we've stolen. So I think what we're going to do is just cook up a little bit more food and then we're going to jump down that giant hole over there and go mining. Although, if we're going mining, we're also going to want a whole bunch of torches. So we're going to chop down a few trees, make some charcoal and get that on the go as well. And there we go. We've got a bunch of extra food in our backpack. We've got some wood, some additional torches. We've got a stack down here. I think we're good to go. And what we want to be finding is andesite. We need a whole bunch of that for create stuff. And we also want coal and iron and, well, just generally whatever else we find down there, I guess. So to get started, let's jump in our boats and get digging. We've been digging for quite a while. We've got quite a lot of stuff. We've got plenty of iron and copper, but I've just found my first diamonds. Wonderful. And 6 of them. Excellent. Well, I reckon we've probably got enough iron to get started. Oh, and there's a cheeky bit more redstone there as well. Let's grab that. Now I just need to figure out how to get back to the surface. Now, I did bring some ladders with me. Hopefully, this should get us most of the way up. There we go. Home sweet home. Right, let's do a little bit of organizing. And we're going to cook up all of this iron as well. We've got plenty of andesite as well, which is good. We found a couple of dungeons, so we managed to get some loot from those. I mean, we've got saddles and horse armor now. I think we're going to have to get a horse soon. We also managed to find another backpack in one of the dungeons, so that gives us 2 to play with. I reckon we can level them up as well. That's going to give us double the space. Look at that. Sadly, we didn't find any gold, so we can't level them up any further for now. So let's make myself some proper armor. There we go. That's better. And with the rest of this iron, we're going to kickstart things with creates. And I don't want to do too much right now over here because I don't actually know if this is where we're going to be staying, but I think it would be a good idea to try and build a small iron farm. Just something that can keep ticking over while we go and explore the local area and decide where we're actually going to set up home. But a nice tiny iron farm should be fairly easy, right? We're just going to need a couple of drills, we're going to need some chutes, a couple of millstones and a fan, and that should be just about it. And we'll probably just dump it out the front here for now. So to make the mechanical drill, we're going to need a bunch of andesite alloy. The fan is mostly iron and a little bit of alloy. And we do already have 1 millstone, but we're probably going to want more. And once again, they're fairly straightforward as well. Then we'll just get a few water wheels and that should be about it. And when it comes to making andesite alloy, yes, we can use zinc nuggets. So I think we'll do that. We'll save the iron for other uses, which means I also need to cook up a bunch of this. Actually thinking about it, don't I have a blast furnace out here? I do. With loads of coal in it as well. Excellent. Wish I'd remembered that sooner. Right, now, while that's cooking up, what we're going to do is get ourselves some wood. We're going to need a bunch of this for making andesite casings. And of course, to run everything, we're also going to need power, which means we need lots of wood for water wheels. So we've got some wood. I'm also just going to clear a little bit of space here so we can build this cheeky little farm. There we go, that should be enough space. And we've also got a whole bunch of zinc, which means we can make andesite alloy now. So if I turn this into nuggets, and I think we just want 2 stacks of these for now, then we can do this and make a bunch of andesite alloy. Wonderful. And we're going to need some andesite casing. So if we place some logs down and get those stripped and then do this, we are now in the andesite age. Wonderful. Although, something I think I want to do is make myself a wrench. It's going to make this a whole lot easier. So I need 3 gold sheets, a cog, and a stick. The problem is, I don't think I have enough gold. I do not. So I guess that's going to have to wait. Now, to get this iron farm going, the first thing I'm going to need is a cobble generator. For that, we're going to need drills, and I think I want to make 4 of these. There we go. We're also going to need some chutes, which means we need iron sheets. But luckily, this house actually comes with a mechanical press, so we can just do this manually, which is going to make me a bit hungry, but it's going to get us started. Although what has just occurred to me is before we can make a cobble generator, we're actually going to need power. Let's just quickly make these chutes so we've got them handy. Right, so water wheels. For that, we just need a shaft and some planks, and I think we're going to make them big water wheels just because we get more stress units out of them. And of course, more stress units equals more power. Now, shafts, that's nice and easy. Let's just do that. And we're going to make 6 water wheels, I think. Actually, no, let's go for 8. There we go. Now, I think what I'm going to do is just attach this power to the side of the house. So let's dig out a nice big trench. We're just going to grab some of the tuff that we've got and make a nicer edge. Then we're going to need a bucket. In fact, let's grab 2 so we can get an infinite water source. And being on an island, getting water is not going to be a problem, he says before running into a massive canyon. Let's see if there's a safer route down. Yeah, this will do. So first up, I'm just going to make some infinite water down here. And then if we put water in there and there. In fact, let's just do this and have water going all the way across. Now I need some cogs to speed that up, but we stole loads of that stuff from the windmill. So if we do a big cog, then a little one, and if we encase these, or just that one actually, then we'll do a large one and a small one. That's going even faster. Encase that. Large one, small one. I mean, that's some okay speed for now, I guess. But I think I want it faster. So let's just shift gears a couple more times. Right, well, that's going pretty fast. I don't think it's quite max speed, but it should certainly do for now. Now, next up, we are going to need some gearboxes. So let's make a bunch more cogs and get ourselves a few more andesite casings. And if we do that, there we go, 6 gearboxes. So we can now take the power from here, bring it over this way. In fact, let's just bring that back across the front here and get it somewhere a little bit more useful. Excellent. So that's our starting power supply. Now to build the cobble generator. So we're going to want some belts to go underneath, which reminds me we don't have any belts yet, which means I need kelp. Luckily, there's plenty over there. We'll go get some in a moment. But what we want is a bunch of chutes on top there. Cobble on top of those. So this is where the cobble's actually going to be generated. In fact, what we're actually going to do is move that 1 block over. That's going to give us space in between to be able to put in the lava. So the lava will sit on top of that. We're also going to need water. So let's just create a couple of water tanks on the side here. There we go. That's water there. Let's do the same on this side and that side. There we go. Now, something else I want is a storage drawer. In fact, we're probably going to want 2 of those. Actually, for now, maybe a double chest would be better. But that's going to need to be 1 block further away. So the belt's going to come to there. Now we need some lava, and it looks like there's a portal over here. But the sun is about to go down, so we're going to have a quick nap, and then we'll go grab some lava from over there. And that should mean we've got almost everything we need to get at least the cobble generator running. And that's the first step towards creating iron. Now, that broken portal was over in this direction somewhere. And with any luck, we'll be able to get some gold from it as well, which means we'll be able to make ourselves a wrench and possibly some goggles as well. And is that it? Yep, there we go. I see it. Well, there's a couple of blocks of gold here, but it doesn't appear there's any lava. Though I can hear lava. Is there some underneath? Well, I guess not. I must have been hearing things. All right, so we're going to need to find lava elsewhere. Now, there is actually a spot on our map over here. Hopefully, that's actually a lava pool, as opposed to just one bit of lava that's spreading out. But let's go find out. Well, it looks like it's just one piece, but to be honest, that's probably going to be enough. Just got to get down to it. Now, if we just put that lava in there, and we do have fire tick off, so using wood there is not a problem. But now what I need to do is go get some kelp, which means I need some space in my inventory. I'm a little bit full here. Right, that's better. Let's get some kelp. Now, let's actually turn one of these furnaces into a smoker, and that should cook up our kelp nice and quickly. And I guess while we wait for that, we can probably look at getting all of this hooked up. So we're going to need a few more andesite casings, and we're going to make some encased chain drives with these, because these are incredibly useful. So we're going to put 3 of those there. In fact, I've got a better idea. Let's put these on top like that. Get them connected there. In fact, let's do that. Then throw in a vertical gearbox with another one there. A couple more shafts. And there we go. We are producing cobble. So let's just turn that off for now. We're going to need a few andesite funnels and some belts. So that belt can go in there. Andesite funnels there. Just in case this to make it look a little bit better, because why not? If we stick another gearbox in there. Nope, the belt's going the wrong way. So instead, let's do that and that. Then put a gearbox in there. And that is going to make our cobble and fill up this box. Excellent. So that's the first step. The next thing we need to do is crush this cobble down into gravel. And in an ideal world, we'll actually be using crushing wheels, but they are late game items. We're nowhere near being able to make those yet. Well, I'll say late game. They're more kind of mid game, really. But either way, we can't make them just yet. Not until we go to the nether and get brass. So that means we're going to use these millstones. And we do already have one, but I'm definitely going to need a few more. Luckily, they're nice and easy to make. Right, there we go. 3 millstones. So I reckon if we were to do something like this, we need a few more shafts. We'll get a couple of belts in, one there and one there. And we're going to need a little bit more space. So this one here is actually going to need to go on the end. We'll have 4 funnels taking inputs. We'll have this one here sending stuff out. Then I just need to get these things here spinning, which means I need more gearboxes. Okay, so that's going to gradually fill all of these up. Now they just need a bit of power, which means I need more gearboxes. And we're also going to need more storage while I think of it. So let's do this and just make a storage drawer. We'll put that on the end here. And we'll put a vertical gearbox in here, which will get those spinning. So that's going to start making our gravel. Although I've done this slightly wrong. I need to put chutes under here. So that also means we're going to need to do the belts slightly differently on this side. Not a problem. Put a couple of encased chain drives in there. We'll get the belts in like this. Get the chutes down. And we just need power on those belts. And I think the easiest way to do that is going to be to make more belts. And if I just right click on the end of this one, it should extend it and then power everything here. And there we go. We're now getting gravel. Lots of gravel very quickly. Wonderful. We are one step closer to having a very basic iron farm up and running in the first episode. Good stuff. Now all I need to do is wash this gravel, which is going to give us flint and iron nuggets. Now to wash it, we're going to need to build a fan, which I guess we'll probably put here, eject everything out, push it this way while it washes, and then just collect the flint and iron nuggets over this side. That should work quite nicely. However, I need a bit more wood because I've run out and I need to make some more andesite casings, and I once again need to sleep. It feels like I'm forever sleeping here. But anyway, while that builds up, let's go get some more wood. Let's make a fan, and I know for a fact I'm going to need 4 iron plates, so let's quickly crush those first. So let's make the propeller, get an encased fan, and we're actually going to put that right there. We then need a bucket of water, and excellent, I do have some leaves. This is good. I'll put the leaves there, and we're going to waterlog those. We're going to need another storage drawer, but this time I want to do one that's a bit different. Can't remember the recipe though. Okay, I was close. But we'll stick one of these here. Then we just need power on the fan. And the system is overstressed. Well, I guess we can slow it down a little bit, can't we? So let's just take off that last speed up. We'll put another gearbox in. And there we go. And that is blowing. Excellent. Now I just need a couple more funnels. We're going to put one here, which is going to eject the gravel. That's going to get washed. We're just going to wait for the first few bits to wash here. That will give us, hopefully, what we need to filter. Perfect. So we'll put flint and iron nuggets in there. Put an input funnel. We can put the output funnel back on. And now the gravel should just sit there until it turns into either flint or iron, which it looks like it's doing. Excellent. Now, what would probably be better is if we actually had compacting drawers here. Question is, can I make those yet? Probably. Yeah, I could probably do that. So we need a piston, and I just need a bit of stone. So let's get that cooked up. Now, I'm thinking I would quite like to actually sort this stuff. but we don't have access to brass yet. So what we're going to do is bodge a kind of filtering system here. But first, I do need some more alloy. So let's get this, do some of that, get a couple more shafts. Now, if I was to put a drawer there that has flint in it, we're going to want to lock that drawer, which means we need keys. So upgrade templates and then a drawer key. Now, if we lock that drawer, we need to make ourselves a compacting drawer and put that one next to it and set that to iron. Get that one locked. We need a couple of funnels there and there. We need a few more casings. Stick a gearbox in there. We're going to need another gearbox though, because that's going in the wrong direction. It's just occurred to me that actually needs to be nuggets as the filter here. Otherwise, we're going to have some problems. There we go. We need a gearbox in there. That's got those going. And if we get a couple more encased chain drives and put those in there, that has got everything moving. This belt does not need to be quite that long. Literally end there. And then if we put that there, that should start sorting everything out into these two boxes. So what I'm actually going to do is swap those two there around. We're going to make more chutes. So I need more iron plates. We'll have a chute there just to dump all of the flint down here. Then with a piece of netherrack we stole from the portal and a flint and steel we found in the box over there, we're going to destroy all the flint. That way the system's not going to get backed up just because this is full. And there we go, our very slow but very basic iron farm. It's going to keep building up over time, of course. Considering this is only the first episode, that's pretty good going. Of course, the one slight problem with this is we're not in a chunk loaded area. And I do have a chunk loading mod on the server, but once again, it's not really an early game thing. So it's only going to work when I'm actually in the area and have this loaded. But that's fine, it's still going to make iron for us. But all in all, I'd say that's not a bad start. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today, and I do look forward to seeing all of your ideas and suggestions for this series. I really want to sort of decide on a theme fairly early on, so don't hesitate and get all of your ideas in below, and hopefully in the next couple of episodes we can actually start making some progress towards a plan for this series. It still feels weird coming in without a plan, but I figured this is a nice way to get you all involved. And hopefully we'll get an episode 2 out at some point next week. But what with a new baby in the house, videos may be a little bit slower than I would like. But either way, I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Perfect World post-production, we started a brand new world, found a small blacksmith building, which we promptly moved into, and built a quick iron farm to get us started on this create-focused adventure. Today, I want to build some form of starter house. I'm thinking for now it just needs some basic storage, somewhere to sleep, somewhere to cook, and if there's space, maybe a basic create machine or two. We've already outgrown this blacksmith behind us, as lovely as it was for the first episode, but we definitely need something bigger. Before we get to building, however, we need to get to exploring. I need to find myself lots of things. Primarily, I want to try and get hold of all the different wood types. I also want to try and get some diamond tools to make building a bit more efficient. And of course, I need to choose a location for the starter house, which may well be somewhere on this island. I don't really know yet. Kind of depends what we find when we go exploring. Now, as I was editing last episode, I did leave the world running so we could build up some iron. And look at that, we've got 542 ingots. Wonderful. So we've got plenty of iron to get us going. And don't worry, I did see all of your comments about the rotation on this thing. I did actually change it before the end of the episode. Not gonna lie, I was quite sleep deprived last episode. Not too different from this one, I guess. And I forgot to even mention that I'd done that. So not to worry, the iron farm is working absolutely fine now. Things are spinning the right way, but thank you for your concern. And in the last episode, I did also ask you what theme you think we should build in, and we've had lots and lots of responses, but we'll get to that later. I think we've made kind of a decision, maybe, potentially, at least to begin with. For now, we need to make this exploration as successful as possible, and for that, we need to get ourselves ready. So we're going to take a bunch of iron first. We're going to grab some gold, and the first thing we're going to do is upgrade our backpacks further. So we should be able to get gold backpacks now, which is going to give us lots of slots. Yeah, look at that, loads of space. But what I also want to do is make use of these upgrade slots here. Now, eventually I am going to want a feeding upgrade, but we definitely don't have the stuff for that right now. And I reckon if we make some stack upgrades, that's not going to be a bad idea. So let's make a couple of those. And what these upgrades do is basically double the amount of items that can be stored in one slot. So instead of stacking to 64, we'll now stack to 128. And we can actually add more of these, and they will sort of add up. So now we'll stack 4 stacks in each slot, and so on. But I think I want a few more of those. Now, next up, I want the tool swapper upgrade. And yeah, I reckon we can do that. So we need a couple of bits of redstone, and we need some wood. We don't actually have any wood. So if we make a set of wooden tools, we should now be able to make one of them. So this tool swapper thing is amazing. You'll notice I've got a shovel in my hand at the moment, but as soon as I go to chop something wooden, you'll see it swaps it out for my axe. If I go for the mud, it will swap it to the pickaxe. If I go for the ground, it will swap it to the shovel. And if I attack an enemy, it will swap it to my sword. So that just keeps my hotbar a lot more free of items. And lastly, I think I also want a crafting table upgrade. So I need a chest, I need a crafting table, and I can make myself one of those. That means we now have a crafting grid in our backpack. What I'm also going to do is just set these slots as memory slots. That means these are the only items that can ever go in there. So even if the axe isn't in there, it's going to reserve that slot for us. In fact, I'm just going to change that slightly because we want to make sure our shovel is in there as well. We're going to stash some excess food in there. We're going to keep a saddle and some horse armor on us as well. I have a feeling they may come in handy. And then we have a secondary backpack, which is just going to be for storing lots of stuff. And I reckon that's pretty much everything we're going to need, apart from a boat. In fact, maybe we should take the shield with us as well, just in case. And hopefully that's going to be enough food to keep us going, but we'll do some looting on the way. I'm sure we're going to stumble across a village or two. They always have bread, right? We've got some iron to replace our tools. We've got a sleeping bag to sleep the night away. We've got a boat for ocean travel. Saddle and horse armor, should I find a capable steed among my travels. And I think that is everything we're going to need. Although it is dark, so let's have a quick nap and let's go exploring. From our island chain here, we had been over this way. That's where we got the leather from, but maybe I should head south, see what's over this way. Oh, in fact, before I go too far, I've just had an idea. And what I'm thinking is we should probably make a mechanical saw, because if we're going to be chopping down trees, that's going to make it a whole lot easier. So we need some iron sheets and an andesite casing with another block of iron. There we go. And we also want a crank, which, I see. We don't want zinc ingot, we want andesite alloy. That's why it didn't work. There we go. Right, now we should have everything we need. Oh, great, and it's raining. Fantastic. I guess we're going to have a very gloomy start to this adventure then. What's that? That looks like a new building. Wow, it's a giant building. What's in here? Wait a minute, is that? There is. There's a woodland mansion and a pale garden. Excellent. Well, this is a good spot. Let's see what this building has to offer. Horses. Slow horses. Cows. We've got some wheat. We're going to take all of this. We have a millstone, which appears to be connected to something. Oh, power stuff. And a toolbox. I'm not going to dismantle all the create stuff yet. Kind of want to see what we've got first. Oh, there's just stuff in all these barrels. This is wonderful. Well, I'll tell you what, that wasn't bad. There's a lot of stuff in here. And we've got a windmill next door as well. So we're just going to grab the toolbox. And as you can see, we've done quite well on the looting so far. We've found a whole lot of stuff. But I really want to get some of that pale wood, which is behind the woodland mansion. However, I don't think we're really in a position to do a woodland mansion raid right now. I mean, I don't even have a bow, which means the Vex will absolutely destroy me. So we'll have to come back for that. For now, let's grab ourselves a little bit of dark oak. So if we just do that, take out the block above and then do this, that should give us lots of dark oak. Wonderful. And then if we connect a bunch of these together and do the same thing, that should chop down loads of them. Yes, wonderful. Easy tree harvesting. Now, that's where we want to get, the other side of this place. But it's very, very hilly. It's going to be the best way round. Maybe around this side. And let's just get down to the water's edge. And I think we're just going to scale this cliff over here on the left-hand side of this thing. And we're definitely not going to tackle that now, but we will be back once we're a little bit better equipped to deal with that kind of thing. And there it is, the Pale Gardens. I want to grab a little bit of everything here. Oh, it looks like quite a big biome, this one. Which means I don't have to feel bad about chopping a bunch of it down. Good stuff. So that's another wood type ticked off. What I'd really like to find, though, is some mangrove. But I don't see any swampland from up here. And there's none showing up on my map just yet either. Had I checked earlier, I think I would have spotted this a whole lot sooner as well. There are some warmer biomes off in that direction, however, so maybe that's where I should head. Well, I've made it back from my adventures, and the good news is we have lots and lots of stuff. We've got 2 backpacks full of stuff, in fact. The problem is I don't have anywhere to store any of this stuff. And in the Just Create series, I ended up with a portable storage thanks to Chosen Architect. He had a great idea to make a van that he could store everything in, and we're probably going to do something similar this season. But at the moment, we don't really have the resources to do something like that. What I am going to do, though, is make myself a great big vault. We're going to make stock links, we're going to make a stock ticker, and we're going to make a packager, which means, yeah, we're going to need cardboard, which means we're going to need to set up some kind of a mixer, and it's getting dark. When it comes to mixers, though, I'm pretty sure we managed to steal some, didn't we? No, maybe not. Not to worry, they're fairly straightforward to make. We're just going to need some crushed iron, or iron plates, I should say. That should be enough of those. Then we need some andesite alloy, and we're going to need a mixing bowl. We're going to need a whisk. We're going to need andesite casings, cogs, and shafts. So let's make the mechanical mixer. And now we should just be able to connect this onto here somewhere, I think. So if we chuck that there, stick the mixer on top, I reckon we can stick a cog there, and we'll stick another one in here. And that looks like it's spinning fast enough. Wonderful. And the reason we need that is because we need to make ourselves some pulp so we can make cardboard to get our packager. And making pulp shouldn't be a problem. We've got plenty of birch saplings. I just need to get myself some water to make my life a little bit easier. I'm just going to stick another infinite water source here. Then we can just load up the basin as required. Chuck those in, and that's going to make us pulp. And I believe if we put the pulp in a press, that then gives us cardboard. And then 4 of those, we can make a block of cardboard. We're going to need a bit of glass. Do I have any sand? We do. Wonderful. Now, we're also going to need some copper, so let's get this cooked up. We're going to need a bit of redstone. We're going to need our only gold ingots. That's going to be a problem. We really should get mining soon. And we didn't do a drill montage last episode, so we're going to have to do one this episode. It's rude not to. Now, in order to make these stock links, we're going to need transmitters, which means we need copper sheets. And I think we're going to need 2 transmitters because we need 2 stock links, one for the actual link itself and one for the stock ticker. So we need a couple of lightning rods. We're going to need those there with the sheets across the middle and redstone dust. That'll get our transmitters. Next up, we're going to need barrels to make vaults. But for that, we're also going to need a whole bunch of iron sheets. So I wonder, can we just stick one of those in there? Then chuck a stack of iron underneath? Yeah, that works. Wonderful. Can I power 2 is the question. Looks like I can. This is excellent news. So that's going to get us a stack of vaults. We're going to turn 2 of those into stock links. What are these? What's a vault component? I don't know, but that's not important for now. So I'm thinking if I just build a little vault here, how big can we make this before we run out? Well, that's 6 vaults long. That's actually not too bad. Now we're just going to put a ladder so we can get on top. And I need a couple of chutes, just like that. And we still need to make our stock ticker. We've got our stock link. We need a packager. We're also going to need a seat. So if we do packager, stock link, stock ticker, seat, we're going to make leads, and we're going to grab this guy, put him in there, and he's going to be our shop clerk. And now we can just empty our backpacks into the vaults. And in the meantime, I'm going to sort out all of these toolboxes we've managed to nab along the way. And there we go. Now everything's in one place. It's not sorted out, but at least it's in one place and it's easily accessible. Now, we currently have 10 diamonds, which is going to be enough to get us a few tools, but not enough to get armor. And I'd quite like to get some diamond armor, so that means we're going to make a nice... I see you. And by the looks of it, you see me as well. Just keep your distance over there, and I'll keep my distance over here, and we can go about our day. Don't need trouble from them right now. But what was I saying? Oh, yes. Drill. We're going to make a great big drill. And by great big, I mean we're going to make a drill as big as we can with what we've got. And to be honest, it's mostly andesite alloy that we need. So let's grab all of our zinc. Let's grab all of our andesite. Oh, we're going to need more of that. We don't have much alloy either. At least we've already got lots of casings, though. That's helpful. Now, what we're going to do is chuck some zinc nuggets and some andesite into the mixer. And that's going to give us twice as much as if we were to manually craft it. I'm also going to grab a bunch of cobble from over here, actually, and dump that into storage, just because it might be useful. So I've used up all the andesite that I had. Let's see how many drills we can make. 25. I'd say that's pretty good. So 25 drills. That's not too bad, I guess. We can do a 5x5 square. Not a bad size to begin with. Now, I'm not too worried about making it look good. I just want it to work for now. So we are going to need to go get some brass so we can have 2 deployers. We're going to need one there and one in here. Then we'll have the minecart there. And we're going to need a plow on the back, so we need some of those. We need an andesite casing. That will make us a plow, so that will go on the back. Then we're going to need a minecart, which will convert into a furnace minecart. We're also going to need a bunch of rail and some chests. So we'll add all the storage over here. Plenty of storage. We'll have the minecart down there. And now we also need a cart contraption. So that's what we need, a cart assembler. So we'll put that there. And I guess we could do this without deployers for now. I mean, it means it's going to be a little bit more work up front because I'm going to need to dig a tunnel that I can lay the track in. Oh, there's a creeper. I see you, buddy. Let's try and lure him over here. No, don't blow up there. Let's not annoy the pillagers. That's it, creepy boy. Come down here. Get away from my base. But yeah, with a little bit of work up front, though, we can just do this. Get it all stuck together. We'll stick a seat on the back for me. In fact, if I was smart about this, which has been known to happen, what I could potentially do is actually put the seat here, get that glued in, and then if I sit here and just spam right-click the track here, then in theory, I won't need to pre-dig a tunnel. I'll just be doing the job of a deployer. I mean, I don't see why that wouldn't work. Let's just get a few lanterns and light this thing up. We'll make sure those lanterns are stuck down as well. And that should be good to go. We just need a lever. Wonderful. So with our contraption working, that's good, but we don't have a wrench to pick it up with yet. And the problem is, for a wrench, I still need some gold. And, yeah, I don't have any, I don't think. Oh, no, I do. Excellent. Guess we'll make a wrench after all. So let's just flatten these down and make ourselves a wrench. Wonderful. Now let's just grab a few torches from here. We've also got plenty of rail. We've got our sleeping bag. We've got food. We've got a backup backpack. All right, I think we've got everything we need to hopefully have a successful mining trip, get a bunch of diamonds. In fact, I'm going to grab my boat just so we can get down there a bit easier. But what I'm hoping is we're going to get enough diamonds to be able to make ourselves a full set of armor. But we'll also get lots and lots of building resources because we're going to need those too if we're going to be building a starter house. So I guess I should probably get down to the lowest level that I can. Let's just dive down here. This all looks lovely, if not a little bit dark. But let's just start digging here. Once we get down to a reasonable level, we'll start with our mining drill. Oh, and look at that. We've found some diamonds already. Quite a few diamonds. How many have we got? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wonderful. Ah, I didn't think of that. I didn't bring an extra pick with me or any iron to make one. Or any sticks for that matter either. Jeez. Not to worry, it'll only take a moment to head back up. Right, that's better. We've got some extra picks and we've got the materials to make more if we need them. Well, I'd say that was quite a successful mining trip. We managed to get a bunch of diamonds, as well as some tuff, some deep slate, a bit of redstone, some more zinc, and even a little bit of gold, which is going to come in handy. I've now offloaded everything. We have 45 diamonds total. Excellent. That means it's definitely time to upgrade our gear. So we'll get a pickaxe, we'll get a shovel, we'll get an axe, we'll get a sword, and we should be able to make a full set of armor as well. Oh yes, look at that, looking much better. So I think we're almost there on things we're going to need to build the starter base. However, I also want some bricks, which means I need clay. Now, I haven't seen any lush caves anywhere, and we don't need loads of this stuff, so I could probably just go dig some out from the river around here. That's probably the quickest way to do that, isn't it? Let's go. Right, well, I've got lots of clay balls, but it's going to take forever cooking them up like this, so we're going to do something else. If I grab myself a bucket of lava, and we're going to want an empty bucket as well, and what I'm going to do is just reverse that for now, just so that it stops dropping gravel. Oh, hey, buddy. Then we're just going to stick a block and a trapdoor in there, and that should now... Yeah, probably should have thought of that, shouldn't I? I was meant to remove that first. Oh, at least we've got diamond tools. This should only take a moment. Now, let's grab another bucket of lava and try that again. Yep, there we go. We are now cooking. So if we just chuck all of this down here, it's going to cook all of this in one go. And that's going to save me a whole lot of coal and a whole lot of time. That's now all cooked, so we can switch all of this back. And we can turn the gravel back on. Wonderful. Now we can turn a bunch of this into brick blocks. Now we're looking pretty good. I think I just want to farm up a little bit more wood though. So let's just plant a bunch of mangrove. We should be able to chop all these down in one go. At least that's the hope. And we plant these diagonally just so when they grow, they don't destroy the other propagules we've got down. And then we'll plant a bunch of oak as well. Now, one thing we haven't collected any of yet is terracotta. And I'm fairly sure, yep, there we go. Look, there's terracotta over here. And I could do with some sand as well, to be honest. And I don't know if we're actually going to be using terracotta in our starter build. But as we're adventuring today anyway, I might as well go grab some. I mean, we do have a drill now, so it shouldn't take too long. And there we go. We now have a whole bunch of terracotta in a variety of flavors. I'm thinking that's probably everything we're going to need to start this build. We might need to grab a few other bits along the way, but what we need to do now is decide where we're going to build it. And I think I want it to be coastal. Let's just jump into free cam here. We are going to use this island as a starter island, I think. It should work quite nicely. And in fact, maybe we should just use this coastline down here. We could clear out a little bit and build our little house thing here. Yeah, that could work quite nicely. What I do want to do, though, is take this storage unit down there with me. So let's grab a lead, because we're going to need to take the parrot separately. Get some super glue. We need a mine cart, a lever, and a cart contraption. There we go. And we'll stick a lead on this guy. Come on, Larry. So around here somewhere is what I'm thinking. Let's chuck down our little storage bit over here. Stick Larry back on top. Now, before we can get started over here, I'm going to need to prep the land a little bit. So we're going to take out some of these trees. We're going to get rid of some of the grass and dirt. And I do have a rough idea of what I want to build in my head and also what style it's going to be in. But we're going to do a talkie montage type thing here as we build this. Because as I say, we are going to be winging it. So I guess it's over to voiceover Beardstone. Well, it turns out playing the game Beardstone forgot to turn on replay mod for the prep work, but he did at least leave the recording going. So after clearing some trees, I carved into the hillside to make space for laying a floor of spruce and jungle variants, then built a seawall on the coast to support it. This would give me a nice platform to place this first building on. And as we get the build started, let's have a little chat. So, last episode, I asked you what theme we should build in for this series, and there were lots of awesome suggestions, but the most often repeated were modern and solar punk. So I think that's the route we're going to go down, some kind of modernish solar punky type thing, but I don't really know much about solar punk. But what I do know is that we want lots of renewable energy sources such as windmills, water wheels and solar panels, alongside lots of green space and some cool technology integration. Think monorails, electric trains, clever farming, rooftop gardens and things like that. I'm not going to get it right straight out of the bat though, so with that in mind, this first build I want to have some kind of an oceanside building. A bit run down, made of stone, brick and a bit of mangrove wood, but also integrated into the hillside. With that in mind, I added a tunnel beneath the building which would take you up to the hill behind it, and we can then branch off paths from there. This type of build also means I can easily expand both off to the sides and back into the hillside if and when I need more space, creating a kind of hippie-ish seaside shanty town type thing with lots of greenery, foliage and visible renewable energy. And after a couple of hours of building, this is what we've currently got, which has ended up looking quite similar to builds I've done in the past. But it's okay, we've got lots more solar punky type things we want to do to this build, but I don't have the resources for it just yet. So let's just jump into free cam and have a proper look. So we've got a bit of a rooftop garden going on up here. We've also got access from the inside to get up there, but something I really want to have up here is some solar panels. But to make those, I need to go to the nether to get the resources I need. So that'll have to wait for the future, but on the inside, we've got lots of space to be working with. We've got these kind of open areas on the downstairs. I don't know if I'm going to block off this wall yet or not. I may do, who knows? But I do think this area here would make a really nice kitchen, and over here, probably just a selection of storage things. We've then, of course, got the path that goes up to the hill behind, but if we go upstairs, we've got lots of space. So plenty of space for storage modules up here. We can give ourselves somewhere to sleep as well. We're going to need a bed after all. And as we saw from the outside, we've also then got access to the rooftop garden. We don't need quite so much of this tall grass though, I don't think. And we'll probably mess around with this, get a couple of paths in, and as we get more buildings as well, we're going to expand this garden. I kind of want it running across the top of a row of buildings around here. I think that would look really cool. But as usual, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. I think what I want to do is actually sort out a kitchen. We're running low on food at the moment, or at least cooked food. We've got lots of stuff that needs to be cooked, and we do have the Farmer's Delight mod. So yeah, let's jam a kitchen in here for now, and then we'll have a little think about storage, but that might have to wait till next episode. I'm running out of time here. Now, for this kitchen, we're going to need a bunch of different things. We're going to need a stove. We're going to need cooking pots and skillets and baskets and breadboards. And I also quite like the idea of using some of these kitchen cupboards. And I think the birch ones would probably work best in this kitchen. Thankfully, all of these things look fairly straightforward to make. We're going to need to get a little bit more clay. We're going to need to get ourselves some canvas, which I think we get from straw, so that's okay. We need more clay and iron, a little bit of wood. Okay, yeah, not too bad. The hardest thing to get probably is actually going to be the straw. And not because it's particularly difficult to actually get, we just need to get ourselves a knife here, and then we need to chop up some grass. It's the drop rate. Oh, there we go. We did actually get one piece already. But yeah, we usually have to chop quite a lot of grass to get enough. I'm going to turn off my tool swapper as well so we don't accidentally dig everything up. Let's find a nice patch of grass and try and get some straw. Let's quickly grab some clay as well, although our shovel is about to break. But with that, we should now have all the resources we need to be able to build our kitchen appliances. So let's get crafting, and I'll meet you back indoors. All right, I've gathered a bunch of stuff. Let's see if we can make some kind of a kitchen over here. So we'll start with the actual cooking station. Let's maybe put that in here, which means we need baskets either side to collect the things as they cook. And for now, we'll have a skillet on one and a pot on the other. Then we'll get some nice cupboards in, maybe a couple of little sideboards. We'll put in a nice table in the middle here. We'll have our chopping board and a knife. Stash some extra bits and bobs up the top here as well, just so we've got an extra skillet and an extra pot. It's already looking pretty good. Although we do need some kind of extraction system here for all of the steam. So I'm wondering, do we grab some chutes? They could probably work. So maybe something like this, and I need one more chute. So let's jam another one of these in there. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to move the chopping board. I think that'll look better over here. And there we go. I mean, it's basic, but it's not bad. We've got plenty of storage for all of our food items. We can cook without needing fuel, which is wonderful. And for now, I think I will leave this open, and we'll figure out what we're going to do with this in the next episode, because we also need to figure out some kind of storage. And we've got plenty of space for storage upstairs, and we need to build ourselves a bedroom. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today, because if I don't wrap this up now, then this video is never going to get out this week. It's already going to be a couple of days late. But if you've got ideas on how we can make things look more solar punk, I want to hear all of them in the comments. As I say, we are going to be mixing in just some general modern stuff as well. We've actually got a whole different bunch of islands over here, so we could potentially sort of stretch a city across a few different islands and have zones be slightly different from each other. And we're certainly going to need a nice big farming district somewhere as well. Otherwise, what was the point of me making a kitchen? But yeah, for a first build, I'm happy with how it's looking so far. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Perfect World Post-Production, we explored to find the different wood types, built an almost fully automated drill, and made the shell of our starter house. We also made this janky portable storage system behind me, which works, but looks horrific. So today we're going to focus on improving our storage situation. Both portable storage to make this vault into an actual thing that looks good, and we're going to jam some kind of a storage system into our starter house over there as well. And I think we'll actually start in the house, as we did make a basic kitchen last episode, episode, but that was about it, and that needs some work as well. And we've also got a bit of space over here, but I think I know what I'm going to do with it. And I think the first thing we're going to do is add a little bit of power. Not because we particularly need much power in here. We only need to power a few belts for the storage system, but it should look quite good just to have a few water wheels spinning in here. And I'd quite like to make the windmill on my roof spin as well. So let's dig out a little bit of space here. I think I want to get rid of the floor and actually drop it down by a block. That should give us enough space to fit the water wheels in. So we'll have a few water wheels on this side, and on this side here we'll probably have some kind of a storage interface thing. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's get the power in first. That's the water wheels in, and I need to route the power over the top here and then over this way, and then I need to get it all the way upstairs, which means I'm going to need a bunch of shafts. I'm going to need some more andesite casings, maybe some brackets and gearboxes, but it looks like we can just send the power straight up there, which would be good. Right, so if we put a few encased chain drives in there and then send that over this way, stick a gearbox in there, and we do have crate encased on here, which means we can blend that in a little bit better with the industrial iron. And I want to put a speedometer there, then a stressometer, and what I think I want to do is rotate that to send the power up this way. And then once again, we can disguise these, and that's got our power up here. Wonderful. Now we just need to get it under the windmill, which is probably about here. Oh, look at that. Perfect. And we just need a couple more gearboxes, some more shafts, and I probably don't want to be connecting this one here just yet because I don't think I've actually stuck the windmill together. Oh, apparently I already have actually. That's good, but what I want to do is remove this one here. I want to make sure that this is set to only place when the anchor is destroyed, just in case the power goes out. Otherwise it can mess up the trapdoors when it stops, but that should mean it never stops, or at least never resets its position. There we go, much better. So we'll sort out some brackets in just a moment. We are going to sort out this whole storage interface area as well, but first I think I have decided I do actually want to block this wall in, or block the kitchen in with a wall, I should say. Just something like that. We'll have a nice big window here, we'll have a doorway here, and the kitchen itself, well, that needs a bit of work as well. So let's quickly make this look a little bit nicer, shall we? So we'll get the wall finished off. I'm going to expand the table and dump some stuff on it. We'll add a few crates and extra details, and there we go. The kitchen's looking much better now. Let's talk about storage. And if we take a look upstairs here, we can see we've got quite a lot of space here. We should be able to get at least a few vaults in, although I doubt they're going to be full-size ones. But we can literally have the vaults fill this whole section back there, and potentially another one on this side as well. But I suppose I do need to put a bed somewhere too. But then I've got a sleeping bag, so I guess it's not that important. I can just hide a bed somewhere, can't I? I don't actually need a bedroom. I may as well make the space functional after all. In fact, I don't like seeing this diamond armor on me. I think I can do this. And then I'm still wearing the armor, but you can't see the armor. Yeah, there we go. Look much better. But anyway, right, storage. So I need to make a whole bunch of vaults to go upstairs. I'm going to need some packages and some funnels and things like that. But I'm also going to need brass funnels. And brass is something we don't have yet because we haven't been to the nether. And I do want to add some solar panels and things on the roof as well. And I'm thinking I want to use these daylight sensors, but we need quartz for that. So that's another reason to go to the nether. And while we're there, it'd be nice to get some of the nether woods as well. So I guess maybe we should prepare for an adventure. Now I'm going to grab all of the food items we've got in here, which I'll be honest isn't much, but let's get all this stored in the kitchen. So we'll have meat in that one, fruit in that one, and then random other bits in there. But let's have a look and see what we can actually make, shall we? I mean, I'll be honest, it doesn't look like we can actually make much yet, but we can take our mutton and chop this up. So we now have a stack of mutton chops, and if we get those cooked, it looks like I need to make some slight adjustments here, just because the things that were flying out were getting caught on the cupboard, but this should now be, yep, collecting all our mutton chops. Wonderful. So that should be plenty of food to help us survive in the nether. Now, I wonder, can I make myself a gold helmet? I guess I can if I cook up the gold. So let's just do that here. We're also going to need a flint and steel. We're going to need obsidian, but I think we've only got that one block we accidentally made in the first episode. But I think I know where some is. If we go back to that ruined portal where we initially tried to get lava, then hopefully there'll be enough obsidian for us there. It looks like there's probably enough here. Let's get chopping. 11 pieces and 1 crying obsidian, which I couldn't leave behind, which means we've got enough to make ourselves a portal, and we can just see what's on the other side of it, I guess, and hope for the best. Although before we go, I should probably turn a bunch of iron into iron sheets and make ourselves some blaze burners. Some of these, which just need a little bit of netherrack, which, I mean, I've got 1 piece. I could always go back to the portal and get more, but I'm fairly sure we do actually have some in storage already from the first time I was over there looking for lava. But we're going to need these in order to catch ourselves a blaze so we can then get brass. So 16 of those, that should be plenty. Now, where do we want to put this portal? I'm thinking maybe in the little tunnel we've got down here. Yeah, how about we just punch out a little hole over this side? All right, there we go. And we'll worry about making that look better later. For now, I think I just want to grab myself a bunch of cobble so we've got some blocks, and then hopefully we'll have a successful trip in the nether. Let's go see what we've got. Ah, dang it, it's a basalt delta. But look at that, there's a fortress right there. That's handy. But yeah, basalt delta, not my favorite. Let's just make this portal a little bit safer before we do anything else. We see anything else around? Just more basalt. I mean, that looks like normal nether waste, which is good. Oh, I forgot to make the helmet. We don't have any gold on us. Let's quickly go sort that. Right, there we go. That's better. And it's looking like we're going to need more blocks as well. So I'm just going to grab more cobble and maybe a boat just so we can get down from high places. Now, the first thing I want to do is get over there to that fortress. So I think what I'm going to do is actually bridge over to there. We'll dig through the basalt. We'll go across the top and just see what we're working with over there. And hope we don't get any ghasts appearing in the meantime. Oh, look at that. There's a blaze burner right there. That's all I need from a fortress. Ow. So I think what we're going to do is just get in a boat. Ow, we're on fire again. We're just going to sneak underneath here, grab lots of blaze burners, eat some food so we don't die. And let's just run around the corner here, get somewhere a little bit safer. Okay, right, we're in the fortress. I guess we should probably have a look around and do some looting. It'd be rude not to, and it looks like a big old fortress. Let's see what we can find. Oh, first with a skeleton, we got a skull. What are the odds of that? Well, it wasn't too bad. We found some stuff. I don't really know what this is. A blaze upgrade smithing template. But we also got a bunch of saddles and some armor, some horse bits, and of course a wither skull. Oh, and we also found another gold backpack, which is wonderful. What I need to do now, though, is find some other biomes. I want to try and get some warped and crimson wood if I can. And it looks like we have both over in this direction. So let's make a path over that way and see if we can locate it. Well, I've got lucky over here in the Warped Forest. This Enderman's actually carrying one of these, and I don't have Silk Touch yet, so yeah, this is the only way I'm going to get one. Wonderful. Did he drop it? Ah, he did. Excellent. That means we can actually make more of that back at our base. Now, though, let's chop down a few more of these and grab some wood. Just on my way to the Crimson Forest, I figured we might as well do a bit of piggo trading. Ooh, they gave me a dried ghast. I didn't even know that was on their drop list. Guess that means we're going to have another pet when we get home. Aha, I see crimson. I think we've got everything we came for. Let's get back to the safety of the overworld, shall we? Right, we're back. We're offloaded. What I now need is some copper and some zinc. We're going to take a bucket of lava. We need an empty bucket because we need to get this stuff cooked up. And of course, we're going to need one of our blaze burners. Oh, we also need some fuel. Now, we've already got a mixer set up over here somewhere. There we go. If we stick that in there, we do actually need to quickly just do this. Turn this into a cooker briefly. Oh, is that going to be a problem? No, as long as we're careful. There we go. They're all cooked. Let's put this all back in order. If we put copper in there, and it would help if I had the zinc as well. There we go, and the zinc. And that should give us 2 stacks of brass ingots. That should be enough to get us started. We're also going to need some more volts, so I guess while we're here, we may as well crush down all of this. I keep saying crush, it's not crush. We need to flatten it. Turn it into plates. Sheets. They're not even plates, they're sheets. Oh my days. Clearly still sleep deprived. Now, if we just grab a few stripped logs and put brass on them, we are in the brass age. So now we've got brass. What I want to do is upgrade our drill so I don't have to sit here anymore. So let's get rid of this seat. We're going to remove this log here, and we're going to make ourselves some deployers. So we're going to need 2 brass hands, which means we need 2 andesite alloy. We need andesite casings, so we need 2 more andesite alloy. And we need electron tubes, which we need iron sheets, rose quartz. But now we have quartz, we can actually get that. Okay, this should be doable. The only thing I'm missing is andesite to make the andesite alloy. So let's quickly go dig a bit of that out. We know where some is, unless there's any hiding down here somewhere. That would be a no. But we know there's plenty in here, so let's just dig up another layer or 2. And we'll mix that andesite up into alloy. But then we should have all the ingredients we need to make some deployers. And there we go. So if we put 1 deployer there, not facing that way, but actually facing... Nope, not that way either. But pointing down, that's much more useful. We're going to filter that guy for rail. Then we'll put another one in here, and we're going to filter this one for cobble. We're going to make sure there's plenty of rail and cobble in there, and now that is fully automated. Because this guy will build a bridge to make sure there's always a block for this guy to place a rail on, which will then get picked up by the plow. So it should just cycle round and round. So we'll come back to this drill later. We're definitely going to need it before we build our portable storage interface type thing. But for now, I think we've probably got what we need to be able to sort out this one in here, and potentially get some of the vaults upstairs as well. I don't think we're going to be able to get all of the vaults in because, well, I don't have enough iron at the moment. But we should be able to make a good start. So we can make 77 item vaults. In fact, if we make some more barrels, we should be able to make more than that. 91, that's better. Now, we know we want to have the collection area down here, which means we're going to need chutes, I guess, going upstairs. So they're going to end up coming up here somewhere. So let's start putting in vaults over here, and we're going to want space in front of them. So we'll stick a second one in there, and we're out of vaults already. So, well, I guess this is going to be the start of our storage system up here. But over time, we will get more iron from our iron farm. We've also got an iron vein that we found in the last episode that we could just mine into that for a while and get lots of iron, but I can't be bothered right now. This will be enough storage to get us started either way. But I think what I want to do is sort out the bit down here first, because that's going to dictate exactly how we set up the bit upstairs. So a short while later, I think we're making progress. We've got our little setup here. So anything we put in here will go over these little drains and then get pushed up by a fan underneath here that will go up these tubes and send it upstairs. We do need to get a clerk, but once we do, anything we order will come down these chutes here, go into the barrel, then get sent across into this barrel over here. And it will, of course, get unpackaged before it goes in. So that's the downstairs looking pretty good. Now upstairs, I do still need to sort out power, because at the moment this power is incredibly slow, which means we're probably going to need a speed controller, which is not the easiest thing to make, but we should be able to do it with a bit of effort. Now upstairs, I've got the setup sorted, so we have packages on top of the vaults there with links that are connected to the stock link downstairs, which means packages will come out here, and then this is the tube they get sent down. We just saw the exit for that downstairs. And anything going into storage goes up this chute here, gets put on the belt, and then we'll go into the vaults wherever there's space. And we will add some more vaults as time goes on, but yeah, we don't have the resources for that right now. So I think it's just a case of getting some power up here to these belts, but the problem is this is going incredibly slow, and I don't want this to be the slowest storage system in the world, so I'm going to need to make myself a speed controller. And although not the most straightforward thing to make in the world, it should be possible for us. Maybe. It's just going to take a little bit of time, and we're going to need to borrow one of these deployers. So let's just steal this one for now. Then we're going to need some gold. We're going to need cogs. And we're going to need iron nuggets. Now, the first thing we're going to need is a gold sheet. We're going to stick a deployer in there, which does need to be facing the other way. Stick a depot underneath. We're going to put the gold sheet on top here. And now we just need to start applying some cogs. So it's a small one, a large one, then a nugget. And we need to do that 5 times. And hopefully, at the end of this, we'll actually get what we're after. There we go, 1 precision mechanism. And in fact, I think while I'm here, let's maybe make another couple of these things. Right, so we've got our speed controller. Let's maybe jam that in there. In fact, I've got a better idea. Let's actually put that on this side, because if we do it in line here, And it's going to make it much easier to link these two belts together. So we can just do this. And if we stick a gearbox there, that has got the belts running in the correct directions. Yeah, look at that. Perfect. So we just need to get ourselves a clerk. Let's see who's lurking about. There's bound to be some wildlife somewhere. I've not really taken out much of the wildlife on this island. Tried to let it roam a bit more free, which doesn't seem to have paid off. There's absolutely nothing around. Although mobs do try to find the high points, don't they? So let's maybe go up here. I wonder if there's everything hiding on top of this hill. Yep, there we go. Knew it. Right, let's take this pig. Come on, fella. You can be our lovely new clerk. And there we go. We now have a clerk. So if I dump some stuff in here, and that gets added to our storage system, and if I request it again, it should just make its way into this barrel here. Yep, look at that. Wonderful. It just needs to be a bit bigger, and I need to try and speed up the fan down here if I can. That one's a bit slow. Although I do have speed controllers now, so we can get rid of all this jank and just do that. And stuff should get into our storage much quicker now. Yep, there we go. Wonderful. Right, so that's another job done. So with our base storage sorted, I think it's time we tackled this over here. That is not looking good. Not good at all. But in order to do that, I'm going to need a bunch more resources. I need some diorite, I need some zinc, and a few other bits and bobs for what I've got planned. So let's get this deployer back in place, because it's time for a mining montage. Well, we're back from our mining trip, and I've got lots and lots of goodies that are all going to come in very handy. I just need to offload them into that thing. In fact, if I was using my brain, I should probably offload this into my actual new main storage, shouldn't I? I already forgot this existed. Well, that's the drill emptied. I think we're just about ready to make a better version of this, but I kind of need these vaults, and these vaults have got a lot of stuff in them. So what I'm thinking is we'll just destroy them and load up our backpacks. So that's now all cleared away. Everything is in our storage over here. And I've also added a few filters to organize things. And to get this organized, what we need to do is make these filters here, which is just a piece of wool and 2 brass nuggets. And then what we can do is grab, for example, the crafting table, select what it is we actually want. So anything that is in the group functional blocks. Let's do that. We click the plus button here and it adds it onto the selected attributes. And then when we put this filter in here, we can give it a name, functional blocks. Click the tick, and now that's created another new category for us. So if we scroll to the bottom here, we've now got functional blocks. There we go. And we've still got a bunch of unsorted stuff, but I'm not too bothered about that right now. But some organization definitely helps. But that's enough procrastinating. We've got some building to do. And the first thing I want to do is make a parking space for what we're going to be building here. So I need to clear out quite a big area over here. I mean, we are going to be making a fairly big vehicle, so I think a nice big driveway behind these buildings should work quite nicely for it. That will hopefully be enough space to get us started. Let's grab a few bits from storage and get to building. Over an hour later, and I've almost gathered together a bunch of stuff I think I'm going to need. Look at this, we've got a whole backpack full of stuff, and some of it was quite difficult to make, such as these hypertube bits, because, well, I needed to make more of those precision mechanisms, and they take forever. We're just making a mess over here at the moment, getting some white concrete, but once we've got this, we should be good to start the build. I've also created a bit of a mess up here, oxidizing some copper, but hopefully that won't take too much longer. But I am also oxidizing copper on the bit where I want to build, so I'm going to go make a cup of tea and maybe a cheeky sandwich, and hopefully when I come back this will all be oxidized, and then we can build. One sandwich and a cup of tea later, and a lot of it has turned, not all of it, but I'd say this is probably... Oh, jeez! So, as I was saying, it's not all turned, but I think we've probably got enough here. We'll just pretend I didn't get blown up by a creeper, okay? Now, the plan here is to build a storage transport truck, a bit like what we did in the Just Create series, but this is Solarpunk. And part of Solarpunk is to upcycle things and basically integrate technology into them, make them a bit greener and nicer for the environment, and also integrate some cool technology. So instead of just rebuilding what we did on Just Create, we're going to be doing something a little bit different. I don't really know how this is going to work out, but we're going to start by building the front of the truck, and because I don't have any wax, I'm actually going to be putting these copper blocks inside copycat blocks. That way they're not actually going to weather or age anymore. Now, front of the truck, what I'm thinking is one of those kind of American style big rig type things. So let's see if we can get a cool shape on the front. So we're going to use these copycat slopes and maybe something like that. That looks quite cool. And then maybe a little slopey bit at the front there as well. Okay, height-wise, that feels about right for scale. Now let's expand the base out a little bit. So then this is where the hyper tubes are going to come in. What I'm thinking is these look pretty cool. I'm hoping that if we do something like that... Yeah, that looks like a little hover engine thing instead of a wheel, doesn't it? Although, because this is going to be a storage contraption, when it's in contraption mode, these things are going to work, aren't they? And they're going to start dumping my inventory all over the ground, which is not something we want. So how about if we stick a couple of levers under here? Is that going to... Yep, there we go. They're now locked, so they shouldn't spit anything on the floor. Hopefully. So let's just build up the rest of the cab here. So we're going to need some glass. We're going to need some doors. And I think we're going to try these folding doors. Make them copper at the bottom and glass at the top. Then we'll give it a roof, although we've run out of the copper that we need. But there's nothing to stop me getting the shape in the meantime, I guess. And do I have any copycat steps? I do. Wonderful. Okay, that's not looking too bad. Now let's start by getting some wing mirrors on. And we've got these cool andesite steps, which have come from the Create Bells and Whistles, which I think is stuff for trains, but I think combined that actually works quite well for the truck as well. I wish I'd stop falling down there. But that means we can actually get into our truck as well, which is nice. Now from design and decor, we've got these front lights, which I think should look pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Although they'd look better if they were turned on. So we're going to try these giant stepped lever things. Is that going to turn them on? Maybe if I put them all the way to the bottom? No. Okay, I guess we won't be turning those on. That's a shame. On the front here, let's have a little bit more of a grill and an andesite funnel, which is going to have the same problem as those. But I guess if I do... that, just one notch on the lever. Has that turned it off? Yes, it has. We've got the red light on. Excellent. We're going to use these funnels for decoration. We need to make sure they've all got power. Now, around the back here, I think what we need to do is extend this out a little bit more, and then the trailer will sort of go up and over and hook onto it, right? That's how trucks work. And usually, that would also mean there'd be extra wheels here, or in our case, extra hover engine things. And then maybe another bit of copper there. What's that like lengthwise? Yeah, that feels like a big rig type thing, doesn't it? And I've got an idea. How about in the middle here, we use girders? Yeah, that's cool. I like that. And big rigs tend to have these exhausts on the back, which of course now have been converted to use biofuel. I do need to get these funnels on as well, which are also going to need power. So that means we're going to need more levers. Looking good. I think it needs a bit more shape though. So maybe what we should do is stick some panels on the sides here. Still those blocks and stick them on the outside instead. And then that actually gives us a bit of space to play with inside, which is nice. So we still need more oxidized copper, however. So let's quickly spread this out a little bit more. And we do have Create Oxidized in the pack. I just don't have a setup for that at the moment. So we're doing things the old-fashioned way. But for the first part of the truck, I'm pretty pleased with that. But now we need to add the vault. And this truck's definitely going to be bigger than my old ones. Usually I have the windows actually at this level and they're much smaller. So yeah, this thing's going to be massive. So let's just get a max size vault in, which is 9 blocks long. Yep, looking pretty big. And we're probably going to want to stretch this out a couple more blocks this way as well, because of course we need to have the interface to actually make the storage work. So let's start by building out the rest of the trailer at the bottom here. And we're going to do something that we saw Chosen do. Don't like the red bit. I'll put them on from this side. Will it get rid of that? Not quite what we want. I think what I need to do is put them on, yep, there we go, that way. But they look like cool little fuel tank type things, which I think Chosen did on one of his trains in the Just Create SMP, and it just looks really cool. So, yep, we're going to be stealing that idea. Thank you, Chosen. And look at these things. Large metal girders from Design and Decor. That's just a cool block. We're probably also going to want a couple more of the hover engine type things, and a couple of blocks sticking out the back. So that's going to be the length of our lorry. That's a big old lorry. Could even make it a bit longer. So once again, we're going to need those, and then we're going to need levers to power them. And then we'll finish out the back here with a couple of blocks of industrial iron. I'll tell you what, it's probably worth putting another ladder on the back here as well. Looking good, but we need to cover the sides of this thing. And for now, let's just cover it in copycat panels. I reckon if we were to do... In fact, maybe we should make it bow out a bit in the middle. Then we can go thin again at the top. Out. Yeah, shape-wise, that looks pretty cool. And this is where the white concrete's going to come in, but I want to have a look at some different variants. So I should have a mason table somewhere. Let's take this up here where it's going to be a bit more useful, I think. So what do we got? I mean, these ones here are quite cool. Let's maybe try this on the bottom with this diorite variant in the middle. That's already looking quite cool, actually. And something for the top. Maybe the stacked? Oh, I don't really like the panel. Let's try this. Yeah, color-wise, I quite like that. It's a bit boring, though. We should definitely stick lots of stuff to it. But for a base, I like it. Some of our copper is already turning, which is good. Let's quickly grab these. We can block out the van a little bit more. I say van, it's actually a lorry this time, isn't it? There we go. So that should be all of this side. Oh, no, not quite. We haven't done the front bit there. But I like that. That's looking good. Now, before we go any further, let's work out the back here. So we'll start off with a packager, which is going to deliver things ideally unpackaged. So if we do that, stick down a barrel with another packager there. We're going to need a stock link on the side of that. We're going to link the stock link to a stock ticker with a blaze burner in front. So that's going to be our shop clerk guy. I like it. Now we need somewhere to load up items. And the best way for us to actually do this is to package things with a barrel and then unpackage them back into there. Because if we just had an item drain, we wouldn't be able to put things like super glue and other bits and bobs in there. Whereas this way, we can put anything in the barrel and it will go into this. We're also going to need a crafting table and a schematic cannon. Always handy to have. Then maybe an ender chest and a stone cutter. I mean, that feels like pretty much everything we're going to need. Now, let's add a little bit of detail to the side here. How about removing those? Then we've got some more of these stepped levers that I quite like. Can we maybe turn these down? Oh, and the good thing is that's also going to power this packager here, which is needed, because otherwise when we load things into the barrel, it would just sit there. So yeah, this should actually work out quite nicely. Maybe for a splash of color, some bamboo shafts. Yeah, it's not looking too bad. And then how do we feel about item drains? Get a couple of those on, and I guess here we could do another one of these things with the stepped levers. Then let's just chuck in a display link up there because we can. And I mean, it's good. It's getting there. Maybe we need to sort out the roof. And to be honest, we also actually need to sort out the other side of this thing. So let's quickly do that first. So that's that side done. Now on the roof here, I'm thinking maybe we want to do the kind of raised thing again. Although I do have an idea for the roof for some solar panels. Now I'm hoping this is going to work and look okay. Maybe. I mean, it looks a bit like a solar panel, I guess. Let's run with it for now. And I'm thinking maybe an aerial on the top here as well, with some little satellite-y type things. Maybe a redstone link, because why not? Just jam some stuff on the roof. But here, I do want to do something a little bit different. I mean, we've got the engines at the bottom that are going to give it lift. Oh, there's a zombie. Hey, buddy. Which means I should probably sleep. Oh, I fell down. Oh, it was a speedy boy with a bag. Wow, he hits hard. That dude was mean. Wow. Glad this isn't hardcore. Jeez. Oh, no, he's still here. Where's he gone? I'm hiding inside the truck. I don't know where he's got to. Has he ran off somewhere else? Oh, he's down there, look. I mean, I should be able to retrieve my body though, right? Maybe we should grab a shield and deal with this guy. Oh my days. The shield did not really help at all, but that's probably more of a user issue than anything else, let's be honest. Aha, what are you gonna do now? You're trapped down there, buddy. Let's just ignore him for now. Can't hurt us if he's trapped in a hole, right? Now, where were we? Ah, yes, we're going to put some cool details on over here. So what we're going to do is, instead of using the hypertube accelerator blocks, which is what we've used underneath, we're going to use an entrance block up here, along with some other brass bits. And if we do this, and I'm hoping this is going to look pretty cool. Yeah, look at that. They look like some cool engines. But the engines are going to need to be fed the biofuel, so maybe something like this. And maybe just a comparator on top for no reason. Yeah, why not? Let's stick some more of these down as well. Now, I reckon this van's looking pretty cool. It just needs some kind of a logo or something in the middle. And I've got an idea on how we can do that, but I don't know if I can actually make them yet, because we do have Create Railways Navigator in here, and we've got these advanced display panels. How do we make them, though? From display boards, so we just need normal display boards and sturdy sheets. Aha, okay. So I mean, we can do it. It's just going to be a little bit manual. How many do we need? So that's going to make us 6 of those. 4 of those gives us 8 display panels. I mean, that's probably going to be enough, right? So I only need 2 sturdy sheets, I think. Maybe. I want to have a little play around with these boards because I'm hoping that'll be a way for us to actually put signage on the side of a van, but also keep that signage when we turn it into a contraption. Because, of course, if we use immersive paintings or frames or anything like that, it just falls off, and that's no good at all. So let's do a little bit of crafting, and then hopefully we can make ourselves some sturdy sheets. Something I haven't considered is we're also going to need powdered obsidian, which means we need crushing wheels. To get crushing wheels, we need a mechanical crafter. And for a mechanical crafter, we're going to need 7 electron tubes. Oh, my days. Okay, right. We've got quite a path ahead of us. And it's all going to start with rose quartz. Right, let's get this done. Sanding, squishing, casing, building, crafting, crushing, squirting. And now we have everything we need to make some advanced display boards, and then we can use 4 of those to make some advanced display panels, and I'm hoping these do what I want them to. So let's start by maybe removing those 4. Okay, so far so good. The question is, how do we customize that? Is it our wrench? Yeah, okay, I think it's our wrench that does that. So these boards are designed for train information, but static text, excellent. That's what we wanted. Rich text, double-sided won't do anything. So can we just type something in here and that shows on the board? Let's go with Beard Corp for now. Oh, yes, look at that. Yeah, I like that. What other options do we have here? So lots of positioning stuff. Don't really care about that. We can have scrolling text. That's fun. We can change the color of the label background. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, we don't want to do that. We can change the font color. Maybe like a gray would look a bit better. Doesn't look any different. That does. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Doesn't stand out as much. And it looks like we can just copy that and then paste it over here. Wonderful. And our copper's ready, so we can actually do the last few outstanding bits on this. I think that's all of them. Yep, looking good. I'm really pleased with that. I think that's looking good. I think the back here still needs something, though. It looks a little bit weird. Probably help if it wasn't missing that panel there. How about maybe some kind of a door across the top here as well? One of those roll-up doors that's currently rolled up, although now the sides look weird. Maybe we can fix that with some copycat slices, just to give that a bit of a lip. Yeah, that works. But we do still have some space here that I'd quite like to make use of if we can. So let me think. If I remove all these bits, maybe we could have a furnace, a blast furnace, and a stove. In fact, let's rearrange these a little bit. We had the stove there, the blast furnace there, skillets, and a basket. We might actually be able to cook some food in here. Can we get away with putting a bed in here? Then on the back here, maybe we can get away with that, just to block it off. And with that, I think we're just about there. That's a pretty cool looking truck. Just needs a finishing touch. There we go. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that thing. Although I think I want to turn it round. The other side's probably going to look better because we'll see the solar panels properly, which means I need some super glue. And we're going to have to spend a bit of time getting all this glued together. It's not going to be the most straightforward thing in the world. Now, hopefully I've glued everything. Let me just do this. Put that down and flick the lever. And, oh, we missed a few bits. Nothing too major, though. That could have gone a lot worse. So let's get those glued on, and we missed those panels there. But that is everything. Wonderful. And it keeps the name on the side as well. Excellent. Nothing fell off. Everything's still powered that needs to be powered. I'll say we've got ourselves a working portable storage unit. And I was right, the solar panels do look a lot better from this side. Look at that thing, though. What a beast. And as always, this schematic will be available on the Discord, as will the schematic for the build behind me, now that it's a bit more complete. And they're available to YouTube members, Patreon supporters, and Twitch subscribers of any level. Just make sure your accounts are connected, and you should be able to see them. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. This time on Perfect World Post-Production, we're going to build 5 essential Create mod farms for the early game that every world needs. But first, in news that will surprise absolutely no one, I'm an idiot.
What are you? An idiot sandwich.
So last episode I built this really cool portable storage hover truck, and I added levers all over the place to lock the decorative funnels so they wouldn't throw things all over the floor. I completely forgot, however, that I can actually just take my wrench, right click them, and make them face inwards. And that means they can't drop things on the floor. So I didn't need all these levers after all, but I do actually quite like how they look, so we're going to leave them now that they're there. But yeah, we should definitely try and remember that in future. I'm a bit embarrassed I actually completely forgot that was a thing. And it also turns out that these decorative lights here can be turned on. I just need to... Oh, they actually have different styles as well. I didn't realize that. I think if I left click them or right click them, someone said that I could turn them on. Oh, wait a sec. I can change the angle on them as well. Well, I don't know, but there must be a way to turn them on. Nice to know we've got different styles, though. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get these farms built. And we're going to do something a bit different. As for now, I think I'm just going to dig out some subterranean area to actually build these farms in, as today is not about making things pretty. It's about getting some basic resources so we can make things pretty in future. So I'm thinking if we maybe cut a little corridor in this wall here and go down, we can just carve out a great big cavern and build these basic farms down there. Oh, and as you can see, I've been doing a bit of clearance work in the meantime. I've chopped all of these trees down in this area just to see what land we're working with. And it's not looking too bad around here. I think we can make this look pretty cool. But anyway, I think it's time to crack on with an early mining montage. There we go, one big square hole. Now let's fill it with some farms, starting with a sheep farm, or more specifically, a wool farm, but we do need to get lots of sheep to make that happen. And the reason wool is so useful in the early game is because of power. The wool is very useful for making windmills, and if we're doing solar punk, we're definitely going to need lots of it. Now the sheep farm should be fairly straightforward, but the first thing we're going to need is a bunch of sheep and some grass blocks, which might be a problem because I don't think we have any. No, we don't have silk touch yet, but we are going to need to get grass down here, so we might just contraption a bunch from up the top. I guess we can just sort of glue some together, turn it into a contraption, bring it downstairs. That should work. Let's get some glue and a few other bits and bobs. We're going to need a mine cart. We're going to need a cart assembler. We're going to need a lever. Right, so we don't need to steal much. We just need something to get this started. So let's just take this chunk off the end here. I forgot to bring any rail with me. And let's still the grass. Now, let's put this farm over on this side, I think. If we just do that, put the cart assembler down with the contraption. There we go. We now have grass underground. Now, how big do we want the sheep farm to be? I guess we're probably going to want about 10 to 15 sheep, which means we're going to want plenty of grass. And to make sure the grass grows nice and quickly, we're actually going to put another layer of dirt down below here. So we'll get this all grassed over first. And then even if the sheep eat everything on the top, all of this will still grow through to the next layer. Want to make sure our sheep are well fed. There we go. It's already spreading to this layer. That means we can just spam down a bunch of lights and get it all covered over. I reckon that'll be enough space to have a whole bunch of sheep that we can share. And the underneath is spreading nicely too. Excellent. So let's get this fenced in and get some sheep in there, and then we'll figure out how we're going to share them. When it comes to the fence, we've got some pretty cool fences thanks to the McCaw's Fences mod. How many times can I say fences in one sentence? But I like the look of these things. They're pretty cool. And I think I'm just going to put a pillar in on either side here, because on this back wall here, we need to have some kind of harvesting device. Although, if I hang it from above, that might actually work a little bit better. So, let me think about this. We're going to want the deployers at this level. We want them hanging under a minecart. So maybe if we were to put a beam across here, then I think something like that should work. But I need to go make myself lots of deployers and a few other bits and bobs. Now, I believe I have everything I need. Let's start by getting the deployers on, and we're just going to rotate that round. So that's the deployers. They're going to share anything here and here, hopefully. I might need to lower them by a block, but I think that'll work. Then up here, we need one of those, which we do need powered. Why are the arrows white? Shouldn't they be red? Weird. Still works. Then we're just going to have a bunch of rail with another powered rail on this side. We'll get that powered. Then we need a cart assembler. Set this to lock rotation. And then we just need to get this attached. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Then we just need somewhere to offload the wool. So let's do that over here. We'll just have some chutes come down into a barrel. Although, actually, let's make that a drawer. Now, if I just glue all of this together, we'll add a barrel on there for actually storing the wool. And we're going to need some shears as well, which tells me I'm going to need to put a filtered chute in here, just to make sure we're only taking out the wool and we're not removing any shears. And it looks like we have what we need to be able to make a smart chute. So we'll put that there. We're going to filter all of these to only hold shears. And now all we need is a bunch of sheep. So let's go hunting. Well, we only managed to get 2 sheep, but we can breed them up, and hopefully by the end of the episode we'll have a lot more. But I think we're actually good to get this thing going. Although it appears I've forgotten to glue this barrel here on, which is just as well because I forgot to set the filter there, which means all of the shears from this barrel did empty out, but there was only a couple, so not a problem. But now we can start that up again. And there we go, our wool farm. And if we just get a few more beams in, a little bit of light, so we're not relying on these torches. But that is our first farm complete. So next up, we're going to solve our food problem, at least temporarily, which means we're going to need to make some harvesters and a little crop field over here. Another straightforward yet essential farm. And we do have some rich soil and a little bit of compost, which will make things actually grow a little bit quicker. Question is, can I make any more compost? No. I mean, the only thing I'm missing is straw, and I'll probably be able to make a few more, but not lots. I mean, I've got 25 flesh. I've got a bunch of bone meal. So, I mean, I guess I could make like another 12 blocks, which, as I say, isn't going to be loads, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. So let's just go out and get some more straw, which means we're going to need this knife and some grass. I've got plenty of straw, and good news, I found another sheep. So let's make up as much compost as we can. That's 24, so we'll have 30 in total. That's not awful, I suppose. So we just need to put this out and wait, but it's sped up by sunlight, adjacent water, and adjacent activators. So if we just come down here and do something like this, then put some soil in between, just spread it out a little bit. And then another row here. We've got soil, we've got sunlight, we've got water. Hopefully, this won't take too long to turn. So while we're waiting for all the compost to turn into rich soil, I'm going to mark out where the farm's going to go. We're just going to use dirt for now, and we'll replace it with soil as and when we can. And I think for this one, what we're going to do is have harvesters running on the ground here. So if we just sink down an area, then we can put the rail on there. The minecart will go backwards and forwards, and it's going to harvest these fields. And although it's not loads of space for lots and lots of crops, it should be enough just to get some stuff growing to tide us over until we build a proper farm, which probably won't be too far in the future. So let's go get more minecart bits, make some harvesters, and get another contraption on the go. Okay, so I think I've got what we need. Let's start by putting in the minecarts. So we'll have a rail, a cart assembler, more normal rail, a powered rail that side. Then we're going to have a bunch of harvesters. We'll have a barrel, and we need a portable storage interface. Now let's get all of this glued together. Stick a cart in there, so that should start going backwards and forwards. Oh, I didn't set it to not rotate. It's going crazy. So let's lock the rotation this time. Right, there we go. That's better. Although I think it actually needs to go back a block further. Otherwise, it's not going to harvest these crops on the end here. Alrighty, there we go. That's better. Although I think I also need to make it go 1 block further this way. And there we go. That is now harvesting the entire field. Excellent. So now what we need is somewhere to offload everything, and that should connect. Yep, perfect. And then from there, we can just feed everything into a section of drawers. But I don't actually know how much different stuff we're going to be storing yet. But I guess I can just make a whole bunch of drawers and then work it out from there. What we're also going to need is a drawer controller. We're going to need some funnels, and I'm going to need probably item drains. Guess that's the best way to do it without power. So with this drawer controller and a section of drawers, we should be able to get a nice little storage system working. So we'll start off with a drawer controller there. Then we'll put in a bunch of drawers, a couple of item drains, brass funnel there, and andesite funnel going into that. And now in theory, anything we put in there should get offloaded via here. There we go. And then it gets picked up by the storage. Perfect. Now let's feed our sheep so we can get some more. We're doing quite well here so far. We've already got over a stack of wool. Amazing. But the real question is, how is our soil doing? I know this stuff isn't a quick process. Okay, well, we've got some. Still not enough, though. But as the soil's going to take a while, I guess for now, what we can do is actually just pick this up because it's annoying at the moment. But if we just turn all this into farmland, then we can at least plant some crops and get some stuff on the go because I am running quite low on food. Although now the question is, what do we want to plant? Let's see what we've got. Oh my days. I really need to light this place up better. Let's just quickly repair all of this. Right, we can pretend that didn't happen. Where were we? Let's start in the kitchen. So we've got onion, carrot, potato, wheat seeds, of course, beetroot seeds, tomato seeds, cabbage seeds. This is good. Certainly enough to make a start with at least. So if we do potatoes, carrots, onion that I can't seem to plant there for some reason. I can't seem to plant anything there. That's weird. Anyway, beetroot, we've got some of that as well. Some cabbage. And maybe there just wasn't enough light there for me to plant things. Yeah, I think that was the case. But anyway, right, we've got potatoes, carrots, onions, beetroots, cabbage, tomato, and we want lots of wheat. So let's plant a good few rows of this. I'll tell you what, I think we're going to do 2 rows of tomatoes and 2 rows of cabbages. And we can put that down, get that started. And there we go. That's farm number 2 complete. Once again, not exactly looking great, but it should do what we want it to, which is make lots of food. So that's a wool farm done. That's some food done. Next up, I think it's time to tackle a tree farm. So for the trees, we're probably going to want a little bit more height. So I think what I'm going to do is create a sort of sunken down area over here. We'll just go down probably another 5 blocks or so. We'll grow the trees down there, chop them down, and store everything potentially on the same wall. I mean, there's no reason why not, I guess. But I do feel like I want to knock this wall here back another couple of blocks, just to give me a bit more space to grow a few different tree types. And a short while later, this pit should do for growing our trees. We've got space here for pale oak and dark oak, and then we're just going to do single spruce and jungle, oak, birch. We're not going to do mangrove down here. And when we get cherry, we'll do that as well. I think that's all the trees. I've probably forgotten something. But either way, we're just going to make use of the space we've got, and we're just going to have a big spinny saw that goes round and replants things. Although if I'm going to have a spinning thing, this should probably be an odd number of blocks wide, not an even number. So let's just quickly make this a little bit smaller. There we go. Now we actually have a central point. So let's grab a bunch of saplings, and to be honest, the fancy soil that we've got out there, I wonder if that might actually be more useful down here. If we're only going to have 1 or 2 of most of the tree types, using the soil down here means it's going to grow much quicker, and that means we're going to get more wood. That just sounds like a good idea. And it looks like the crops are starting to come in as well. We've got beetroot, carrots, onions, tomatoes. Although we are going to take the onions and carrots and get those replanted. Got to get the fields full up after all. Same with the tomatoes, actually. Right, anyway, I'm getting distracted. Let's figure out this tree farm. So we're going to need a bunch of saws that will spin around and cut down the trees. I think I want to have some harvesters as well around this sort of level that will actually harvest some leaves as they go around, because they're always useful. We're going to need more storagey bits so that we can expand this wall to store all the wood and leaves. We're going to need a windmill bearing and some wool, which is easy enough. Now we've got our sheep farm. And then we're also going to need deployers to replant all the saplings, and to make sure they're planting the same things, I think we can use a schematic. I've not really done it before, but I believe you can put schematics in deployers and then they'll actually kind of build whatever it is in the schematic, as long as they're pointing at the right block. So let's get all the mechanical bits built up and we'll see if we can get the blueprint thing working. All right, I think I've got everything we're going to need. So the first thing we're going to do is just go down here, chuck in a bucket of water, and then a water wheel. And there we go, wonderful. We'll just take that shaft out for now. In fact, I'm going to lower all of this by a block. All right, now let's build this thing. And we'll start off with a row of saws at the bottom. Then we'll have deployers a couple of blocks above those. And then we'll have some harvesters at the top here. So that's going to grab some leaves, that's going to chop them down, and that's going to plant the saplings. And we'll stick a barrel in there. In fact, I think I want the drop off for this thing to be over on this side, so it might make more sense to actually build everything over this way. Because I'm just thinking about the replanting of the saplings. If it goes this way, swings around here, chops down all the trees, and then offloads everything, it's not going to have any saplings when it goes back to replant things. Whereas if we go this way, it'll go around, chop down all the trees and pick up the saplings. Then on the way back, it can plant everything, and then any leftovers can then get picked up. And I think that's definitely a better way of doing it. There we go. That's better. And for a contraption, this should now work. So when powered, that's going to spin round in circles. The problem with that is it's going to go through the wall. We want it to actually go and come back. So we need a sequenced gear shift that we can shove down here and replace this shaft. And we also need some bits to sort out the drop-off system as well. So a sequenced gear shift is fairly straightforward, thankfully. I thought I might need a precision mechanism there for a moment, but I'm glad we don't. I'm already sick of making those things. Right, that's the storage side sorted. We've just done the same thing we did on the other side. We've just got funnels over drains going into the drawer here. Now for the sequenced gear shift. The first thing we're going to do is right-click that just to make sure it is actually active. And what we want to do is turn that by 180. Then turn it by 180 in the other direction, then await a new redstone pulse, which means we're also going to need to make a timer. I forgot about that part. But for now, let's just see if it does what we want it to do, preferably without hurting myself. Okay, well, it goes the wrong way round, but it does go 180, then 180. Okay, so all I need to do is change the directions here, give it another redstone pulse, and yep, there we go. Wonderful. Now let's go grab the soil, get the saplings planted, and make a blueprint. And hopefully that's going to tell our deployers what to do. Oh yes, look at that. All of our soil's done. Wonderful. Let's get all of this dirt replaced. So we need to grow pale oak in a 4. We need to grow dark oak in a 4. And can we get away with like 2 jungle, 2 acacia, 2 spruce, 2 birch, and 2 oak? So that should work. Now I need to take a schematic of this layout of trees. We'll call that tree farm. Now if I give this schematic to these guys, then do a little test run. What in the world has happened here? Ah, okay. So the going backwards and forwards isn't going to work because when it starts chopping, it will then stop and go backwards. So I guess we can't do that. And we might just have to stick with a shaft after all, which means we may need to change where the deployers sit, but let's quickly make a few tests here. So let's just stick a shaft in there, and that is going the wrong way. So let's just move the bucket of water over to that side, and there we go. Okay, so that should now spin round, and hopefully it's still going to replant. Nope, nothing's getting replanted at all here. And there are saplings in the barrels, so why are they not replanting? Maybe I need to do a little bit more research into how this blueprint thing works. Would it be on the ponder for the deployer? Oops. Oh no, I haven't set my spawn. Must have destroyed my bed. Luckily, home's not too far, only 1,500 blocks. We can just make a boat and get back. Right, I've got my stuff back, and I've also noticed that the saws don't actually go through these jungle trees, so we need to make the thing longer as well. But it seems to be having a few issues. It's not dropping anything off, which is really weird, because it is connecting. See? So I'm not sure why that's happening. Let's see if we can jump out and do some tests over here, I guess. So is it to do with the item drains? No. Is it to do with the placement of the funnel? It shouldn't be. Nope, still nothing coming out. How strange is that? I mean, I'm very confused about that. So we definitely need to make a few changes here. But at the moment, I don't know what they are. But essentially, these guys aren't planting anything. This guy's not dropping anything off. Although it did at first because it's put some stuff in here. So yeah, I'm very confused. Very confused indeed. I'm going to troubleshoot this for a bit and I'll bring you back in when I've figured out what it was. Or at least got it working. Okay, so the schematic thing was because I didn't set the position of the schematics. And now, if I replace these and give it a spin, it should plant the things. Yeah, there we go. It's replanted now. So that's the schematic side of things done. Now to work out why it's not dropping things off. So after a bit of messing around, I couldn't really figure out what the problem was, so I decided just to completely rebuild the farm in a different way and just resort to using the minecart backwards and forwards trick that we've done for the first 2 farms. So I squared everything off, replanted the saplings, rebuilt the contraption, and then hooked up the delivery system, and now it appears to be working much better, which is good. And we've got the delivery drop-off point over here, which is actually working now. It's weird, it doesn't seem to work every time it goes past, but it does work sometimes. Either way, it's not getting backed up, so that's good. And I've done it in such a way that the deployers are just behind the source, so they should replant, but they have another opportunity to replant on the way back as long as they get enough saplings. I do actually need to plant a couple more over here. And to make the storage work, we've actually just got everything going into a storage drawer controller over here, and then we've used the trim blocks from storage drawers just to link it up to this system here. It just connects round the back and underneath, and that means that everything can get dropped off over here, which is wonderful. But we've been here for that long, we can probably fill up the rest of our crop field now. There we go, that's a full field over there. How's the wool doing? 773. Okay, fine. Yeah, we definitely don't need any more sheep. They are feeding well. So although this place looks a little bit messy, we're doing pretty well. We've got our tree farm going, and we've got most of the wood types, which is nice. We've got food automated, we've got wool automated, so I think it's time for the next farm. And thankfully, this one's going to be much simpler. And what I want to do is automate some basic building blocks. So we're going to do cobble, gravel, sand, and as byproducts, that means we'll also get clay and flint. And then we'll maybe automate some other bits as well, but we'll start with just those four, I think. But this is the first farm that's actually going to need quite a bit of power. So for now, to get power, I think we're just going to use water wheels. So let's dig out a nice area over here. And I know we have lots of wool, so we could make windmills, but I have plans for that. That should be enough power for now. So I've gathered together a bunch of stuff. Let's start working out this farm. And I think we're going to have 5 different things coming out of this. So for the first one, we're just going to make a cobble generator. So this one's going to be nice and simple. We just need chutes like that. Then we need a drill. We do, of course, need to make sure these drills are going to have power. So let's use encased chain drives around the back for now. And then we're going to make a little place for the lava to go. And that's where the cobble's going to generate. So in fact, we don't want that there at all. You just want cobble going down there, going into this box. Perfect. Now we're just going to repeat this setup for another cobble generator. That one's going to generate the cobble, grind it down into gravel. So next up we want sand. So we need another cobble generator. Now thinking about it, what I might actually do is move these boxes forward slightly. Then we're going to stick in another belt that runs across the front here, because that means what we can then do is raise the belt here up by a spot, have it come across the top here, because what we want to be doing is turning the gravel from this one into sand, which means we need crushing wheels. So we can put them up there, get these belts connected up, and in case chain drive in there as well. Then we'll put a chute there that will dump everything down onto this belt. And then all I need is a draw controller. We're going to put that there with a funnel. Then once we get everything powered, so let's just sort out this bit, because that's going to need a couple of gearboxes and a shaft. Nope, not facing that way, but facing that way. That should make sure this belt goes that way. These belts will all go this way. We need to actually get everything powered, so let's run that through the wall here. Okay, that's going to get the drills spinning. Now we just need to sort out the belts down here. So we can take that from that encased chain drive. Then a couple of gearboxes. Oh, almost. They go the wrong way. There we go. That's all running at max speed as well, so we should get stuff nice and quickly. Now, I'm just going to turn this off briefly while we get all the lava and water in the top. In fact, I should probably finish sealing all of this up as well. There we go. So we'll put cobble in the middle. We'll put lava on this side. We'll put water on the drills. And that should now be creating cobble. Yep. And then we should start getting... Oh, no, we're not going to get gravel. I need to actually get those spinning. And I think the easiest way to do that is going to be to put some shafts here with a cog there. Overstressed. Oh, man. I honestly thought that would be enough water wheels. How much slower do we need to make it? All right, so we can get it running at 241 SU out of 256 as soon as we put it up a notch. Too much. But that's fine for now, I guess. But look at that. We are getting cobble, gravel, sand, clay, and flint. Now, these drawers are going to fill up quite quickly. I think at the moment they can only hold about sort of 30 stacks or so. So let's get those drawers some upgrades. And I want to put some void upgrades on them as well, so they don't clog the system if they get full. Which means we're going to need quite a lot of obsidian. So we'd either pop to the nether and get some magma blocks and then wash them, which may well be the best method, I guess. I feel like it's probably going to be the quickest. So let's just offload everything we don't need. Make sure we've got a full belly. And let's see if we can find some magma. And there are a few blocks here and there, but ideally I just want one nice big patch. So our best bet is probably going to be to dig down over here until we get to the lava lake. Maybe here isn't a good place to dig. Let's maybe start a little bit higher up here and hope we can dig into some actual terrain instead of just big holes. And we get some basalt out of it too, so it's not all bad. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Got 5 and a bit stacks. That should do the trick. And we can chuck all of these magma blocks into our washer over here. That will turn them into obsidian. Wonderful. Let's just grab that. And when it comes to actually upgrading how much stuff they can hold, we're going to be limited to just iron, sadly. So we're going to need lots of these upgrade templates. Then we're going to make loads of these. And we're going to spam upgrades on lots of these things, apart from the flint. We don't really want lots of flint. We just want to be able to... Can I put that on here? Oh no, I've made the wrong things. I didn't make the void ones. They're the ones I meant to make. Wasted loads of my obsidian. Well, I've still managed to get some void upgrades, I guess. Now we're just going to spam these with the iron upgrades. I'm going to do the same over here with the woods and the leaves and so on. So I've got as many upgrades on as I can. They're all up to max storage with iron upgrades at least anyway. I put void things on a bunch of them, but I am going to need to go get some more obsidian because I crafted it into the wrong thing. Silly Beardy. But that's now 4 of the 5 farms that we needed to make. The 5th one, however, we're actually going to be making outside. And that's because what I want to do is just farm up a bunch of kelp. It's only going to be a temporary farm. We're just going to dump it down out here for a little while. It'll do its thing. And then once we've got a reasonable amount of kelp and we decide what we're doing out the front here, I'll just remove the farm. But for this one, we just need a bunch of harvesters. We need a windmill bearing. We've got a drawer to store everything in, and we're going to need a bunch of wool and some super glue. Right. This is going to be a nice, quick and dirty farm, this one. So we're going to find a nice, dense patch of kelp, and over here is looking pretty good. I'm going to put a mechanical bearing facing down. I mean, a windmill bearing, of course. Sorry, not a mechanical bearing. And then we're going to put the wool here. We're going to put 8 harvesters on the front. So the wool is going to hold the harvesters as well as actually powering the thing. And then if we give this drawer a bunch of upgrades, set it to kelp. And I'm just going to grab a little bit of extra kelp from outside where our farm is. Oh, and try not to drown in the process. And let's just get this planted all around where our farm is. So we'll get an even denser patch of kelp eventually. All right, and if I click that... Oh, it's going the wrong way. Let's change it so it's going in that direction. And it looks like we can't actually use the drawers on the contraptions, which is a shame. I thought we could. Not to worry, we'll just grab a double chest instead. And to be honest, I should probably grab some food. So let's just attach a bunch of chests to the back here. And then that's going to get us lots of kelp, which is essential for making belts, of course, in Create, as well as funnels and tunnels and things like that. But because we've got Farmer's Delight, we can also actually turn kelp into food. So having a steady supply of this is going to be very useful to us. And it doesn't matter that it's going so slow because that just gives the kelp in the farm more time to grow, which is probably a good thing. But look at that, we've already got 25 just from the first circle. Good stuff. Right, well that is our 5th farm, which gives us the 5 basic farms we're going to need to actually progress with Create. I mean, there's a whole bunch of other farms we also need to make, but these ones are definitely needed. Which means the next episode we can actually focus on getting a proper power source, something a bit more useful than just a whole bunch of water wheels, and then we should probably think about making our workshop. But sadly, that's all we've got time for. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Power. That's what we need. Lots and lots of power. So last episode, we built 5 essential Create farms in preparation for today's project, which is going to be a huge wind farm off the coast of our island. And you may notice that since last episode, I have started replacing the stone in the floors and the walls with some other blocks just to make it look a bit nicer down here, although it is temporary, so it doesn't really matter. I haven't sorted out the ceiling yet. But I haven't quite built all the farms I'm going to need for today's project yet, so we've got a little bit of work to do before we can get building. In fact, before we get to the additional farms and things we need before the wind farm, I need food. I literally have a little bit of bread left, but other than that, all I have is a whole lot of raw food. So let's maybe take a bunch of this stuff and see if we can go make ourselves something a bit more interesting than plain bread. So after a bit of searching around, we do have this one meal here, which is ratatouille, which looks very nourishing, but this is one of the only meals that's actually available that doesn't involve meat. And as we don't have any meat farms at the moment, I guess this is what we're sticking with. So what was it? We need beetroot, onion, tomato, and carrots. And we're going to need some bowls as well. So let's just make a bunch of those. Now that's going to dish up lots of ratatouille for us. I've already accidentally dished up a couple for myself as well, but look at that. Much, much tastier. And in fact, I even got a nourishing advancement. I'm going to dump all this excess veg in here though, because I would think a whole bunch of ratatouille is probably going to be enough for me for now. Just got to wait for all of this to cook. And that should be enough to keep us going for now. We can always come back for more later, but for now, I have a full belly. Which means now I can work out what resources we're going to need from down here for our wind farm. And obviously, we're going to need wool. Lots of wool. And we've got 6,800 892 currently. But because I knew I was going to need so much wool for today's episode, I did actually leave myself loaded into the world overnight last night. So we've also got tens of thousands of the sand, the gravel, and the cobble. We've also got a bunch of clay and flint, and our wood stocks aren't doing too bad either. So we definitely don't need to worry about the wool. But something else we're going to need is a whole bunch of stone. And we've got cobble, but I need to turn this into stone itself. So we're going to need to cook up a whole bunch of this. And in fact, while I'm cooking that up, I might as well cook up some sand as well, because we're going to need quite a lot of glass. I do have a bit of an idea in my head of how this thing is going to look, and I'm hoping we can pull it off. So let's go get all this cooked. And as we still don't have a proper workshop yet, I mean, I need power before I can build a proper workshop, we're just going to go use the fan we already have up here. And we're just going to offload all of this stuff from our backpack onto the floor. That should get cooked up in no time. Wonderful. Look at that. Lots of useful stuff. Ah, I'm stuck. I think what I'm going to do is move all of this stuff into this backpack, because it can hold a lot more than my main one. Grab loads of the wool while we're here. I'm also going to need a whole lot of tuff, and we don't have much of that right now, which means I need to go get some. And I think we all know what that means. That's enough of that. We now have plenty of tuff. Wonderful. Now, next up, we're going to need some white concrete. I mean, we are making a wind farm out in the ocean after all. We're definitely going to need white concrete. And because we have the Create Enchantment Industries mod installed, which actually relies on another mod called Dragons Plus, we have access to liquid dye. And there's something very cool we can do with this. So to make it, I just need water and white dye. Well, that's easy enough. Although, on looking a bit closer at this, that's only going to give us 1/4 of a bucket. So we're going to need 4 of these white dyes. So bucket of water, 4 dye, and there we go. We have our bucket of white dye. Excellent. Now, because we have this bucket of white dye, what we can now do is make a cobble generator. So same kind of layout as what we've already done, but instead of using water, if we use white dye, it's actually going to produce concrete for us. So let's just grab a few bits and bobs. Alrighty, now I guess it makes the most sense to try and squeeze this one in next to what we've already got. Although I'm assuming we can't, we can't waterlog with this. So we can't do exactly the same layout as what we've got here. What we will do is start by feeding everything into here. For now, I guess we can just stick another drawer on the end. Then we'll put a singular piece of white concrete there. So that's where we're going to generate it. So we'll create a little cage here to put in the white dye bucket. We'll have another one here for the lava. Then we just need a drill on top. And I can probably just connect that around the back here. A couple of encased chain drives, couple of shafts, and a vertical gearbox. Overstressed. Ah, of course it is. We knew this was already at its limits. So instead of 241, we're now going to run this at 217, apparently. That's fine. It's only going to be a tiny bit slower. We just need a funnel there, and that should start loading up our white concrete. Wonderful. So we're making some good progress on the core resources we're going to need. I'm also going to take some wood with me, and I'll probably want a splash of colour somewhere on this windmill, so maybe I should take some acacia. That could be quite nice. But we'll take a few stacks of all the woods anyway, just because I don't really know what we're going to need yet. Now, next up, I also want a whole bunch of pale moss, which means I'm going to need bone meal to get it, but I don't have a lot of bone meal at the moment, so we're just going to compost a whole bunch of stuff. We've got loads of saplings and leaves downstairs as well in the tree farm. Let's quickly get rid of all these moss carpets first. These do not do well for bone meal. Almost 3 stacks of carpets, and I got 4 bone meal from it. So yeah, that was terrible. Now I've got lots of pale oak leaves. Let's use a bunch of these. Well, lots of composting later. I've got a stack and a bit of bone meal, so that's going to have to do for now. And I'm going to make myself a diamond hoe, because that's going to speed this up. And I guess I just need to find somewhere that I can destroy and turn into moss. And the entrance to my mine is basically just a great big hole in the ground, so let's go do it in here. So let's just do this and make lots and lots of moss, and then we can dig it all up. I've got just over 10 stacks of moss. That should be enough for now. So let's get all that added to the bag. Now, what else are we going to need? We're obviously going to need a windmill bearing and some create bits and bobs. Maybe a few decoration bits. And I do need to turn this glass grey. So I think what we're going to do is grab all of that. But to make grey, we need black and white. And to get black dye, we're going to need to grind up some coal. So let's just chuck that in there. Give it a little spin. And there we go. Oh, we actually got 1 grey as well. Lovely. And what I need to do is to make a bucket of grey dye. So we need a bucket again. Can't wait to get a workshop so I don't have to keep running around all over the place to where I've scattered random things. But if we chuck this in here with some water again, same thing as with the white dye, this will give us a bucket of grey. And while that mixes up, if we come over here and remove that, make sure that's spun round, grab the dye and put that in here. And what we should be able to do is just chuck all this in here and it should dye it grey. There we go. It's starting to turn now. We can see all the normal glass disappearing. Wonderful. Then let's grab that, put the water back, turn that back on. And now we have lots of grey glass and it only costs us 4 dye. Wonderful. Let's chuck all that back in the bag and grab all the create bits we needed. I've loaded up the bag with some create bits. I've also added some cobble and some deep slate as well. I think that's going to come in handy because we do need to attach this thing to the sea floor after all. And I've grabbed what little moss we had as well because, well, that's probably just going to come in handy. In fact, I think I'm going to grab some leaves and bits too, just so we've got some more detailing blocks. And something else I want to grab is my mason table, just so we can make additional variants of the blocks we've got in here. I think a stone cutter might come in handy as well, and we'll just grab a bit of zinc because we're probably going to want some copycat panels. So I was just about to set off, but it occurs to me there's something else that's probably going to come in quite handy for this build. I mean, we're building a wind farm out on the ocean. It's dark, I should probably sleep. But if we're building a wind farm out on the ocean, they're going to need to be really big. Like, really quite big indeed. And I don't have an elytra, which means I need another method of vertical travel. Maybe it's time to make a jetpack. So it looks like either the netherite or the brass jetpack gives us a max height of 28 blocks, which is better than the other two. So this is what we're going to need: a steam engine. And that involves deployers, fans, propellers, alloy. Okay, I mean, this is doable. It's going to take a bit of effort, but I think it'll be worth it. So let's start with this steam engine, shall we? We're going to need to do this sequence 3 times, which means we need 3 fans. And there's not a 100% chance we'll be successful, so let's prepare and actually make a few extra bits. So let's make 6 of these fans. They'll come in handy for use elsewhere either way. Okay, so let's give this a go. First up, it's small cog, then big, then fan, then alloy. And we do this 3 times, and excellent, it worked. 1 steam engine. So now we just need to grab our mechanical crafters, some brass, and a couple of encased fans. I knew those other fan blades would come in handy. Oh, not that we need them, we've actually got encased fans anyway. Right, so what we're now going to do is build our mechanical crafter here. Then it was 3 brass, 2 fans, 3 cogs, an alloy, and a steam engine. Oh yes, look at that, 1 jetpack. Now to fuel this, what we're going to need is to make a bunch of these filling tanks. So we need copper sheets and barrels to make these fluid tanks, and then we can turn those into small filling tanks, and then with a bit of extra copper we can make those bigger. And we're going to need those because we fuel our jetpack with lava and water. So we need to make sure we've got lots of canisters of those things with us before we go out and build. So we're probably going to be doing a whole lot of flying. So we've already got a few fluid tanks and some copper sheets. That's probably going to be enough. We've also got some barrels, and we're going to need a bit more copper. So first up, lots of tanks. Then we're just going to turn these into large tanks. There we go, loads of tanks. How many do we actually have? 16 of them. So if we fill up 8 of these with water and then 8 with lava, that should be able to keep us going for a long time. Although we're going to have to find quite a large lava pool. Right, that's water done. Let's go find some lava. My thinking is if we go down into the caves and get ourselves a bit of lava, I know where there's at least 1 little lava lake. There we go, this one right here. Oh, we can't put lava in these? Do I need a different kind of tank for lava? Oh, I need fueling tanks, which means I need sturdy sheets, which means I need obsidian and lava in a spout. Oh my days, right, okay. And we're gonna need quite a few sturdy sheets for each one of these. In fact, we're gonna need 96 if we want to make 8 of these full-size tanks. That's quite a lot. So that means we've got a little bit more work to do before we can start flying around. All right, so to make sturdy sheets, first up, we're gonna need a bunch of obsidian. Oh, I really need to get my tools enchanted. This is taking forever. I can make it look fast though. Well, we raided that lava pool for obsidian. I need to go raid... Oh, this will do. But what I was going to say is I need to raid more lava because we're going to need this to squirt onto the obsidian once we've crushed it. And hopefully that's going to be enough. We're just going to borrow these crushing wheels to get some obsidian dust. Now, what we need to do is just keep loading up this drain, and that's going to squirt down onto these. Then we need to rotate these plates onto the press, and then that's going to make our sturdy sheets. This could take a moment. So that should be plenty of sturdy sheets. We just need to make ourselves a few more fluid tanks, which means we're going to make some copper sheets and some barrels. But then we can make our fuel tanks and we'll be good to go. So that's the fluid tanks. Then we need 8 fuel tanks. And we're just going to upgrade those into large ones. So that's 8 large fuel tanks. Let's go get some lava. And that's where this giant pool here is going to come in quite handy for us. So that is 8 full up fuel tanks. We're going to add them into this bag here. We'll actually keep one of each on us. There we go. Look, we can see the jetpack is fueling up automatically just because those things are in my inventory. That's good. Although it only seems to fill up if I'm actually holding it in my hand. But I guess that kind of makes sense. Our jetpack is now full. So let's put that on. That's going to make getting around so much easier. Wonderful. And we can only go up to a height of 28 blocks, but it's better than the 0 blocks we could go up before. And as long as I keep a bit of additional fuel in my inventory, that'll just keep topping itself up. So let's just clean up all the stuff I don't need. We have an item vault here for putting in liquid things, because as you can see, it was just draining my lava. That's what I get for using drains, I guess. But that's okay. By using the item drain, I can still put full liquid things in there. All right. I think we're finally ready to go build a wind farm. We just need to choose somewhere to put it. And it's pretty much just going to be out there, isn't it? Let's be honest. So we do kind of want to see some of this from the coast. So how about we put our first tower around about here somewhere? And I want these things to be absolutely massive. So how about we start with a big circle at the bottom? And then let's just get this built up into a platform and we'll figure out what we're doing. So something about that tool, I'm thinking. We will, of course, get this connected to the seafloor as well. I just kind of want to work out the size of the pole first. And then we can come back and do all the detaily bits and make it look nice. So next up, we're going to grab some tuff and some moss, I think. And we're going to use our mason table as well because I think I want to turn a bunch of this into sanded tuff. What we're going to do is just make the next level of this tower. So we'll start with tuff at the bottom, then we'll move to moss. We'll worry about blending this all in later. It's just going to be straight line dividers for now. And then after the moss layer, I'm thinking we could probably blend this into some sanded tuff. And let's just mess up these edges a little bit just so it blends better. And we'll bring some moss up into this bit here as well, I think. And then we'll just do the same with this border here between the tuff and the moss. How's that looking? Okay, not too bad. But this is basically just like the concrete plinth that the actual windmill is going to stand on. But I think that should work quite well. But now what I want to do is start shaping the actual tower part for this. So this is the bit that's going to hold the blades. Now, I don't know about you, but when I picture a wind farm, I picture something like this, where each windmill has 3 blades going out. They're all lovely and curved and evenly spaced and look wonderful. And I had a little play around in creative to try and recreate something like that, and it wasn't going particularly well. So we're actually going to be doing a different style of windmill here. But we'll get to that a little bit later. For now, let's build a great big white pole to put it on. This is where our concrete's going to come in handy. Now at this point here, we're going to put a little indent. Its purpose will become clear later. And to be honest, it might even get moved. This is more just so I can try and plan things out. And the plan here is to gradually taper the tower as we go up. So it's going to get thinner as we go higher and higher. Although I think it could do with another beam that runs up through the middle here, maybe. But we'll worry about that later. For now, let's just keep going up. Well, I'm pretty high up. Hopefully this tower is going to be big enough. Might actually be a bit too big. I don't really know. So I've been staring at this for a while, trying to work out how I'm going to do the blades on this thing. Because what we're going to be doing is a vertical windmill. So these 3 notches here are actually evenly spaced now. They weren't, but they are now. And I'm hoping we can just connect some bits outwards and then have like a little spiral that goes up. Essentially a giant version of windmills we built before on the Just Create SMP. But yeah, it's not an easy shape to do, but I think I have a plan on how we can potentially get it done. And once we've got these blades in, we can worry about making the tower look better and bulking it out a little bit. It does look a bit thin right now. So my plan is to draw a circle on the ground here, and then we're going to go round and gradually sort of... Whoa, that was close. Maybe I should sleep. It's getting a little bit violent out here. Standing next to a giant pole in a thunderstorm doesn't seem like a good idea. Right, now, what was I saying? Okay, so my plan is to basically draw a circle on the floor down here, and then we can use this as kind of like a template for pulling up the sail and doing what we need to do. Just hoping it's going to work. The trick is going to be trying to get the circle in the right place, which currently it is not. Right, that's better. That is now central on that panel and this panel, which means if I do the same pattern again, it'll also be central on that third panel. Right, there we go. So if we were to do one blade that stretches up like that, and then we do another blade that was to start down the bottom and stretch up around this way, they should wrap around the tower quite nicely. Now, I don't want the blades to start this low down, so let's maybe build up to here somewhere. And then we're just going to start putting them in. And what I want to do is I want each blade, or each segment, I should say, to raise up by 2 blocks. So in between each part of the circle, we're going up by 2 blocks, and we're following the template down here. So this will go across, and then up by 2, then across, then up by 2. And then we need to go back in again, so we'll do this. Yeah, this might work. Guess we won't know until we get it all in. So that's the first part of the spiral in. It needs a little bit of cleaning up. It's a little bit janky in places, but I think we can make this work. I just need to bulk it out because currently it is obviously way too thin. We want this to be maybe sort of like 10 blocks tall, for example, each part of the fan, or the sail, I should say. So I'm just going to clean up the rest of this concrete, which the dolphins seem to be absolutely loving down there. And to be honest, I can just leave it with them. We do have a concrete generator after all. But yeah, once I've got this cleaned up, I'm going to work on the fan for a little bit, and hopefully when I bring you back in, it's going to be looking a little bit more like a sail, instead of just an incredibly thin white line like it currently is. Well, I don't even want to talk about how long that's taken, but needless to say, it was a lot of broken up replays, lots of trial and error, but I think I've got something I'm happy with. What I'm not looking forward to, though, is trying to mirror the exact same thing on the other side of the building, but I think I've got a way around that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to steal the schematic cannon from our portable truck. Oh, no! I hate creepers so much. Creepers are the worst. Right, let's get this fixed up. Right, that's better. I think that's how it was. Now, where were we? I need a schematic table, and a schematic and quill. I guess I'm also going to need some gunpowder. Let's see what we've got. 13, that's probably more than enough. And what we're going to do is take a schematic of this whole thing here, and then when we go to bring this thing into existence, we don't want to duplicate the central tower, of course, but if we make sure there's only wool and acacia slabs inside the storage that the schematic cannon's using, then we can set it to only place those blocks. Though actually making this schematic is not the easiest thing. Right, so we need to go out this way now. Okay, that's got all that side done. We need this bit to come out a bit further, and that one as well. Right, so let's just get this saved. Now we need to place that schematic, and this is going to be quite difficult indeed. So the first thing I need to do is rotate it. Although I suppose because we've got the tower there, that should make it a bit easier to line up. So we just need to move it that way by a block. And I think that is in the right place. Just making sure the bit that sticks out the widest is central to the tower. I think we're good. So if I put a cannon down there, the schematic, some gunpowder. So we've just filled up this backpack with white wool and acacia slabs. And if we set this to skip missing blocks, yep, that one. Okay, that's already set. Schematic cannons are also really slow, however. So what we're going to do is actually change the config. I have no idea where it is. Schematics, that would make sense. Schematic cannon delay 1. And that should mean that it goes 10 times faster than default. Because otherwise this would take forever. Waiting for schematic cannon is no fun for anyone. I'm just going to play it safe and add a whole bunch more wool. Click play, and hopefully that should bring our new sail into existence. Well, I'll tell you what, it definitely looks a lot cooler now that there's 2 blades going on. Now what we need to do is get the blades connected to the central tower, and I'm thinking just something like that should work. And I want to make sure all of this is glued together as well, so let's get this done. And then we'll do the same thing here and make sure all of this is getting glued. And that's looking better now that it's attached. And I've just been poisoned, but I think I've got the rest of this glued together now as well. And then I died because I only had half a heart. Of course I did. Now, the annoying thing is, my jetpack is on my body, and that's floating all the way up there. So I guess I'm going to need a boat and a bunch of blocks to be able to get that back. That does look pretty cool, though, out there on the coast, apart from the latest death thing. So let's just quickly delete that waypoint for now. But yeah, that's looking pretty cool. If we imagine we have a bunch of those going across and they're actually connected to the seafloor instead of floating, that should look pretty cool. Especially once they're spinning, which is what I was about to do before I just died. Right, I have my items back. Let's quickly clear up all this mess I've just made. Now, what I need to do is get in here and put in a windmill bearing. Now, I'm really hoping this is going to work. Oh, it's going fast. And I died again. Let's just pretend I didn't fall off this block, shall we? Oh. Yep, good job, game. Playing along, making my body disappear. Good times. Right, so if we click that, that is spinning nice and fast, but it looks like we haven't got everything glued together properly. Yep, I've not glued this sail at all. Maybe we can do it without being killed by a witch this time. Alrighty, let's try that again. Is it spinning the whole thing now? It is. Oh, and look at that. Yes. Although that on there is not glued particularly well, is it? All right, third time's the charm. Yeah, that's looking really cool. I like that. The tower itself is still looking very boring and bland, though, so we've got a lot of detailing to do on that. Seems to be a creeper up there, look. I see ya. Oh, and we've also glued a block there that shouldn't be glued. All in all, that's not a bad effort. Right, there we go. I think we've got everything now. The tower's looking a little bit bland, but the spinning blades look awesome. I'm really pleased with that. But I guess it's time I put in a bit of effort to sort out this tower, make this look good, sort out the bottom area. I kind of want somewhere where boats can come across and land with a little doorway to get in for maintenance. And of course, we need to fix the fact that this giant fan only produces 8,000 SU, which isn't even enough to run the farms I already have, let alone build an entire base. But don't panic, I've got a plan for that. First up though, let's make this thing look good. It's time-lapse time. There we go, that's looking much better. We've got a much thicker tower. The glass actually adds quite a lot. I think it works well. And then down the bottom here, we've just got a way you can actually get onto the platform and of course get inside it. And down below, I've even connected it to the sea floor. I've kept it quite basic below the initial surface bit, but that's fine. As long as it's connected, I'm happy. So that's the first windmill installed, but the problem is this only produces 8,000 SU, and that's a problem we need to solve. I do have a plan for that. What we need to do is just get back down the bottom here, go inside, and what we're going to do is hide more windmills in here, just big blocks of wool that spin round, and I'm hoping we can maybe get another 3 windmills down here. I mean, potentially we could even get 4 or 5 if we drain that out. There is an ocean monument nearby, isn't there? Yes, maybe we should do a quick raid and try and get some sponges, because if we can actually dry that out, then we might be able to get even more in here. Let's go prepare for a raid. We're going to need a few things, I think. Now, to do this safely, we're going to need potions of water breathing, which means we need pufferfish, which we don't have at the moment, so we're probably going to have to do a little bit of fishing. I don't even have a fishing rod yet. Unbelievable. So we do have a brewing stand in our kitchen, one that we stole from a village. So let's just get this started. We'll get our awkward potions made. And I'll just sit out here and do some fishing until we get a pufferfish. Well, I got myself a pufferfish quite early. In fact, I've ended up with 5, but I wanted to get some fish as well, just so we can mix up our diet in future. Plus, fishing is just incredibly relaxing. But anyway, we can now make our water-breathing potions, and we're going to want to make them last a little while, so let's grab some redstone as well. And if we add that, that will turn them into 8 minutes instead of 3-minute potions. And the last thing I need is a bit of TNT, a block of redstone, and some dirt. Oh no, wait a minute, that's not the last thing I need. I also need invisibility, otherwise I'm just going to get absolutely decimated. So what do we need? A potion of night vision and a fermented spider eye. And a potion of night vision is a golden carrot. So we can make a golden carrot. That's not a problem. We're going to need another piece of nether warts. So we've got a spider eye, we've got sugar, but we don't have any brown mushrooms. So we can't make the fermented spider eye yet. Let me have a little look. There is a mushroom island somewhere near here. I think it's off in that direction, maybe? Yeah, all the way over here. So we can grab brown mushrooms from there. That's probably actually the closest place. Yep, looks like it. Well, I guess we're going on a flight over there then. There they are on the horizon. That'll do us. So if we do that, we'll get our fermented spider eye. We should have carrots somewhere. Have you got carrots? Yes, right. So that's the carrot we need for the night vision. Let's get brewing. And our 8-minute water breathing potions are ready. Excellent. So first up, we'll make awkward potions. Then add a golden carrot to make night vision. Then a fermented spider eye to turn them into invisibility. And of course, a bit of redstone dust to turn them into 8-minute invisibility potions. All right, I think we're good to go raid this monument. So I'm just going to remove those bits of armor. So I've only got my jetpack on. That way, the things won't see me when I drink my invisibility potions. But this should be fairly straightforward. We're well prepared for this. So let's drink invisibility. Let's drink water breathing. And we're just going to blast our way in through the top here. We'll take out this guy. And then even if there isn't a sponge room in here, we should still at least get a couple of sponges from the Guardians. It's not a massive area we're clearing out, so it should be okay. Oh, look at that. There's a sponge room right here. That's good to know. Let's just go take out the other... And another sponge room. Oh, this is wonderful. But for now, let's go take out the other Guardians, shall we? And it has just occurred to me, one thing I didn't bring with me was milk. So we're just going to have to wait for mining fatigue to wear off once we take out this last guy. 61 sponges, that's plenty. And once we've dried these out, we'll go and drain out the base of this thing, we'll jam in some windmills, and see how much power we can generate just from one tower. And then we just need to make a whole bunch more of them. Alrighty, so first thing we're gonna do is turn up our brightness so we can see what we're doing. And can I drain this without dividing it all up? That is the question. A bit. We need to dry these sponges a bit quicker though, so let's pop into the nether and do it. There we go. We've got loads of space. We should be able to get a whole bunch of power in here. I've also put slabs on the floor down here just so nothing spawns up. But for now, let's focus on getting in some new windmills. So let's build a temporary platform here just so I can actually hover in this area, as we do have a max height of 28 blocks. And that means we can't hover above this big hole here. And then we're going to put in some encased chain drives here. And then the plan is just to run a shaft down the side there, and that will transport the power from the windmills all the way down. So I'll stick another windmill there. If I get myself exactly 2 stacks of wool, that will create a max size windmill. So let's just get all this placed. So that's 2 stacks of wool, but it looks a little bit odd, so I'm just going to square this off, get all that glued together, and there we go. That should have doubled our power now. I did actually bring a stressometer with me so I can check these things, although I'm not wearing goggles. How have I not made goggles yet? Then I suppose I've not really had power, so I've not had to worry about it, have I? Let's quickly go get some. So we need 2 pieces of glass, a piece of string, and a gold plate. So yeah, we're going to go make one of those. And then if we just do that, open up our curios slots and put those on our head. Now we should actually be able to read the stressometer. Oh, that looks awesome from back here. I love it. Right, there we go. 16,000 we're making. So yeah, it has definitely doubled. But that's not enough power. We want more power. So if we just go out here like this, stick another windmill bearing on, then we'll grab another 2 stacks of wool and we'll make another windmill. This one we can make even bigger. And the aesthetics don't matter for this bit because it's all just hidden indoors anyway. So big spinning cubes of wool are going to look absolutely fine. So that should be another 8,000 SU. Yep, we're up to 24,000, but we're not done yet. I want to stick in another one. 4 additional windmills later, and we're now producing 49,000 SU from this one tower, and that's much more like it.
Feel the power.
Oh, I can feel it.
So as well as the decorative one outside, we've now got 5 complete ones on the interior too. And the good news is I've also made a schematic of this whole thing before I turned it on. So that means we can start plonking them down all over the place. So now I guess we need to figure out how far apart we actually want them from each other. So that feels potentially a little bit too close. How about something like that? And then we could put one further back in the middle of these two and so on, and just kind of have a checkerboard kind of effect. I think that could work. Let's just hope it's not too far away for the cannon. So let's put a clipboard in there. So we're missing the gravel, which doesn't matter. Iron ore doesn't matter. Kelp doesn't matter. Seagrass doesn't matter. These bits do kind of matter. Okay, so we do need to get a lot more of the grey stained glass, a bit more mossy cobblestone, not too much else. And to be honest, the mossy cobble should be fairly easy. Let's just make that here. We've got lots of grey stained glass. We just need to turn it into panes. We can also make the stone slabs here and the stone buttons. We can make the pale oak fences here. We're doing all right. The only thing we can't make here is the speedometer, but to be honest, that's the one thing I don't really care about. We don't need those in every tower after all. We just need some gunpowder and we're good to go. There we go. Our second one is in. Let's see how that's looking from out here. In fact, let's see how it looks from our base. Yeah, that's going to look awesome, especially with like another one further back there, in line here, and so on. We can just have loads of them and keep adding them as we need them. Before we add more, though, I want to get this one turned on, and before I turn it on, I want to get them connected to each other. I think the way I'm going to do that is with a chain drive on the bottom here. We're going to connect a chain to that. We're going to put a matching chain drive here. Now that they're both connected, when we start turning these on, they should all start spinning in the same direction. Although I do need to put another shaft in first, because that is where the stressometer was. So let's quickly grab one of them. Our backpacks are still over here. Now we can just get all of these turned on. There we go. So if we now go check over at the stressometer, we should have just shy of 100,000 stress units with two of these running. Yes, look at that, 98,000. So now what I need is a bunch more windmills, and I'm going to keep making windmills until we run out of resources, which means I might only get another one or two, because I don't know how much wool we've actually got left over in the farm. Righty-ho, we've got enough stuff for another one now. I'm hoping we can get away with a couple more as well. So I'm just going to blast some of these into existence. We'll get them all connected together, and hopefully when I bring you back in, it's going to be looking a little bit better over here. A short while later, and I've managed to get another 2 of the windmills in, so we're now up to 4, which means we've got just shy of 200,000 power, which is awesome. But to balance it out, I really do want to get a 5th one in. However, we don't quite have enough stuff. We need to get more white concrete, which we've probably got in stock. But the white wool, we definitely don't have any more. I've drained my white wool reserves. The cobble and the glass panes, they're not a problem, and the other stuff doesn't matter. But if we go and have a look, see how much wool we've actually got, I think we'll find we are nowhere near what we need. That looks awesome from over here, though. Oh, and it looks even better with shaders. Look at that. Anyway, wool, how much have we got? 58. Safe to say that when I'm over at the windmills, this isn't loaded. But I've got a whole lot of editing to do, so I'm going to go get that done, and I'm going to leave myself AFK here. And hopefully when we come back, I'll have lots of wool. We can get one more windmill up before we reach the end of the episode, because it's going to make for a much better thumbnail if there's 5 of them. Well, the editing's done. We're almost 34 minutes into this video. It's a longer one than usual. That's nice. And during that time, we've obtained 4,280 wool. Nice. So let's just grab all of this. And we needed lots of extra concrete as well. Wow, we've got 40,000 of this now. Jeez. Now, let's get our 5th windmill up. Yeah, there we go. That looks much better with 5. And that means we've now got 245,680 stress units to work with, which is wonderful news. Oh, it's raining. Anyway, enough of the shaders. Oh, it's the thunderstorm. Let's get rid of that, shall we? Now, we do still, of course, need to get the power over here to the mainland so that we can actually make use of it. So I'm thinking a nice cool building here. There's probably some kind of power distribution hub. That could look quite cool. But from over here on the mainland, the wind farm is looking lovely. Definitely looks nicer with shaders, though. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. there's nothing quite like fishing in the shadow of 5 giant windmills, especially with these shaders on. Absolutely love it. But they appear to be spinning the wrong way, as I was politely informed in the comments by numerous people. So let's quickly fix that first, shall we? There we go, that's better. So welcome back to Perfect World Post-Production, where last time we built this wind farm behind me, and this time we're going to get all the power from these farms connected to the mainland. But to do that, we're going to need somewhere for it to go over here on our seaside town, which means we're going to need another building. But something else I want to do today is upgrade my gear. I die in this world way too often, which means I need better armor. Some feather falling boots, for example, would be absolutely wonderful. And I'd also like to stop breaking my tools if I can, so that means we also need an enchanting setup and maybe some librarian villagers too for mending and other things. Although I did get a book while fishing, sadly I didn't get any mending. And that means I'm going to need another building to turn into a library and enchanting place. Lots to get done today, but it all requires space. So I guess the first thing we're going to do is maybe plan out some buildings. And I'm thinking we'll just continue this row across. Maybe we could have like a little walkway up the back here to get to the car park type area. Then we'll have a building for some librarians, an enchanting setup. We'll have another building for transferring all the power from out there. And I guess we're going to need to extend this dock out the front a little bit as well. In fact, let's start with that and then we'll mark out where some buildings can go. Now that's given us a bit more space to work with. I think what we're going to do is stick in a building on this side here, and then we'll have another one next to it for the power. I think I want to use diorite for this building. We'll have maybe like an entrance there. Ow! Who was that? Aha! I see ya. Get out of it. So how about a sort of multi-level building? So we could maybe have this floor here be a little bit lower. That means we can stick another entrance down here, maybe, just to mix it up a little bit. So first building, maybe something that size. And we'll give it a couple of stories, maybe. And that means we can have maybe an enchanting room upstairs, a library downstairs. Then let's grab a different block to mark out the building next door. And that one's going to hold our power. So let's maybe make some packed mud for this one. In fact, let's turn them into mud bricks because they look quite nice. And this building's not going to need to be particularly big. So maybe like 9 blocks wide. But let's maybe have it sticking out a bit further than the diorite build. So maybe that sort of size? Yeah, I think this could look quite good. So I guess now what I need to do is actually build the buildings. I think we'll do another time lapse for this. Well, I'm pretty pleased with that so far. I think that's looking pretty good. I particularly like the solar panels on the roof here. I've just made those with some daylight sensors, and what I actually did was glued them all together and then put a mechanical bearing underneath. And this just allows me to tilt them. But I think they're looking very cool. I have left this roof here blank, however, because I believe I'm probably going to end up putting some kind of tower on here so I can actually then distribute the power via cables and chain conveyors and things like that. But we've got plenty of space inside here to manage all the power stuff. And in this building next door, we've got lots of space downstairs in order to build a library. And upstairs, we've got space where we can build an enchanting room. And I'll probably actually put some stairs between the 2 floors on the interior as well, because they are kind of related. They don't need to be separate buildings, but it kind of depends on space, really. But in order to build a library and have somewhere nice to put my librarian villagers that we're going to get later in the episode, I'm going to need bookshelves, a whole lot of bookshelves, which means I'm going to need lots of leather and lots of paper. Currently, I have 22 leather and 25 paper, so yeah, we definitely need to do something about that. So we could farm rabbits, we're not going to farm rabbits. We could farm hoglins, which might not be a bad idea. We could farm mushrooms or cows or horses or donkeys, but we probably won't do that. There's fishing, of course, but that's no good to us. We do have a bunch of leather horse armor and things like that we could potentially crush down, and some leather armor that we can chop up, but we're not going to get much for that. It's not really going to be anywhere near enough. And then the other options, of course, are to raid a stronghold, because if we find a library in a stronghold, we'll get loads of bookshelves. Or we could raid villages, but you don't really get many bookshelves from villages, and you're not guaranteed to get them either. Or, of course, there's always the woodland mansion, and we know exactly where one of those is. The problem is we're not really geared up for a woodland mansion, and it's a bit of a catch-22, because I want to gear up so that we can do things like the woodland mansion, but to do that I need the bookshelves from the woodland mansion. So yeah, that's our options. The question is, what one are we going to do? I mean, we do have plenty of wheat, so we could just breed up some cows. Will you stop destroying my wheat field, buddy? Right, that's him dealt with. We're going to keep the emotional support Enderman over here, though. We like him. Right, so I've got some leads. We've got some wheat. Let's go see if we can find some cows. Actually, wait a minute. We've got a massive mushroom island over here. Wow, and it's actually got a ocean monument right on the coast. But there's going to be lots of mushrooms over here, so we can just breed those up. I feel like that's going to be the best way to do things. So over here at the Mushroom Island, let's build ourselves a cow pen. And let's get ourselves lots of these mushrooms. Yes, that's it. Pile into the fence. And then we're just going to get lots of baby mushroom cows. We're going to breed those up. And once we've got a whole bunch of cows in here, we'll get some leather by the means of magic and slaughter. So although we've got a bunch penned in, I might as well do some hunting while I'm here. Well, there's no more wild mushrooms on the island, and it only got me 56 leather. So yeah, we're definitely going to need to breed these up. But mushrooms aren't the only things we need. Well, leather isn't the only thing we need, I should say. We also need lots of paper. But we can get paper from tree bark, which is basically just stripping logs, and we can do that on a cutting board. And because we've got a tree farm, I'm not too worried about that. We just need to stand here and wait for the cows. Well, that's a whole lot of cows. We're going to breed them up one last time, and then we'll take care of all the adults, and that should hopefully give us enough leather. Well, it wasn't pretty, but we got the job done. And we have almost 2 stacks of leather. We've also already got 20 back at base, so hopefully that's going to be enough to do a library. Now, if we just spend a bit of time at our chopping board, we'll get all the bark we need to make our paper. So I just went to look at the book recipe, and it turns out I didn't need leather after all. I could have just done this with canvas. We've got loads of straw downstairs. What a waste of 45 minutes. Yeah, look at that. We've got over 700 of the stuff. So if we just do that, then yeah, we're going to get books that way. And a short while later, we've got a whole load of books. We've got a whole load of stripped wood as well. We're actually going to use some of that to make our bookshelves. We're going to make some slabs so that we can make some chiseled bookshelves as well. And that has not given us as many as I was hoping, if I'm honest. 60 bookshelves. That was a lot of work for 60 bookshelves. Jeez. And I'm going to want to turn a bunch of these into lecterns as well. So yeah, that's really not left us with a lot at all, has it? Oh well, it'll have to do for now. I'm done making books. Now, I think first up, I do want to put some stairs in so we can get to the upper levels. So let's just jam some of these in here. Wonderful. And now we just need a whole load of bookshelves. So if we were to maybe put bookshelves under the stairs here, and we could put lecterns there and some seats and have some librarians. In fact, because we don't have as many bookshelves as I would have liked, let's maybe put in some cupboards at the bottom here. Yeah, that's quite nice, actually. I like that. Then I think we want some kind of table in the middle here as well. So I've established I definitely need more books, so we are just going to turn some of the leather into books as well. I was trying to avoid it because leather has other uses, but it's fine. So in total, we have just over 2 stacks of leather, which means we have a lot more of that than we do paper. So if we just use up the paper that we had, that gives us 10 more bookshelves. Is that going to be enough to get this room finished? I reckon if we jam in a couple more empty ones... Yes, wonderful. So that's going to give us enough room for 5, 6, 7, 8 librarians in here. So let's go make some chairs for them, sort out the floor, do a bit more decoration, and then we'll go find ourselves some villagers. And I have a bit of a plan on how we're going to get them. I think I want to use some red wool on the floor, which means we're going to need to make red dye. And I reckon if we make a bucket of dye again, that's going to be the best way to do it. So we need water in there and red dye. Oh, we've got some andesite alloy in there as well. Wonderful. So if we just rotate that round, put the red dye in there, chuck in our wool, that'll turn it red. I have to say, I do really like like this dyeing system. We need to build like a big array of all the different colors at some point. But that's not our job for today. Now, something else I want is a loom table. We'll just chuck that in this corridor for now. But this means we get some cool patterns we can put on our red wall. What pattern do we want though? So how does this stuff look? Yeah, I like the red. That looks nice. But let's get this place finished off, shall we? Alrighty, that's not looking too bad. We've got all of our seats in. We've got place for all of our librarians that we're going to get. So we've still got all of these empty bookshelves. So as we get books over time, I will start to fill those. But I think this is going to be a lovely home for our librarians. Although it does occur to me, because we've used all our bookshelves down here, we don't actually have any left over for upstairs for doing our enchanting setup. But that's fine, we'll solve that problem shortly. What we need to do is go get ourselves some villagers. I've got an idea on how we can do this. So we're going to grab our dried ghast, and in fact we also need some water. We don't have any, let's just grab a bucket. And we're going to grow ourselves a ghast. So we're also going to need a ghast harness, we're going to need leads. We've only got 4 leads. I think we can make more easily enough though. Yep, there we go. Gonna take a boat, and in fact we're probably gonna make a few more boats. And we don't have any snow or snowballs, which might be a bit of a problem, because I think that's what we need to actually sort of attract the ghast towards us. We'll deal with that later. Maybe we'll find some on the way to a village. Now we're also going to need a ghast harness. There we go. The question is, where is the closest village? Because the ghasts are not the fastest things in the world. Now, there's a desert village over here. Oh, there we go. There's a spruce village just over here. That's not very far away. That might be our best bet. It's only the next island over. So we just need this fella to get a bit happier. While we wait for the ghast, I'm going to make some food. We're actually running out of ratatouille. But as we've got loads of beef, thanks to the mushrooms, I reckon we can make ourselves some burgers. So we're going to need onions, tomatoes, lettuce, bread, and we need to turn these steaks into beef patties. Get those cooked up, and meanwhile we'll chop down some cabbage. Well, we're waiting for burgers, we're waiting for the ghast. This feels like a good time to go make a cup of tea, and when I come back, hopefully we'll have everything we need. Right, I've got a fresh cup of tea. Let's make some burgers. So lettuce, tomato, onion, bread, and patties. There we go. Yum, yum, yum. Right, how's our ghast doing? Well, he's looking a lot happier, but he's not been completely rehydrated yet. But he shouldn't be long. Oh, there we go. One happy ghast. Oh, I love the gills on the side. They're so cool. But the problem is he's actually small. I forgot about that. We're going to have to wait for him to grow up before we can actually use him. More waiting. Oh, and there we go. Our ghast is all grown up. Oh, he looks so cool with his hat. Right, let's go steal some villagers. Oh my, this guy's slow. May as well do a cinematic flight then, I guess. Well, it took forever, but we've finally made it. Let's snatch up some villagers. Right, we've got 4 so far, and if I remember correctly, we can now actually attach boats to ropes like this. Wonderful. And I believe I can attach these boats to the ghast. Maybe I can only attach one at a time? Oh, there we go. I had to shift click to do it. Now the question is, can I attach multiple? Well, it looks like I can. Well, I can't see any more villagers. I think we've got them all, so I guess it's time for the long flight home. And it looks a mess, but at least we've got loads of them. Back to cinematic mode, I guess. I've successfully managed to get everyone back here. The problem I have at the moment is that I don't actually know how to detach the boats. I thought it might be like shift right click, but it's not. Maybe while I'm flying, I just press like Q or something. That's the drop button, isn't it? Let me get above land and try that. No, that doesn't work. I really am at a loss. Well, I couldn't work it out, so I had to Google it. What I need is some shears. So let's go bring these guys back over where we want them. And if we use the shears... Excellent. It's just piled up all of my villagers. Now I just need to try and separate them into different boats again. All right, that should make these guys a bit easier to deal with. Now we're just going to drag them into this building. Right, that's one librarian in. Now to do the rest. Although I do need to save a couple of these to be Fletchers as well. So let's actually take some of these guys downstairs. And then we'll use the Fletchers to sell sticks so we can get the emeralds to buy the things we need from the librarians. Well, I don't know why I'm rowing them everywhere. It's much quicker with the lead. Right, well, I've got all of my librarians in, or at least as many as I had. We've got a couple of empty seats, so we're going to need to make a villager breeder. But their offerings leave a lot to be desired, so we're going to be doing a lot of re-rolling over here, I think. I mean, what even is Hellfire? Then we've got Smite, we've got Loyalty, it's all a load of rubbish. But we'll worry about that shortly. For now, what I want to do is sort out the Fletchers. So we did keep 3 villagers down here, and I'm thinking if I just put a few fletching tables down, get some trapdoors on top of those so they can't escape, and hopefully all these guys will just become Fletchers. Oh, no, apparently they can escape. No, don't go in the crushing wheels! All right, so we now have 3 guys here that will buy sticks. We've got our librarians upstairs. Ignore this wall. It just took them a while to forget their workstations that they grabbed upstairs. But we got them to switch eventually. But what I need to do is a whole bunch of re-rolling because I need to make sure that I get the books through here that I want. And that's something that could take quite a while. So in the meantime, what I'm going to do is sell a whole bunch of sticks. I'm going to get lots of emeralds and we're going to buy some bookshelves because that way we can make our enchanting room. And look at this. We've got almost 4,000 sticks in here from our tree farm. Wonderful. Although, if I start buying bookshelves, it is going to lock them in, isn't it? Oh, hello, look at that. Mending book for 11. We've only re-rolled Santana a few times. Well, we definitely want to keep that locked in. We've only got a couple of spare books in the bookshelves around here, but let's make sure that he is definitely going to keep that. Wonderful. And this guy's going to trade Infinity, which is meh, but at the same time, he does do bookshelves, and we do want bookshelves. So, Tiffany, thank you very much. We are going to need more than that, though, so I guess we need to go sell more sticks. Right, there we go. 20 bookshelves. That's much better. Now, I want to put an enchantment setup over here. So something like that should do the trick. We just need to get the actual table in, and we need to make this room look nice. And we need a door. We don't even have a door on this place yet. But I'm well chuffed with that mending for 11. That's amazing. And in fact, it's actually 10. It's just 11 because I may have punched Santana while trying to get them into their seats. It'll go back to 10 soon, though. Right, let's build an enchanting room. So let's place a door down here, and then when we open it, we have a complete room. Wonderful. So it's fairly basic in here, just lots of books, a grassy leaf ceiling. We have an alchemy bench here, which will come in handy, but mostly just looks cool. We do, of course, have our anvils. We've got a chest to store the lapis in. We have a max level enchantment setup, and of course, a grindstone for taking off enchants when we don't want them. But that means we're going to finally be able to enchant our gear, which I'm looking forward to. But for now, I think that's that first building complete. Now it's time to sort out the power, which means we need to get the power all the way from over there to here. And we're also going to need to make sure that these things are constantly being powered, which means we're going to need chunk loaders. And in this pack, we do have create chunk loaders, or create power loaders, I think it's called. And to make these, we need a giant crafting table, lots of precision mechanisms, a respawn anchor. Yeah, lots of fancy stuff, which means we're going to need to do some piglin trading to get some crying obsidian. We've got a bit, but not enough. We're going to need probably like 3 or 4 chunk loaders for all of this. We're also going to need to set up a giant crafting table, but once again, we'll probably just do it over there temporarily. Although, to be fair, we could actually bring the power over first and just do it in that building, because then we can do it much faster. But yeah, either way, chunk loaders, definitely on the list. First up, though, let's get the power over to this building and make something that looks cool. I think we just want, like, a big display board showing how much power we've got and how much we're using, and the rest of it's pretty much going to be decorative. So we can have a bit of fun with that. If we want to display the power, however, we are going to need display boards, which means we need lots more electron tubes, our favorite, and we're also going to need display links. So we've got a bunch of crafting to do before we can start building. Although it looks like before I can craft, there's a whole bunch of stuff I need to gather. So I'm going to get some torches. And I've got enough levels for a few attempts at making a Fortune 3 pickaxe. So let's grab some of these bits and see what we can rustle up, because I would like to maximize the ore that we're getting. I think this carpet might be blocking the bookshelves at the bottom here. Yeah, there we go. That's better. There we go. Fortune 3, efficiency 4. We've also got efficiency on that one, so we can make ourselves an efficiency 5 pickaxe, but let's just see if we can get anything else. Unbreaking 3. Perfect. Got exactly what we needed. We just got to combine them all now. I'd say that's a pretty good pickaxe. We're going to have to rethink this floor, though. That's a problem for later. For now, we're going to go caving instead of using our mining drill. I really need to light up this area. That is not good. I fear for my librarian's health. Oh, my days. Endermen have been going mad down here. Look at this. There's random blocks everywhere. Well, it appears I forgot my food, so let's quickly go grab some of that. Oh, look at this. I think I found a copper vein. Yeah, this is definitely a copper vein. Awesome. That'll definitely help solve the copper situation. Oh. And this is why I need better gear. Or just to be better at the game in general. That could also help. Luckily, we didn't have to go too far to get our stuff back. Ooh, found a lush cave. Right under our base. This is nice. Well, our underground mission has been fairly successful. We've got a bunch of zinc, copper, and redstone. That should be enough for what we need. Now we need to go into the nether, however, because I also need some quartz. And we also need to get some crying obsidian, which means we need to cook up our gold and take that with us, because we're going to have to do a whole bunch of trading. Right, let's go get some quartz and some crying obsidian. Oh, look at that. There's a whole bunch of piggos right here. And look at that. We're getting crying obsidian already. Wonderful. And while they're trading, we're going to grab some quartz. We've only managed to get 20 crying obsidian so far from trading, and we've run out of gold, so I'm going to grab a little bit more, as well as some more glowstone. Well, I've managed to get 34 crying obsidian in the end, which should be enough. So let's get all this cooked up, and we can get to crafting. The time has finally come. I think we're prepared. What I need to do is get power into this building over here. So if we dig down a bunch, and I'll turn my brightness up while we do this, just so we can all see what's going on. And that should be about far enough. I just want to make sure that we're under the ocean. And what I want to do is put my drill down, and we're going to dig a great big tunnel under the ocean here, all the way out to the windmills. Wait a minute, where's the mining music? That's better. There we go. We now have a bunch of underground tunnels, which look absolutely disgusting. I think we'll probably make these look nice in future and use them as kind of service tunnels, but they link underneath every single windmill that we've got. And if we jump into FreeCam, we can see currently we have these chains that just sort of go through the walls that connect them all together, but we're going to get rid of those and move them underground. And then we can use this great big tunnel here to get the power all the way back to our building. So let's start with this one here. The first thing we need to do is remove that chain, and this. Then we'll bring this down underground and stick on the chain conveyor. We just need to do that with the other 4 now and then get them all linked together. This should only take a moment. Alrighty, we've got all of the windmills connected. The power's going down this giant tunnel now, all the way back to our base. We just need to route it upstairs. So let's just do this. And we can bring some shafts all the way to the top. Or at least we could if we had enough shafts. Let's get some more. Beautiful. So I guess now we can design this room. Let's see what we can come up with. water, and I think we're just about done in here. We've got these weird spinny things. Don't really know what they're for, but they get the power up here, which means we have a speed controller so we can control everything. We have stressometers, speedometers, and of course a board showing us how much we've used, which I would assume is actually just the chain conveyor belt thingies, how much we've got available, and how much we have in total. I've also made these cool little shelf things using copycat panels and copycat vertical slices, which I think look really cool, and I liked them so much I actually dumped a bunch upstairs as well. But with that, this building here is done, or at least the interior is. I think on the outside, I need to sleep. There we go, that's better. But yeah, as I was saying, I think on the outside, what I want to have is some kind of big tower up here that's going to then distribute the power to all the other buildings. But I don't really know what I want that to look like yet, and I don't know what direction I need the power to go in, because I don't know where the other buildings are going. So we'll save that for something to do in future. But now one last thing I want to do is to get all of these windmills out here chunk loaded, which means I need to make myself some of these chunk loaders. And that also means I'm going to need to set up my mechanical crafter. And I think the only space I've really got to do it is down here. So let's just get this out of the way. It's a bit of a weird shaped one, so it needs to be like that. And all the arrows are going into here. That's good. You just need to get some power in. And a couple of small cogs there should do that. Beautiful. Now, in order to make these, we do need respawn anchors and precision mechanisms. The rest is easy enough. We already have it. And these, thanks to collecting some obsidian and glowstone, should be fairly easy as well. So let's turn this back into glowstone blocks. We're going to make a bunch of these. We also needed brass casings. We need glass. And we need shafts that we've already got. So now we just need to make some of these, which means I need to get a bit of gold. And we've already got the cogs. And we're going to need about 15 of these precision mechanisms. So we could be here a while. Well, thanks to the 3 failures I had, I only had enough cogs and bits with me to be able to make 9 precision mechanisms, but that means we can make 3 chunk loaders, which will hopefully be enough to be able to cover all of this. And let's go build them. So we have those 3 there, and we have brass in the corners, shaft at the bottom, and glass all the way round, with a respawn anchor in the middle. And there we go, 1 chunk loader. Let's make a couple more. Now, that's half of a chunk loader. The other half involves us going to the nether. And now we need to fly around until we find some ghasts, because we need to catch a ghast in each one of these. Thankfully, because we've got a jetpack, we should be able to catch them fairly easily once we do find them. And a soul sand biome would be wonderful right about now. Oh, there's one. Hello, buddy. And there we go. Yes, we caught him. Excellent. We just need 2 more. Soul sand. So I believe ghasts are more likely to spawn in this biome. Oh, hello. There's a dried ghast there. Don't mind if I do. And while I'm here, we're going to grab ourselves some bone blocks because I don't have a good source of bone meal at the moment, so that's probably going to come in handy. Oh, and another dried ghast. These are easy to find. They're all over the place. Now, I just need a couple more real ghasts. Come here, buddy. No. Oh, and there's another one. Excellent. And there we go. We have 3 chunk loaders. Now, what I need to do is figure out the best position for these chunk loaders, because we've only got 3 and we want to make sure that all 5 of these are loaded. And the way these chunk loaders work is by receiving power. You give them power and they load an area of 3x3, I think, by default, but you can set them up to 5x5. As in, they'll load a 5x5 chunk area. Now, what I should have done when I built these windmills is actually made sure they were all placed directly inside chunks, but I didn't do that. So let's press F3 and G, and yeah, as you can see, it's gone a little bit over. So let's just see how big this entire area is. So, of course, it's slightly too big. It is 16 chunks long by 5 chunks deep. 5 chunks deep is fine, but 16 chunks long makes things a little bit more awkward. So I think the best solution for me here is actually just going to be to get 5 chunk loaders and just place 1 inside each windmill, just loading a 3x3 area. So let's just put that on there, and we'll set that to load a 3x3 area, which means it will get this entire windmill. And let's just turn that back on, and we'll go do that to 2 more, and then, yep, we're going to have to make ourselves a couple more chunk loaders. So that means I need to make a bunch more andesite alloy. So now I can make more shafts, make a stack of cogs, and then make a stack of large cogs. We're also going to need some iron nuggets, so we can make some more precision mechanisms. So we can then make a couple more chunk loaders, and find a couple more ghasts. There we go, there's our second one. And now we can chunk load the last 2 windmills. Excellent. Now we have all 5 of those chunk loaded, which means they're always going to produce power. So I can route that power all over the world. So when I load the different areas that we have that use the power, it'll always stay on. And we can just expand on that over time. So let's just quickly clean this up. We don't want this mechanical crafting table in here. That needs to go in a workshop, which is something we don't have yet. But I think that's something we'll work towards next episode. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I know I didn't actually manage to upgrade my gear in the end, but I've got a lot of re-rolling to do on the librarians, and I need to get this video out. So that's something I'll do between episodes. So hopefully next time you see me, my armor will be shiny. Not that you can actually see it because I have it hidden, but it's nearly broken, so I definitely need to get some mending on it. But hopefully everything will all be enchanted. Our librarians will actually have useful trades, and we can crack on and build ourselves a workshop, and also figure out what we're going to do out the front here. But I think this is looking really good. Loving it so far. So if you want to see what we get up to next, then do make sure you hit the subscribe button so you don't miss out. And if you enjoyed this episode, please do give it a like, because that does somehow help YouTube show more people or something. I don't know. It can't hurt, right? But thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Look at all that power. I think it's about time we actually used it. Last time on Perfect World post-production, we stole some villagers, built a library and an enchanting setup, and routed power from the offshore wind farm back to the mainland. Since then, I've been re-rolling my librarians, and we've actually finally got some good trades on them. Oh, above the clouds. That one's fantastic. And I've actually already put it on my brass jetpack. Now, usually with a jetpack, you can fly to a maximum height of 28 blocks, but with above the clouds, my height limit has been reduced, so I can go up as high as I like. But for reasons we're about to get into, that is actually the only enchant I've put on any of my gear so far, and it is all still just on the verge of breaking. I think we're going to make some new ones before we enchant anything. But I can't really upgrade my gear just yet. We're still missing one vital component, despite the librarians, the enchanting table, the lapis, and everything else. And that is a way to get levels. We do currently have 30 levels, so we can do 1 good enchants. So I could really do with an XP farm of some sort. We've also still got a couple of empty seats over here in the library, so I could do with a proper villager breeder. But I'm not really feeling that today, at least not yet. Like I said right at the start, I want to use some power. So what I actually want to do is to build a starter workshop and try and get some more of this dock front built out, probably. But I'm thinking a great big building over here with lots of useful machines in it that are going to help me process things, so I don't have to run all the way over the islands, and so I can do less things by hand. And if we have time at the end of the episode, we'll look at making a villager breeder and an XP farm, but I imagine that'll probably be something we do on the next episode. Before any of that, though, we do have 30 levels, and something I would really like is feather falling on my boots. I'm sick and tired of dying to fall damage. It's happened a lot of times so far in this world, and I've not even put all of them into the video. I don't know how many times I've died. 12. I've died 12 times, and I would imagine at least 9 or 10 of those have been to fall damage. So let's grab some lapis and some diamonds. We're gonna make ourselves a new pair of boots, but we've only got 30 levels, which means we've only got 1 shot at this, so the chances of us actually getting what we want are pretty slim. But let's have a look. Depth Strider 3. And no feather falling. Fire protection. Oh, we don't want fire protection. Well, I guess we're just going to have to try and be a little bit more careful for a while. Now, this workshop, what do we want to do here? So I think we should probably start by building out these seafront bits, and I think I'm going to have a set of stairs that goes down here to a sort of lower dock, and I want to have something that kind of wraps round, somewhere where boats can pull in. But I do want this bit here sticking out, maybe not quite as much as it does, so I might shave off a couple of layers here. But if we have a little wraparound dock down the bottom there, my thinking is we can put in an underground floor on the workshop as well, because that will give us more space without having a building that looks way too big for this area compared to the others. So I guess we've got a bit of prep work to do around here before we do anything else. So let's start by just grabbing a bunch of stuff and building up the boardwalk. And there we go. I think that's a good start. We've got these dock areas, meaning we can attach some boats and things out the front here. I do actually have an idea of what I want to do with this area down here, and it should be pretty cool. But more importantly, we now have an area to build our workshop. So now I need to decide what I want to build the workshop out of and gather some resources and things. So I think I want to use a combination of bricks, sand, and acacia for this build, but we don't have a lot of bricks going on here at the moment. However, this down here has been producing clay balls for us. Look at that, we've got 6,000 of them. So let's get all of this clay cooked up. We'll make some bricks, and then we'll work out how big we're going to make this building. So we've got our bricks, but just before we actually lay out the build, let's grab a little bit of acacia. And if we put this acacia into a carpenter's table, we actually have a very cool wood type, which is this, which I think looks quite metallic. So we'll grab some of that as well. Right, let's figure out what we're going to do over here. I think the first thing I want to do is actually have a path that kind of runs between this build and where our workshop's going to be. Maybe something like that. I should probably sleep, it's getting dark. And then the building will go in maybe along here somewhere. Something about that size should do it. But I do actually want this building to sort of stretch over and go over the dock here. So let's remove some of this and let's grab some girders. Then we'll stretch that out as far as these poles, I think, because then we can use those as stands that hold up the building. Yeah, that should work nicely. And then we'll just fill in the rest of this floor here. Awesome. I think that could work quite well. Because that way this walkway can go right through the whole building. We can just have, I'm thinking maybe our workshop table type things over here. So all of the chipped things. And then if we cut in a doorway here, this will be the entrance to our main workshop. I think this could work quite nicely. So let's get this floor sorted, build up some walls, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do on the upper levels. Well, progress is being made. We have a chunk of building. And you may have noticed during the time-lapse, I also dug out the basement. I figured just to get straight on with that. And then this goes onto the lower dock, which I think works quite nicely, although I do need to tidy up the doorway a bit. So we've got lots of space down here. We've got a bunch of space on this floor, as well as the bit I want to put all the tables in. And then it opens out even larger on this floor, thanks to the overhang we've got down by the dock. But I think that's looking pretty good so far. We just need to figure out what to do with the upper levels now. Now, the first thing I think I want to do at the top here is to bring in some sandstone. I'm thinking maybe if we just have this top level go right across here. So that will be our sandstone block. And I think I want to have a small sort of lean-to type building out the front here, maybe with some moss. Should we leave space? In fact, what we could do is have like a little balcony type area, stick a door in. Then we can have another sort of mossy outside bit because they look quite nice here. And I guess that means we also won't need this internal bit of the wall there. Yeah, that should work quite nicely. We've still got lots of interior space. We're going to mix in some different types of sandstone and some birch and that over here as well. That should work well. And then we may even have a third level on top, just a small part maybe. I don't know. Let's jump back into time-lapse mode and see what happens. Well, as you can see, I did go with a third level in the end, and I'm loving how this looks. The solar panel looks awesome as well. You can see that one a bit more than you can these ones from down the front. But the building as a whole, I'm quite liking the layout. As I say, we've got this sort of walk through here. That means you can carry on along the boardwalk. You can get down to the lower level. We've got space here for lots of workshop tables, and then we've got our floors. So we do have the basement down below, we've got the main floor here, then we've got the second story, and we've got the third floor up here as well. So lots of space to be working with, which is awesome. But in order to jam this full of machines and things, I'm going to need lots of create components, and I think we're running a little bit low. Let's go see what we've got. Yeah, not a lot. So what I want to do, I think, is make a whole bunch of andesite alloy. And in fact, what I need to do first is empty my inventory. I've got way too much rubbish in here. And my backpack is absolutely rammed as well. All right, there we go. We've got a bit of space now. And this is going to take forever if we do it at the mixer we've already got. So I think what I might do is actually put in a mixer over here as our first machine. And then that's going to make making the rest of the machines a whole lot quicker. So I guess the first thing I'm actually going to need is power. And that is in the building next door. So that should be fairly straightforward. Let me have a little look. There should be some spinning things near the top here somewhere. Aha, right. So let's steal some power from here. So if we bring it into this building over here, then what we can do is just get these connected up That should do the trick. It looks a bit messy. We can probably tidy that up by putting some different casings on it. But for now, at least we've got power. And what we're going to do is send this power downstairs. And I think in order to make my life a bit easier, what I might actually do is put in lots of encased chain drives all around the bottom of the floor here. So for example, if I put that one in there and then just line these across, it's going to be a little bit trickier on the ends here. Let's try something like that. Yeah, there we go. We'll do the same thing on this side. And then as we're building machines, whenever we need power, we can just rotate these round. So that should be very handy indeed. And in fact, I might actually do this on the rest of the floors as well. All right, there we go. We've now got power on every floor. Wonderful stuff. Now, let's build our first machine. And I think I'm just going to jam it in this corner here. So I'm going to need a basin, a mixer, some cogs, and some belts. So I've got everything we should need, but I've been thinking, and I might actually use this area for the bulk processing of things like cooking and smelting and so on. And maybe we should build the mixer down here. Let's jump in this corner here, I reckon. And this thing shouldn't take up too much space. So let's grab our mechanical mixer. Stick that there. And to get this powered, we can just spin one of these. Stick in a cogwheel, very handy. Should keep things nice and tidy as well. Then if we would stick a barrel there and there, belt there and a belt there, then we're going to need some funnels, just like that. So anything we put in this barrel and this barrel is going to go into the mixer in the middle. This is going to need to empty somewhere, so how about we stick a little chest in the floor? Something like that. Now, these belts are going to need power, so I'm actually going to have to adjust this bit up the top here just a little bit, because we span around the one that was actually connecting to the gearbox. So let's just move the gearbox down a notch. There we go, and that should keep the power flowing. And now we can just bring that down. So that's the first belt going, and the other belt here. What direction is this going to go in? The wrong one. Not to worry, we can just jam in a vertical gearbox there. Maybe get some of this back bit blocked in. We don't want that sticking out. And I want to have kind of like dividers or separators between my different machines. So maybe something like this. Let's get some casings on these to make them look a bit better. And if we go use our stone cutter, I should be able to make some scaffolding. There we go. So we can do that and that. We can have a little barrel here just to store some coal in so that if we need to do anything heated, we can. But I think that should pretty much do what we want. So if I load up this barrel with the andesite, this barrel with nuggets, then look at that, we're getting andesite alloy nice and quickly as well. Excellent stuff. Then that's going to help us make all the things we need to sort out the rest of this build. Our first machine is in. Before I go any further though, I think what I want to do is actually work out exactly what machines we want in here. And then from there, we can try and work out a layout. Right, so what do we want? So we want a smelter, haunter, smoker, and washer. We want a wood stripper that can also be used to make casings. We want a copper oxidizer and waxer. We want a double set of crushing wheels. We want a mechanical press that does lots at once. We need a water mixer so we can turn dirt into mud and things like that. We are, of course, going to need a mechanical crafter. We want to be able to make train plates and casings. We want to be able to make rails, so we'll have a rail maker in there. We're going to want to be able to make precision mechanisms because they are a pain. And a machine that makes electron tubes would be nice as well. So that's 11 machines, some of them taking up a lot more space than others. But I reckon we can probably get those jammed in. But I think if our workshop's going to be over there and our storage is going to be over here, we need to make a couple of adjustments. It might actually be really handy to have one of these sort of Pigo type guys in my workshop that delivers and receives from the same system. I wonder, how could we do that without packages flying around everywhere? I mean, we could do it underground, I suppose. So somewhere down here, we could put him like under the stairs maybe, or in fact, this wall here might work quite well because we could just dig out a little bit of this, have a counter here, and then have that go underground and connect to the other bits. I think if we just jump through into free cam, I mean, we're gonna have to go over this way a little bit, but I reckon we can make it work. We're just gonna connect on underneath here. So let's quickly get that done because that's gonna make things a bit easier as we're making all the components we're gonna need for the machines. And then we can finally crack on with a bit more of the workshop interior here and get lots and lots of machines in. Well, I really didn't need to decorate this tunnel, but I'm glad I did. It definitely looks a little bit better. Not that we're ever going to see it again, but we now have it all set up. So anything we drop off down at that end will now come along this belt here as a package. Then it will get unpackaged here, sent into the chute, and go up to storage. And anything that gets routed down these tubes here will once again be a package. It will go this way, and it'll go all the way down these tunnels, go into this packager, and get unpackaged into this barrel here. So the barrels are in the same location that we have at the other end, just so I don't confuse myself. But before we can use this, we need a couple more things. We need a clerk, and we need to actually make sure we're directing the packages where they need to go. And to do that, we're going to need some package filters. Some of these. What do we need? Wool and zinc. Well, that's nice and easy. So we need 2 of those. And then what we're going to do is this pig here, we're going to make sure that he always sends to Piggo. So that means anything I order will have the package address Piggo written on it. Then if I set this package filter to Piggo and put that on the front of there, then any packages coming down this tube that have Piggo written on them, so basically anything we order from this guy, such as a golden sheet, will now come out of this package filter here and go to this box. Now the other one we're going to call workshop, and we're going to put that on this smart chute down below. So anything we order to the workshop will actually continue on. It will skip this one here and then go all the way over to where we're building. Let's just get that floor back in. And I need to get myself a clerk. And I think I'm just going to steal one of the sheep from down here for now. That's weird. Where's my lead gone? Did it get picked up by this somehow? It did. What in the world? Right, where's my sheep gone? Oh, geez, no, don't get yourself killed in the farm. Come on. Follow me, sir. We've got a job for you. Don't walk into the crushing wheels. Oh, my days. This sheep is not the brightest. I think we're going to have to watch him the whole way so he doesn't lose himself again. Yeah, this way. Come on. We're going to go hang out on the boardwalk. Oh, we're getting there. I must have lit this place up okay, because there's no mobs around, which is nice, considering it's the middle of the night. Oh, there we go. Well, that was a bit of an effort. And he's forever going to be cold, because there's no grass here for him to eat, so I feel a little bit bad about that. So we'll do a little test. We'll fill in workshop here. We'll ask for a grass block. And obviously, it's not going to be as quick as the other one, because it's got to travel all the way from over there. But here it comes. Excellent. The system works. We'll just give him a little grass block, and once he eats that, hopefully he'll have some wool. But I don't know if that's in the right place. We'll come back and check that later. For now, we've got some crafting to do because I want to start putting in the rest of these machines. And because it's probably going to be handy, I think what we're going to do is come up here and we're going to build the haunter, washer, smelter thingy. Got my clipboard somewhere. Where is it? Yep, this one. The smelter, haunter, smoker, washer. So I'm going to need in-case chain drives, fans, chutes, and a few other bits and bobs. So I think I've got everything I need to make this, and we're going to keep things quite simple because I want to make this as compact as possible. So where's my wrench? So we'll start with those 4, and the question is it spinning in the right direction? No, it is not. So let's jam a gearbox in there, and now that should blow me all the way across. Excellent. So we'll have the fans in there, and then to keep this nice and compact, what we're going to do is remove those 4. We're going to get some those in there. In fact, I'm going to make these double chests. Then we're going to put smart chutes on top, and we're going to put filters on these to make sure that things cook before they drop through. And then to ensure we don't get blown all over the place, let's put some glass in there. So now we can actually stand here. Wonderful. And I guess we can just fill in the rest of this bit of the wall. And then we'll have a row of chutes across here with some more chests on top. And we'll get this side blocked in as well. In fact, I might block in the whole of this top bit, just so we don't leave spaces for mobs to spawn. That's not going to be good. So now we need to load up the different things. So we'll have a cooker, and then we'll have a washer. I need to make myself a soul campfire. We'll stick that one in there. And lastly, we need lava. But lava is going to run everywhere. So if we put a copycat panel there, that should stop the lava from flowing. Wonderful. Let's just block in the rest of that. And I guess at the top here, we can use some stairs. We'll use the center cut spruce log from Chipped because it looks nice. I think if we put a couple of little beams up here. Yeah, these need a shelf or something though, don't they? How about a couple of slabs and a couple of trapdoors? And we'll use placards at the top to show what each one's going to do, which means I need more water and lava and campfires and things. Let's quickly grab those. So then we can label these. Wonderful. And the last thing we need is some filters down here. And we need to use smart filters here, or attribute filters, I should say. Okay, so we've got 4 attribute filters. So we're going to drag sand over here as a reference, and we have can be washed. Add that, and then turn that into a deny list. So now if anything can be washed, it won't go through the chute, and then as soon as it has been washed, it'll drop down. And we're just going to do this for all the different filters. The only thing we will have a problem with is turning cobble into stone, because cobble can be smelted, but then so can stone, so the result's not actually going to go through. But apart from that, this machine should be good for everything. So can be haunted and can be smoked. All right, there we go. That's another machine in. So that's that one done. And we've got quite a small space here. What can we fit in there? Maybe just the water mixer, which is what's going to make dirt for us. That should be able to fit in here, I reckon. So we've got almost everything we need. I just need a few more belts, but luckily we've got this machine set up, so that should be nice and easy. There we go. There's our kelp and there's our belts. Now, we've only got a little bit of space here, so we're going to have to be clever with how we fit everything in, because I don't want to come any further forward than here. So this kind of marks the boundary, basically, which means we're probably going to lose all that space there as well. So let's stick a chest there and a chest there. And I'll need some andesite funnels. So we can have an andesite funnel there, a brass funnel there. Then we're going to need a couple of belts. We're going to need pipes, which means we're going to need water, probably down the back here, I reckon. That could work. They're going to pump into a basin, which is going to grab things from there and dump them out over here. Okay, that should work. Let's just get things powered. So can I get away with sticking that in there? Nope, that's going the wrong way. Of course it is. And that would actually mess up everything downstairs if we did it that way. So how about we put in 2 vertical gearboxes? So that means everything down there is still going to keep spinning the right way. We'll put that belt back in and we'll see if we can actually steal the power from over here, maybe. There isn't actually any power over there, is there? Right, well, let me get the pump going first. Then we need a mixer in there as well, of course, which we can just bring over from there. And we just need to power this belt. So maybe if I grab the power from there in that direction and there. Nope, still going the wrong way. Aha, there we go. Just a little gearbox down the bottom there. And if we stick another gearbox in there, that's going to get that belt going. All right, I think that's everything. So let's just block up this hole at the back here. Get a bracket on there to make it look nicer. To be honest, I'm not a fan of the way these cogs are looking. So how about we go out the back of the mixer instead and steal it from up here. Yeah, there we go. That looks much tidier. Chuck a girder in there to hold the mixer. Wonderful. So now we can chuck dirt and things in there. They'll get mixed up with water, turned into mud. Then I just need another mixer to fill in that placard. But I don't have enough iron sheets to make another mixer, so let's grab some of those and get them crushed down. Then we can make a whisk and a mixer. And there we go. That's another machine done. Now, next up, I think I want to do the wood stripper and casings, and this looks like a good spot for that. We should be able to fit it in, I reckon. But it's probably going to need to go round the corner, because it will need a reasonable amount of space. So let's maybe just block off a little bit here and get planning. So we're going to need a belt to take things out of a storage module. Then that's going to go into a saw. Then we'll have that go onto another belt. And we want them to be able to get stored in a barrel. And then we want the option to be able to turn them into encased logs. So basically we can use this as a log stripper, or we can continue the whole thing and actually get them encased as well. That's my current thinking. So I'm going to need a mechanical saw, and we're also going to need deployers. So let's start with some chutes and maybe a chest. Then to power these bits, we should probably do something like that. We can still power from up here. In fact, there's no need. I can still power just from down here. It's very handy having all of this building pre-rigged, and that's going the right way. Excellent. Now, we're just going to extend the power out this way. I think that's going to make my life a little bit easier. And if we put one of these in there, yep, that is going the right way, which means with the 2 cogwheels, our saw should be going the right way as well. Let's just quickly check that. Yep, wonderful. So let's just tidy this up a little bit. So we probably want another chest here. In fact, let's make that a double chest. Then we need an input funnel and an output funnel. Let's make those bigger just because they look nicer. Then we need a lever here so that we can turn that on and off. So basically, if this is turned on, that means we're just going to get stripped wood. If it's turned off, then the things are going to carry on. They're going to hit a deployer and then go into another chest over here. So let's just block that in. Fill out the back here as well, because once again, we don't need all this extra space here. Oh, well, that was not ideal. And with a few more finishing touches, I think we're done over here. So we can load up wood on this side. That will get sawed down, turned into stripped logs. If this is open, we can also load this barrel here with alloy. So, for example, andesite alloy. Stick some logs in there. Oh, no, I haven't powered the deployer. So let's chuck those spruce logs back in there. And, yep, there we go. Now we're getting casings. So let's stick a placard up there and stick a casing on it so we know what the machine actually does. And that's another machine done. We're making some progress. And to be honest, I don't think we're going to fit anything else on this floor, are we? Let's go jam some stuff in the basement. An old sheepy here still hasn't eaten this grass, so I think it's safe to say he's probably not going to. So let's just rebuild your little desk there, buddy. Right, so let's tidy this up a little bit. We've created a bit of a mess here now. So we'll use some copycat boards to cover up the bottom of those. I've run out of spruce planks. In fact, what I might actually do is match what we've got upstairs and bring this forward by a block. Then do that. Stick a placard on there. We're going to want another mixer, so let's do that again. There we go. Stick that up there. Right, so we've got quite a big space here. Maybe we could put the copper oxidizer in here. That could be the best thing. So this one's going to need 3 sort of areas it goes through and 3 input points so we can judge the level. It's also going to need a waxer. Ooh, do we reckon we can fit that in down here? We can always give it a go. Let's try working backwards. So we'll go from the waxer side round to the triple oxidizer. So we'll stick a belt in there. We'll have a chest at the end, so this is where all the end result will go. And then we'll have a spout there. Means we need more of these. We're going to need a deployer here. So that's where we need to put the block of wax. Problem is, we don't have any wax yet, so we're actually going to have to go on a little adventure to go get some. But for now, let's just carry on building this out. So we're going to want another spout here with another barrel. And the reason I'm putting barrels in between each spout is so that if we just want a certain level, for example, just oxidizing copper by 1 level, we can put the things in here, by 2 levels here, and by 3 levels, we'd want to put them in over here. And then they'll get waxed at the end. So I'm thinking we'll put the water at the back down here. Then we can have pipes just running across like this. Then we'll just connect that up there. Actually, to make things a bit easier, if we put the power in there, just have this pipe running around the outside. Then we can put a cog in there. So that's going to do the pump. So we'll create infinite water here. Turn the pump round. Wonderful. Oh, bit of a mess, but nothing to worry about. Alrighty, now we just need to get power to these. So a gearbox in there. And if we sneak around the back here, we can also chuck a gearbox in down here. And then can I still power from here? Looks like it. And the belts are all going the right way. Wonderful. So we just need a couple of encased chain drives in here. That powers the deployer. Excellent. We just need to get a block of honeycomb now. That was a nice, easy one. Now we just need to make it look nice. So let's get one of those in. I think I'm going to make these bigger again just because they do look a bit better when they're like that. And we've got some of these bridge lanterns, which you just make by putting 2 lanterns side by side, but they actually sit on the edge of blocks, which means we can actually use them as little hanging lights on the pillars here. So that will solve the lighting problem down here. Right, let's go get some honeycomb. So I'm going to need shears and a campfire. I mean, I don't need the campfire, but we might as well play it safe. No need to upset the bees. So let's see if we can spot a nest anywhere. We've got lots of birch trees around here, so I'm hoping we'll see some bee nests. I see bees. There's got to be a nest around here somewhere. There it is. Oh, but it doesn't have any honey. Wonder if there's any closer to my base that would probably have had bees going around and actually collecting honey, because I don't want to have to wait forever. It doesn't appear there's any nests on my island anywhere. So I guess we're just going to have to go back over there and wait for those bees to do their thing. Let's make their lives as easy as possible, though, and put some flowers down right outside their home. In fact, let's lure them back in this direction first as well. And you little fella, come on. Right, they're doing their bee thing. I'm just going to go hang out in this hut for a little while, I guess. Ooh, shinies. Must have missed this one on the way through initially. Well, so far I've got 3 pieces of honeycomb. There's 4 honey out of 5 in the bee nest. If we look at the top there, there's 2 bees in there that are refusing to come out and get more flowers. I just need 1 more little piece of honeycomb. Oh, thank you very much. I'd say that worked out quite well. So if we turn that into a honeycomb block, put it in this guy, that will last forever and it will continually wax stuff. So if we chuck a bunch of copper in there, they're going to get oxidized 1 step, then 2 steps, then 3 steps, then waxed. And look at that, waxed oxidized copper. Nice and easy. That is another machine done. Now, before we go any further, I think what I should probably do is find somewhere for the mechanical crafter, because it's going to need a 5x5 wall, and most of my walls are only 4 high. But this floor here does have a little bit where it is 5 high. So I can just about squeeze one in here. And then that will leave all this space for machines. So I think that's the way to go with this. Now, I don't know where I want this to eject yet. I don't know how the other machines are going to fit up here. So we'll come back to this in a moment. For now, I'm thinking this space over here could actually work well for the press. Because it's not a big machine and we should be able to get 3 or 4 presses in here. So let's go make some presses, I guess. And I think for this one, we're also going to need some brass tunnels. Which means, oh no, we don't have enough electron tubes again. Fine, let's do some sanding. So for this one, it's all going to be about clever layout of the belts. So if we do something like this, so we have a belt that goes that way, and a collection belt. And I'm hoping what we can do is grab some tunnels with these extra belts here and do that. So anything coming this way will get fed into the tunnels. It will get split between all 4 here, go onto this belt, which will then go into a collection chest. Although, I think I want to make those double chests again. Means we're going to need collection funnels there and there. We're going to need a funnel there to get everything out. We need to make the mechanical presses, so we need iron blocks for those. We'll just put those in there. And that should be just about it, really. Quite a basic one. We just need to power it now. So let's maybe cut a little channel out here. Then that powers that belt, but that's going the wrong way. So let's get smart about this. If we go like that and that, that gets that belt going the right way. And that should get all of those going. Excellent. Now we just need to power the presses and we can just do something like that. Doesn't look very good though. Let's see if we can make that look nicer. So if we block in this bit here, put a couple of pointless shafts in, some brackets. Yeah, that's not looking too bad. Just need a placard with a press in it. And if we were to chuck, we can't open these boxes. And that'll be because of these blocks I've put here. Maybe let's use girders instead. Yeah, there we go. And if we chuck in a bunch of iron, look at that, we're getting plates so quickly. Oh, that's amazing. No more using that thing up on the hill over there. That took less than 10 seconds to do a stack. Wonderful. So next up, let's do the double crushing wheels, and that should fit in nicely along here. I don't know quite how long this is going to need to be, so let's get some chests and work it out. So if we had a chest there, then we could have crushing wheels there, then a collection chest. But sometimes we want to double crush stuff, so let's get those funnels on. Have another funnel there, which means we will need another crushing wheel there, with another chest on the end, and then let's make that look a bit nicer. And then we can probably just kind of block all of this bit out. I don't think we really need that space there, but we'll make sure it's lit up so we don't get any random mobs. We'll just tidy this up a little bit. Now we do of course need crushing wheels for this setup, which means we need to get this thing spinning and work out where it's going to drop things off. I'd imagine around here could be good. And if we get power from here with a cog in there, that's going to power all of this. But I need more sandstone so we can block all of this out and make this bit here look good as well. But we're making some good progress here. And a few minutes later, we've got the walls filled in. Things are looking much better around here. We've even managed to make our crushing wheels. So what I did over here, we removed that, is we're just feeding the finished results into a hopper, and then that hopper pushes them into these drawers. So that works nicely. But with this crushing setup, it means I can either put things in here and have them crushed down once, or in here and double crush them, which isn't needed often. But if, for example, I wanted lots of sand, I could put cobble in the start, and then that will get crushed into gravel, then into sand. But we're making some very good progress on our machine lists. Next up, though, I think I want to make the precision mechanisms. We've got space in the middle here. I reckon we might just be able to squeeze it in. So we'll start off with a belt there, and we're going to want a double chest at each side. In fact, I've made this belt a little bit too long because we only need 3 spots in the middle. So we need 3 deployers. We've only got 2. Right, let's quickly go make another one. Right, there we go. We're going to need to be able to feed these things with cogs and iron nuggets and things like that. So let's get more chests on top. Then we're going to need funnels. And we're going to need filters. So if it's a gold plate, then let it through. And we also need an incomplete precision mechanism. In fact, we're probably going to be better off using a list filter. So let's quickly make a couple of those. So if we make a deny list for the precision mechanism and put that on this one here, and then I need to grab a few things because I need to make an incomplete precision mechanism before I can do anything else. So let's just get these deployers loaded up. We want small cogs. large cogs, iron nuggets, and we're going to need to get power over here as well. So I'm thinking we just do that, stick in a gearbox, then the belt is going the wrong way. So instead, we'll do this. We'll stick in some shafts, some case chain drives. It's still going the wrong way, but if we jam in a gearbox, there we go. Then we'll just hide that. But we still need to get power into these, and I can't really get it up the side here, so I think we're going to have to go across the top. So we could do something like this. And for my own safety, I'm going to remove these crushing wheels temporarily, because I think we're going to need to go in here. And then steal the power from there. Let's get those crushing wheels back in. And then we can just block in the rest of this. All right, so that should make precision mechanisms. What I want to do is just reverse that temporarily. We're going to get a part-made precision mechanism. Ah, I can't open that chest right now. So let me rejig this just a little bit. And there we go. Now I can open the chest. We'll just cover up this side with some copycat boards. Wonderful. Right, so let's grab that precision mechanism, put that into the list filter as well. And now they're the only things that should be able to come out of this bit. So now if I put that precision mechanism and the gold sheets in there, this should just keep going round and round and round until it makes what we want, or runs out of things up here. And then all the precision mechanisms that work will go here. All the failed ones will just leave bits in here. But that is our precision mechanism machine done. All right, nice. Another machine done. Now, what have we got left? Train plates and casings, a rail maker, and electron tubes. But we're definitely not getting anything else on that floor. This floor, probably not getting anything on here either. But we do have some space down here in the basement. So maybe we should try and get the train things in here. We should be able to get both down here, I reckon. But as usual, I'm going to need to make some things before we can do this. So for the sturdy sheep machine, we're going to need lava. So I'm thinking maybe a tank that we sort of go fill up and bring back and put back here. So we'll just have a cart contraption down here with a lever. Then we're going to need to pump that out into a spout. So we only need a small belt here, I think, because as well as the spout, we just need 2 mechanical presses. Then we'll have a barrel on each end. And I think that's about it, really. We just need power. So powering the presses should be fairly easy. We can just do that. Then if we put another one of those in there, with a gearbox and a shaft, that is going the wrong way. How about that? There we go. Then lastly, we need to power this pump as well. So if we stick in a vertical gearbox there and rotate that a little bit, there we go. Then we can just stick cogs there and there, make it look nice. Then we just need a couple of placards. Oh, lightning just struck one of my lightning rods somewhere. But if it is a thunderstorm, I should probably sleep. Right, so I've got a problem. I've run out of zinc, and I need more copycat steps. So what we're going to do is quickly run around some caves and hopefully find some more. In fact, I'll probably take some torches as well. Ah, there we go. There's some. Oh, 1 piece. 1 piece. That is no good. Need much more than that. Oh, there we go. Ooh, diamonds. Don't mind if I do. Not too shabby. We got just over a stack. And 26 diamonds in the end. Wonderful. All right, there we go. We can finish off that bit now. And that's for the powdered obsidian. And the result is sturdy sheets. Although, this one should probably be up the top here like all the rest. Now, next up, we want a track machine. And this should be very simple. First up, I'm going to need a couple of deployers. Right, so for this one, we just want 2 barrels with a belt running behind them. 2 deployers and a press. Then we just need power, but we should be able to grab that from right here. It's just going to take a few encased chain drives. There we go. That's all of that powered. And we just need a couple more barrels at the top here. We'll block off that last bit. Then stone slabs would go in that barrel. Iron nuggets go in these ones. So if we chuck those in there, although it would help if I actually put the funnels on the back and faced it the right way. And there we go. We're now making train track. Just need a bit of light. But that is 2 more things ticked off the list. The last thing we need is an electron tube machine, but I don't really know where we're going to put that. Got no space in the basement, no space here, no space on this floor, although plenty of space on this floor. Now, for the electron tubes, it's going to be a bit different because we need mechanical crafters. And I'm also going to need some hoppers. And what we're going to do is actually need to feed things in the back. So I'm going to pull this forward by a block. Then we'll get some belts in there and there with a funnel there to take everything in. We're also going to need to feed iron sheets into it, but we can just put those in there and they should just feed directly into the machine. Yep, wonderful. So here we're going to need a deployer with a hopper and a barrel. Let's rotate that around. And this barrel is going to be for sandpaper. So we'll stick another barrel here, the funnel on the back. So we'll put the raw rose quartz in here. That'll get sanded by this one, turned into rose quartz, which will then make our electron tubes by mixing with the metal plates. So that should do the trick. Let's just get some power in. So they're going the right way. Wonderful. I'll make sure nothing flies off the end. Then we just need to get power to the crafters. And that'll be easy enough thanks to all our floor power we've got. Right. And there we go. That's the finished machine, although we do need to move this lamp. And let's use a couple of the bridge ones instead. Better. But now if we load up rose quartz in here, that should get turned into our wonderful electron tubes. Good stuff. And that is the last thing on our list. Well, when it comes to machines anyway. But what I do still want to do is put all of the workshop tables in here. By workshop tables, I mean these ones from Chipped. So the botanist workbench, the glass blower, carpenter's table, loom, mason table, alchemy bench, and a tinkering table. So I'm going to quickly get these crafted up. And then alongside a crafting table and a stone cutter and maybe a couple of other bits, we should have a nice little workshop here. Okay, I think I've got all of the tables. Let's just figure out where we're going to put them. So maybe something like that. Then we can have a crafting table and a stone cutter. And then we're going to use a few copycat panels and andesite bars just to create a little barrier here. Yeah, that works well. I like that. And with that, I think our workshop is complete. That was an epic build, that one. But we've got all the machines we're going to need to be able to automate things a little bit quicker when we're crafting. And we've even got a little bit of space up the top here should we need to cram in any very small machines. I mean, just things like an independent deployer or slicer, that could be quite handy maybe. I don't know. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. And I have actually done some editing for this episode, and that ghast is such a pain. Where is he? There you are, you cheeky little ghast. Ruining my time lapses at the start there. But despite that, I do like him. I'm going to keep him, and he does need a name. So let me know your thoughts in the comments, and we'll get him named next episode. If you want to get hold of this workshop for yourself, then it will be available in a schematic form in my Discord to all Patreon members, YouTube members, and Twitch subscribers. And in fact, I do need to get the rest of these buildings on there as well. But sadly, that's all we've got time for. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. I've been chopping down trees, and not because I need the woods, and also not because I need this space for anything to do with today's episode, but in future I am going to need all the space over here. But to be able to use this space, I need to fix the landscape. It's a little bit lumpy and horrible. I do want to work with the landscape a lot more in this series than I have in previous series, but yeah, this definitely needs a bit of tidying up. Look at all these holes everywhere. This bit over here is really messy as well, and I basically want some big sort of rolling hills. But to do that, first I need to remove the trees. But we'll save all that for another episode, as today we have other things to be doing. So last time on Perfect World Post-Production, we built a big old starter workshop with a bunch of machines inside to make my life easier moving forward. Today, however, I really need to sort out some enchantments for my gear. It's slow going chopping all these trees with an unenchanted axe, but still quicker than using the create saw when there's only a few blocks per tree. But yeah, I really need to enchant my gear. In fact, my helmet's broken, so I haven't even got one of those anymore. And we have the enchanting table, we have some librarians, but what I don't have is an XP farm, and that's what we're going to focus on today. The question is, where do we want to put it? I mean, my plan is simple. I'm just going to go and grab a bunch of mob spawners. We can pick them up with contraptions, or at least we will be able to if I quickly go here into the config, search for create, go to server config, kinetics, contraptions, and make sure that this one here, movable spawners, is set to movable. And that basically means I can stick a contraption under a spawner, pick it up, and place it back down where I need it, which is wonderful for making XP farms. Now, in terms of positioning, we're basically full up on this seafront side here, at least going in that direction, but we do still have some space around here, and this looks horrible. Maybe we can sort of squeeze something in up against this mound. So space-wise, for spawning, if that was a spawner, it will actually need 4 blocks either way, as well as 2 blocks above and 2 blocks below, which means we're going to need a building that is at least 9 wide on the inside, which we're not going to fit directly in there, but we could have a little play, I think. If we were to put some stairs in maybe and sort of raise the floor, then we can have a big area here for the mob spawning chamber, and we can have sort of a way to deal with them down below. I think that might be the thing to do. And if we do that, it means we can get this corner finished off. We also need to sort out the side of this building. That's our workshop from last episode. Definitely needs a bit of love on this side. And we've got this path here as well that we need to deal with. So maybe we could have like a little tunnel that goes this way. We could bring this path up the back, connect it up, and eventually we'll figure out what to do with all this mess over here. But let's not get too distracted. What we need to do is get ourselves some stone variants. And if we're going to have stairs going up here, we should maybe do that in a similar style to the seawall. That could look quite good. So we'll grab a bit of tough and mossy stuff and gravel, and then we'll start figuring out this build. Obviously, in order to make this farm, we are going to need to go on the hunt to find a whole bunch of mob spawners. I'd quite like a mix of zombies, skeletons, and probably blazes. Just thinking about it, blaze spawners are probably going to be the easiest ones to find. But what I'm not going to get is any of those cave spider spawners. No, no, no. We don't want any of those. At least not in this farm. Right, let's grab some stuff. Alrighty, so I think let's start by working out what we want to do with this path. So if we maybe bring that down to here, and then on this side, we kind of want to go up and around the corner, I think. So something like this, and then we'll figure out what to do with all of that later. But then what we can do is put a building in right around here. We're just going to use these tough blocks for now. We can swap out some of these blocks later. But the question is, how big do we want this building? So if we make the basement area something like this, then what we can do is have a bigger bit on top, and then that's going to give us a 12 by about 15 area. That's definitely going to be big enough to be able to put the mob farm in. And then what I want to do here is get in some kind of a staircase. So something like that for the stairs. Let's just get the rest of this blocked out. Then we're going to have an outside sort of terraced area, and then we'll put the building in here. And we're going to get some more stairs in there to get us up to this level. In fact, I'm going to move these stairs over by a block just to give us a bit more space on the terrace. So I think shape-wise that works quite well. It looks awful though. So we're going to quickly hollow out the inside here. We're going to get the walls looking a little bit nicer, and then we'll figure out what kind of building we're going to put on top of this basement. So we're very nearly there. I'm just going to put a door in over here, and I think these center cut dark oak logs look pretty good. Makes for a nice frame. And then maybe a light up there. Barred dark oak trapdoor just to break that light up. Copycat stair in there with another log, and then we're going to stick a door in. Not sold on that. Maybe we should just use a normal plank, which means I don't need to use a copycat block. Gotta save our zinc, we're running low. Right, we'll worry about handrails and things like that later. For now, I want to focus on the actual build up here. So this will be the bit where our actual mob farm's going to be. So I've collected a bunch of deep slate and... oh, I can't do anything with deep slate? Maybe I need to cook it. So instead of cobbled deep slate, let's see what we can do with actual deep slate. Oh, there we go. Much better. Loads of options. And I think we have even more options if we go into the saw, don't we? Yes, there we go. That's what I want. Some cut deep slate bricks. Then we'll get some of these rounded bricks as well. They'll be good to mix it up a bit. Maybe some eroded deep slates and some sanded. And I want a block to go at the top around in a circle. How about this one? Crying deep slate. It is a mob farm after all. So let's just start by building a great big deep slate cube. We'll just cap that off with the crying deep slate blocks. And I think without a third story, this is actually going to look really weird. But let's say, for example, we had windows here and here. We can have an entrance onto this floor here. That could work quite nicely. And I feel like maybe this terrace here could actually stretch across, and we could put another door in this build as well. Maybe? I don't know. We'll come back to that later. For now, let's go get some blocks to build a third story. And then that will give us a nice big chamber to actually put the mob farm in. We can have a killing area down below. And I don't really know what we'll do with the basement. I'm sure we'll think of something at some point. So I'm thinking for the third story, we should get a lighter block. So I'm wondering, do I just grab some oak maybe? And then how about some brick bonded oak planks? They look quite nice. So let's build with these initially to see if we like the color, and if we do, we'll look at getting some texture and variation in. Maybe we should give it a bit of an overhang at the front there. Line it with the side. Overhang on this side too, maybe? I mean, that'll give us more space for spawning stuff in. Well, that was embarrassing, dying to a zombie. I really should light up this area better. I mean, is that a hole in my wall? There's gonna be more holes in my wall if I don't move. Right. Now, we do have something in this pack which can help with this situation, and that is the mega torch. The problem is we don't have any gold, so we can't make any. We'll come back to that later. But now let's get this build finished. And I'm thinking I want some of this just to top the building off. But I do like the color change there. And I think it works quite well from this side. And on this side, once we actually decorate this entire area, it should look pretty good. So the basic shapes work, and that's all we can ask for at this stage. And then this top section here will be plenty of space to put in a bunch of spawners. So I think the only thing to do now is to jump into a time lapse and just get this thing looking a little bit nicer. Right, well that's looking a lot better, I think. I particularly like this sort of window thing we've got going on over here. I've left this side of the building fairly blank at the moment, as I have been all the way around, because generally we end up putting in more buildings and connecting things to them, so I didn't really want to waste my time on that. And I don't know what we're going to do with this back area here yet either, so we'll come back to that. But we've continued the roof gardens up to the top here. We are going to actually spend some time decorating these roof gardens and making them interesting, putting in benches and other things. And if we jump into free cam and have a look, I think generally the roofs just need a little bit more stuff on them, especially the ones on this side. But currently they are all connected. There is a continuous walk along all of the roofs, and I kind of want to continue that as we carry on building, but it's not a priority for right now. Now what we need to do is work out how we're going to make the mob farm over here. And what I'm thinking I might do is just put in a great big glass floor using tinted glass. In fact, I'm going to need to swap out these windows, aren't I? Because that needs to be tinted glass as well, so that the light doesn't get through. Then we'll have this bit as the chamber where all the mobs spawn, and the size of this, I should be able to get a sort of 2x3 area of spawners in, and then I can stack them up a few blocks as well. So we should be able to get lots and lots of spawners in here if we need to. Then we'll have a killing chamber down here, and then somewhere to sort stuff out. And then we've also got the basement, which I haven't put stairs down to. I don't actually know what we're going to do with the area down here. I don't know if we're going to need it or not, so we'll come back to that. But I think what I want to do now is go and collect some spawners, which means I need to make myself a bunch of mine carts, a bunch of cart contraptions, and a few other bits and bobs. And then we need to go locate some dungeons. And I do know where a couple are, but other than that, it's just going to be a lot of searching through caves, I think, until we find what we need. And of course, we'll go to the nether and grab lots of blazes. So we'll need a cart contraption, we'll need a bunch of mine carts, and we're going to need some levers. Oh, and we're going to need rail. We're definitely going to need rail. I don't have any rail. Let's make some. Right, that should be everything we need. I'm just going to quickly restock my jetpack fuel. In fact, we'll grab some torches as well. Now let's go hunting, and we'll start in our caves over here, because I'm fairly sure we ran past at least one. Oh, and something else I'm going to need is actually lots of amethyst, because I need to make tinted glass, which means we need amethyst shards, but we can actually get those just from crushing down blocks. So as long as we find a geode or two, we should be absolutely fine. Right, let's get searching. Oh, there's a geode. That was nice and easy. So let's steal a bunch of this, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to take some calcite as well while we're here. I've just realised I've got Fulbright on as well, so we're actually going to turn that off while we're in the caves. It's one thing to use it when I'm building, so you can actually see things a bit better, but when I'm caving, it feels a little bit cheaty. That's the geode destroyed. Let's go find some dungeons. There's a mine, but I really don't want to be putting cave spiders in my farm, I don't think. They're just a lot harder to deal with. And although we're mostly looking for dungeons, we'll keep an eye out for any zinc and diamonds as well. Maybe some lapis. If we're going to be leveling up, we might need a bit more of this. Oh, and a bit of redstone. Yeah, that will come in handy. Oh, we need some gold as well, actually, don't we? So we can get some mega torches. I guess we're just going to be collecting all the ore we come across, let's be honest. Ow! Get out of it. Still no dungeons, though. Well, I seem to have exited myself from the cave, and I've still not found any spawners yet. This could take a while. Now this time I'm going to follow the paths that are already lit up, because as I say, I'm fairly sure we did come across some spawners, which means they should be along one of these lit up paths. Aha, there's one. Ah, it's a zombie one though. Not good for drops, but still good for XP. So if we do that, then pick it up with our wrench, that's our first spawner. And if that one's there, there should be another one fairly close by. So follow the torches and I should find the other one. Aha, yep, there it is. That one's zombies as well. That's not what we want, really. But I'm still going to take it. And I think it was only the two that we had found previously. So I guess we just go back to searching now. Oh, this is a deep, dark hole that leads absolutely nowhere. Good stuff. Oh, is that another dungeon I see? It is. No, dang it, it's zombies again. It's a huge cave, this one as well. So let's spam a few torches down. So a quick scout of the cave reveals this is probably the only dungeon down here. Just a shame it's another zombie one. Oops. I mean, it was bound to happen eventually, let's be honest. There's my body. Right, now, dungeons. That's what we're looking for. More dungeons. We've got 3 so far, 3 spawners so far, which is fine. But I'd kind of like some skeleton spawners if we can find some. But I feel like this cave system is tapped out. I've been pretty much everywhere around here. We've done very well for ores and diamonds while we've been down here, though. Oh, hello. That looks like a spawner to me. And it's a skeleton one. That's exactly what we need. Let's continue the search, although this looks like a dead end. Dang it. Right, well, I've run out of torches and my pickaxe is nearly dead. But we managed to get loads of diamonds going through the caves, so let's just get that fixed up. We'll get ourselves a few more torches, and I do want to keep searching because ideally I want to have more than just the one skeleton spawner. So let's go back to the caves. Oh, there's another one. And it's skeletons. Amazing. Get out of it. Ooh, golden apple. Now, if I can find one more skeleton spawner, that'd make me incredibly happy. But it's taken me so long to find the first few spawners, what I might do is just start to try and make my way out and see if we happen across one on the way back. And it's quite good to know that there's all this azurine down here as well. This stuff's quite rare, but I'm not too bothered about it now. We'll find it when we need it. Let's just search these last few dark corners on this big cave. And if we don't find anything, we'll just head back through the lush caves and go back to where we started. Dang it. On the plus side, it's not too far away, only 200 meters. Down we go again. Right, we've retrieved our stuff. We'll search the last few corners, and then we're going to make our escape, I think. It's about 10 minutes later, and I've still not found my way back out of these caves. I'm following my torches, but they go off in so many directions, I keep getting lost. I mean, I'm sure I'll find my exit eventually, but I can't even find the lush caves again at the moment. Still finding diamonds, though. Boop, boop. Ah, here's the lush cave. This is where we come in. The problem is, because the lush cave is lit up, I didn't put down any torches around here, so I have no idea which direction I need to go in to get back out again. Aha, this bit looks familiar. And there we go. That is our exit here. Perfect. Whew, we made it. Turns out it's a lot harder to navigate those caves without a death marker. But we managed to get ourselves 5 spawners, a whole bunch of ore, and some other stuff. However, we're not done yet with the spawners because I definitely want to get a couple of blaze ones in there, which means we need to go to the nether fortress and run away, baby zombie. And with all that gold we've got, we can build some mega torches so we stop getting mobs around here. That'd be nice, won't it? Let's go get some blaze spawners. Although thinking about it, let's quickly jump back out. I think I've got a couple of fire resistance potions. Yeah, there we go. We'll take them. That will come in handy. Right, now let's go get some blaze spawners. We'll start by grabbing this one right here. Look at that, not one even spawned. Now there's got to be some more blaze spawners around this fortress, surely. Oh, yeah, there's one. Excellent. This is much easier than finding ones in the overworld. Now let's see if we can find any more. Oh, here's another one. Oh, I can catch fire now, though. Let's quickly back away. And here's another one. Oh, would help if I put down the cart assembler. Well, we've managed to get 4 blaze spawners across 2 different fortresses, and I think that's going to have to be enough for now. I mean, that does mean we have 9 spawners in total, which is going to make quite a nice XP farm over here. And we'll get some semi-decent loot, too. So the first thing we need to do is to get in the tinted glass. In fact, we need to make the tinted glass before we can get it in. And we've got a fair amount of glass, so let's take a bunch of this. And then we're going to use our crushing wheels to get loads more amethyst shards. Yeah, look at that. Wonderful. And then we can make a whole bunch of tinted glass. So hopefully that'll be enough. But the first thing I want to do is actually work out where the spawners are going to go. So if we put them right here, they're going to have 2 blocks above. They're going to have 4 blocks either side. But we've got 9 of them, which means we're going to end up coming all the way down pretty much. So how about we just do this? So we'll have space for 12 spawners. And it does mean we're losing 1 spawning row for a couple of the spawners on each side, but that's not really a big issue. We should get plenty either way. And then we'll put in a tinted glass floor here at this level. And I've used conveyors in the past to then move all the mobs around and get them to where I want to go. But in this instance, I think I want to be able to actually see through the floor. So we're going to try and use fans instead. Because if we put a line of fans against that wall, we can blow everything over this way, meaning it will fall down here. They could then land on this. We could have another fan here that pulls them all in this direction, then drops them down into the chamber where we'll finish them off. Which means I should probably fill in this entire wall over here. There we go, and it's all gone dark in there. But I do need to swap out all of this glass. This needs to be tinted as well, which means it's probably not going to look as good, but at least it'll be functional. I'm going to make sure we block off the top of the spawners as well. Right, that is our spawning chamber done. I'm not sure why there's a light mark there, though. I'm sure it won't cause too many problems. So the next thing I want to do is to get in the deployer that's going to be dealing with these things. And can we still power from over here anywhere? Yes, there we go. Look, right there. So let's just steal that. Bring it up a level, and then stick in a deployer. In fact, I'm going to remove this glass down here because we're going to need to offload everything from the deployer as well, which means we're going to need a belt system and so on. So that's going to make it much easier to work. We can tidy it all up later. But I need to turn this into attack mode. And we will, of course, need to give him a weapon of some kind. Now, we're also going to need a belt under here. And we need to make sure it doesn't interfere over here. So let's just turn those into gearboxes. Then we can have a belt, for example, that goes over that way. And the deployer should pick up most things that get dropped, but sometimes it will leave things behind. So what we're going to do is stick in a couple of hoppers just to grab anything else. We'll have a funnel on the back of here, which is also going to take things out that the deployer picks up. But we need to put a filter on here to make sure it doesn't drop the sword it's going to have. But as a system, this should work. Just get that encased. Maybe let's cover up these bits down the bottom here with some industrial plating. That looks quite good. I like how it joins together. So down here, we just need a sword and a filter. So we'll make a sword. And sadly, I don't have a looting book, which means we need to get some levels. So I'm going to grab all of the raw ore that we've got. We've already got a bunch in our backpack as well. And we're going to chuck all of this in the crushing wheels because that's also going to give us XP, which we can then use to give ourselves a bunch of levels and get a better sword for the deployer. Because if we can get looting, we're obviously just going to get a lot more stuff from the mobs. But yeah, look at that. So it's turning it into crushed ore. So we still get the same amount of ore from it, but we're also getting other stuff, such as, in this example, nuggets of experience. And if we actually go and wash the crushed ore, we'll then get additional things from them. So from iron, I think it's redstone potentially you get from it. If we wash zinc, we can get gunpowder. So yeah, I guess we're going to wash all of this stuff as well. And we're almost at 30 levels already. Excellent. So let's make a sword, grab some additional experience just in case we don't get it first time. And let's go see if we can get some looting on this thing. Help if I brought some lapis with me. Vein of arthropods, we don't want that. So let's just get a rubbish enchant and then unenchant it and try again. Unbreaking 3. That is all we got on it. Scared the life out of me. Jeez. I guess once we've cooked up that gold, we can finally get a couple of mega torches around here as well, which is going to stop all of these spawns and jump scares. I don't want my librarians to get zombified. Mostly because I don't have a way to cure them, but the cheaper trades would be nice. Just come back to grab some more experience as well, and we'll get all this stuff washing. And, oh my days, we're going to have to craft all this back up again. Oh, zombies again! Run away, I'm nearly dead. I am dead. I can't even take out a zombie. Well, there goes the 27 levels I did have. Well, that was yet another example of why I really need to get my gear enchanted. In fact, I need to make some new gear. I'm pretty sure that most of my stuff is broken now, which could explain how I got unalived so quickly. So let's try this again, shall we? Oh, looting 3 straight off the bat. Excellent. So let's mix those together, and we want to get mending on the sword as well. And I believe we do have a mending book already. That we do. Right, there we go. And now we have a decent sword that we're just going to give to the deployer. We'll make one for ourselves later. Oh, and I need a filter as well before we put this sword on. And all we need to do is put this sword in there and deny it. Put that on there and give the sword to that guy. And right, that's the killing chamber all sorted. Now it's time to install a whole bunch of fans, I think. Now we'll start by taking out a little bit of this wall here. We need to take out the whole of the bottom row. Then we'll stick a bunch of fans in here with a row of encased chain drives behind them, which means we're going to need to do something about the outside of this building a little bit, but that's fine. And if we have one pointing down at the end here, I'm thinking we should just be able to connect up over here. So we'll go with a vertical gearbox and then a bunch of shafts. And we do need to put a fan in over here somewhere as well. Let's see exactly where that's needed. So that space there. chuck a fan in. So maybe if we do something like that, and then grab shaft there, shaft there, shaft there, and we need one more vertical gearbox. Alrighty, so that should have all of the fans blowing. Let's just make sure they're going in the right direction. So if we jump into free cam, we can see that one is indeed pulling. That's good. And that one's also pulling. That's bad. That just means we need an additional gearbox in there. And now they're blowing as well. Wonderful. So we've got a bit of tidying up to do on the outside. But apart from that, the chamber and everything is now ready for the spawners? Oh, actually, no. We need to actually sort out everything that's coming out of it first, don't we? So how about initially, we actually just send it over this way, and then we send it down a chute. Get that blocked off again. And then down here, initially, we'll just have a great big vault, and then we'll sort things out. It's going to drop lots of armor and things like that we can probably process into more useful items. But first up, let's just grab some vaults. By which I mean, let's make some vaults. Luckily, they're fairly easy to make. We just need a whole bunch of barrels and a bunch of iron plates. Love how fast this thing is. Alrighty, we should have enough vaults. And I've also picked up a few stock link related things just so we can actually see the items in the vaults. And we'll make a max size vault, I think. That seems sensible. We need more scaffolding. Okay, so we'll put a stock link on the side of a packager there. We'll connect the stock ticker to it. Put that there, put a blaze guy in front, and we can see what's in there. Wonderful. That was nice and easy. So that means we are ready to get the spawners in. And this is probably going to be quite dangerous, so I'm thinking I should play it smart and maybe get myself a potion of invisibility. Righty then, let's do this. Let's make sure I've only got one item on. Let's drink our potion, grab some blocks. So we're going to need to put some there for the first set. So if we do that, then pick these bits up again. Oh, apparently my invisibility is not working. That's going to make this a whole lot harder. It's okay, we're surviving so far. Let's just get the rest in. Whoa, whoa, that guy was not happy with me. Okay, now we need to create a lower platform here for the next set. Ah, let's get out of the way so he goes down. Okay, one more to go. Oh, and I'm on fire again. Well, at least it's raining. That's helpful. Okay, let's just get rid of this and we are good to escape. Let's just remove this torch here. That should start all the zombie spawners. There we go. That should be our mob farm complete. So it's incredibly loud, but it's all working. Stuff is getting brought down here. This is taking it out. And then we're getting our drops. Wonderful. And we're getting a good amount of spawns as well, which is nice. Yeah, look at that. Loads of stuff. So if we go check downstairs, there's the stuff that I dropped, of course. Let's grab those. But other than that, these are the drops we're getting. The blaze rods are going to be very handy. The bone mill's going to be especially handy. The zombie flesh we can probably destroy. Same with the bows and the arrows. We can just destroy those outright. But I'm going to leave this running for a little while I do some editing. And when we come back, we'll see how much stuff we've actually got. But initial impressions are good. And we've still got space for more spawners in there as well. Well, I got a bit distracted putting up my Christmas tree and, oh my days, 30,000 nuggets of experience. That's insane. But yeah, this vault is full. And there's some zombies around here that are a bit angry at my deployer. But yeah, with a full vault, it means this whole thing has kind of stopped working for now. So what we need to do is get some of this stuff processed. Now the question is, what can we actually do with these things? We can smelt them down into nuggets. Does that work for all these things? Oh, we can haunt those to make chainmail. Who knew? But yeah, we can basically just bulk blast everything by the looks of it. Thinking about it, if we were to run this over an item drain, we'll also be able to disenchant these items, or a disenchantment drain. I think that's a thing, isn't it? I'm not sure. Let's try it out. I'm sure there used to be something called a disenchanter. So let's put a funnel on there. Let's get in a couple of item drains. Let's grab some golden boots. Enchanted ones, of course. And let's just see if this actually drains. No, it does not. These are still enchanted. I wonder if an experience hatch would work, which we can make with an item drain and one of those. Then we'll use a block of experience on a deployer to make a experience hatch. Let's grab some fluid tanks. And the question is, if we do that, and then right-click that. Oh, no, that just took all of my experience, not the experience from the boots. Oh, but I can shift right-click to get my experience back. Okay, interesting. Not useful for me right now, but interesting. But to be honest, I guess we don't really need all the extra experience anyway. I feel like we're doing enough over here. And what I'm going to do is just put a little loop of belts in here. We're going to need a couple of gearboxes for those, and we just need to get it connected to the power. And the closest way to do that is probably going to be just over here. There you go. There's some power right there. And I've done this slightly wrong. I want to set this filter to only items that can be smelted. And for now, we're actually going to turn things off just so I can get this fixed. So we need to reduce that by 1, expand that by 1, stick a shaft in there. Move where that gearbox is, get that belt back in, and that gearbox, and wonderful. So now only items that can be smelted are coming out. But what I need is another filter, and we're going to need to dig out a little bit of space around the back here, because we're going to want a fan there, and that fan is going to need power, preferably going in the other direction. And now I just need a bucket of lava and another filter. So we'll put a bucket of lava there. We need another can be smelted filter set to deny this time. Put that on there, get that reconnected, and that's not going to work, is it? Tell you what, let's maybe put some fans up here instead. Grab that back, because we don't want to mess with those stairs out the back there. And I'm going to need some copycat panels, some bars, and a few other bits here. So if we put copycat boards across there, then copycat panels with andesite bars across there, and a bucket of lava in there. Then we'll use encased chain drives, swap this gearbox out for a vertical one, bring shafts up to here. So now that should just go round and round, smelting things for me, and then dumping everything back in here once it's done. Now, the next thing I want to do is destroy all of the bows. I've got no interest in bows, so let's put that there. We'll grab a bow out of here. We'll stick a lovely bucket of lava down there. And as soon as we rotate this round, that should just start destroying all of our bows. Leather armor. What can we do with that? We can use shears with it on a depot to get leather. And weirdly, zombie flesh does actually have a purpose. We can make dog food and compost. So maybe we'll keep that. Something we're not going to keep, however, is the arrows. So we'll just drop those into lava as well. Right, so let's go get a deployer so we can deal with all this leather. In fact, I'm going to go take the one that's over here because that will force me to actually make one and put one in the workshop in future. And saves me having to make one. I really need to get these mega torches down. Look at this mess. So this one should be fairly simple. All we need is a belt there, a deployer on top with a pair of shears, which I have no idea if it's going to use their durability or not. I would imagine it probably is, so we might need to load this machine up a bit. Let's just get this connected to power. The funnel going in there. And in fact, I'm going to remove that belt for now, just while I set up this funnel. So we're going to need another filter. Now, how do we filter for everything leather? Ooh, can be stained. That's a good one. That should make it unique. So we'll put that on there. Stick this belt back in. And when we rotate this round, hopefully... Oh, no, that's not what we wanted. There we go. Is that going to start releasing our leather? No? Okay, it doesn't seem to like that can be stained filter. Every time I put it down and tell it to search in there for stuff that can be stained, it makes my game hang. So let's try a different approach when the game stops hanging. Oh, there we go. So yeah, game not a fan of that particular filter. Let's try something else, shall we? Let's try dyeable, maybe? There shouldn't be anything else coming out of there that's dyeable, I don't think. Okay, right. That plopped out some leather armor straight away. Right, so that's now getting me leather. Wonderful. And the rest of the armor's nearly all smelted down. The arrows and bows have gone. Much better. Look how much experience we've got. But I want easy access to that experience. And I've got some tidying up to do down here as well. But what I'm thinking is, if we go up here... And let's get rid of those boots. We don't need those. But if we go up here, if we had a big tank here, then we could take the experience nuggets from down there, turn them into liquid experience, and just have an experience shower, basically. Somewhere where we can go and just grab as much experience as we need. And in fact, it might be worth trying to pump some over to the enchanting table as well, but we'll worry about that later. For now, let's just get some tanks built up, which means I need a whole load of copper sheets, and I'm going to need some barrels as well. Barrels acquired. Now we've got some copper sheets. Let's get some tanks. So let me think about this. Maybe I should actually put the experience shower in here. Then that leaves this wall for storage drawers, which is ultimately where we're going to send everything to, I think. So let's just have a little look. What are we dealing with down here? Right. So ideally, what I want to be doing is having pipes go up this way. Then we need an item drain there. Just going to grab an experience nugget, put that on there. And hopefully... Nope. Well, that did not go how I expected. Oh, we need a grinding system. I see. Well, that makes things a bit more complicated. Let's go make some grindstones, which means we need andesite alloy. We've got some of that over here, I think. Look at that, loads of it. Oh, we really have no space. I need to empty my inventory. Hang around lots of weird stuff I don't need anymore. So I should just be able to make grindstones like that. We're also going to need some cogs to get this working. Now, I think all we need to do for this, put that in there with a mechanical grindstone, which I think means I need to run the pipe around the back like that. Yep. Another mechanical grindstone there. A couple of cogs to make sure that that does what it's supposed to do. Then it just needs power, so I guess we could do that. Also got a belt we need to power, so I'm just grabbing this power all along the back here. So that will give us a belt there. Let's just set this up for experience nuggets. That should be draining into there. Wonderful. So now we just need to pump it all out. Means we need a mechanical pump there and a way to get it moving. Let's just tidy this up a little bit around here. So that should all now be pumping into here. Wonderful. And if I put an experience hatch on this, I can just grab 53 levels. We've got to grab all the levels. This is good. So we've got access to all the items down here. We've got experience upstairs. So I'd say so far, that's a job well done. Now, I think what we're going to do is actually make a bit more of an experience shower as well. That's going to come in handy for us. So we just need to do that. We need a crank. We need one of those. And if we just do that, and that, then we can also do that and just shower experience on ourselves, just in case we don't want to grab 88 levels at once. That's going up nice and quick, I tell you. All right, good stuff. Although there does seem to be a bit of a problem outside due to the way zombie spawn mechanics work. So when this deployer is hitting the zombies, it's spawning in zombies due to their pack spawn mentality thing that they do. And then they're all trying to get to this deployer. I mean, look at that. There's a whole army of them outside in the alleyway. But I'm wondering, if I place down mega torches, is that going to stop that from happening? And also, if I place mega torches, is that going to stop this farm from producing mobs as well? I don't know. But let's go find out. So thanks to all the washing we did earlier, we've got lots of gold and so on, so we should be able to make these mega torches. But I'm going to make some compacting drawers first, because that's going to make it much easier to actually get the gold into ingots. So let's just throw out all of our shinies on the floor. Then we'll just throw them all into some drawers. And then we'll just take them all out as ingots. There we go. Lovely stuff. And those drawers are going to come in handy later. Right, we should now be able to make some mega torches. We just need diamonds, which are all in my backpack. And we actually need to turn the gold ingots into gold blocks. And now we can make 6 mega torches. So the default radius on these torches is 64 blocks. So I'm thinking if I just put one at either end of town for now, so we'll stick one down there as well. And then I'm also going to stick just a couple out here, just so we don't get any spawns over this way. But I'm hoping that's going to solve the zombie horde problem we were having down there. So the last thing I need to do is tidy up all of this. I mean, we've shown that it works, but I'm going to sort of adjust the layout a little bit, and then I want to send everything into storage drawers and have it go upstairs so that all the finished results here are a little bit easier to access. So let's quickly tidy up and sort that out, and I'll bring you back in just a moment. And a short while later, I think we're done. We've got everything we want to keep being stored up here. We've got things being compacted. And what I'm actually doing over here is I'm sending up all of the experience. I'm actually putting some into this basin. That's getting turned back into blocks, just because we don't want it all to be turned into liquid. Although in here right now, we have 166 levels. Well, we're definitely going to be able to enchant our gear once we make some new gear, because we've broken all of it now. Apart from our boots are still going strong. But I've only put a little bit of decoration in this room. It should do nicely. And if we go downstairs, what we're actually doing is filtering out all of the items we want to store upstairs, and they're going through here. This is actually where the experience drops down from above when it gets turned into cubes. And we now have an empty vault, apart from diamond armor. That's the only thing that will remain in the vault. But overall, I think it's looking pretty good, and the mega torches seem to be doing their job as well. We don't seem to have any zombies or anything creeping around the back here, which is nice. What isn't nice, though, is how the back of this area looks. We do need to sort this out. We'll probably do that next episode, because sadly, that's all we've got time for today, but I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Upgraded gear, that's what we need, and it's what I've been saying for weeks now, but thanks to the last few episodes of Perfect Well post-production, we've got an enchanting room, librarians, and an overpowered XP farm to get us there. However, we still don't don't have netherite. So today we're going to build a bigger and better drill. I mean, this thing was absolutely fine, but it's a bit small and its looks leave a lot to be desired. But then we're going to smash up the nether, find some ancient debris, raid a bastion to get the netherite upgrade templates. We're also going to tidy up the back of our buildings and pipe XP over to the enchanting room, and then finally enchant our gear to be a little bit safer in this world and finally be in a position to chop and dig things much quicker. If we have time, we may even take a look at super enchanting, but something tells me that's not going to be a particularly straightforward thing to do, so we'll see what happens. Let's kick things off, however, by finally naming our ghast. I just need to grab a name tag, by which I mean I need to make a name tag, which means I need to make cardboard. But we've got loads of saplings. Let's use a bunch of these. We'll grab some dye and some string, and we'll just make a few of these. So I need to find my water mixer. Is it this one here? No. Is it this one here? Yes. And let's just chuck these in there. That's going to make pulp. So that got us exactly 2 stacks of pulp, which is way more than we need. We literally need 4 pieces. But what we'll do is we'll chuck this in here, and that's going to turn it all into cardboard, which means we can make some name tags. Wonderful. And I don't have an anvil in here. Let's actually quickly go make one. Let's just chop that on there. And after lots of awesome suggestions, I've decided on Zep. I need some levels. There we go. Mob farm made that easy. Wonderful. Oh, and our crops have come along nicely. Not that we're ever going to harvest them, it's just for looks, but I like them. Right, so name, Zep. Now that is short for Zeppelin, which was first suggested by Cadenide 8721. I think I got that right. But a few other people also really liked that name as much as me, so that's what we've gone with. And our ghast is trying to escape. Come here, buddy. So Zep it is. Wonderful. Right, let's bring you a little bit closer to land, shall we? So I think the way these ghasts work is they kind of float around in a sort of 32 block area, I think it is, around where you last dismounted from them. So what we're going to do is fly over there somewhere and just sort of leave him out in the ocean, just so hopefully he doesn't ruin any more time lapses. We certainly don't want that. And I've just noticed I've still got Fulbright on, so let's sort that out. Ooh, it's so dark and moody. Right, that should do it. And one day we will make Zep a garage, but that day is not today. We have other things to be doing, like sleeping. So let's get started. I think what I want to begin doing is, well, I need to make some new gear because my trousers and my helmet are both broken. So that's easy enough, but I want netherite gear. So we're going to start by making a better drill. So let's just smash this one up. Oh, the boxes are all full of stuff. Okay, good to know. Now let's get this offloaded and we'll grab what we need to make a new drill. So I just came out to my workshop to make andesite casings, and I forgot, when you saw logs to shear them, or strip them, I should say. Shear them, what am I talking about? But yeah, when you strip logs with a mechanical saw, you also get tree bark. So we're going to need to filter that out of here. So let's just put a chest in the floor, put a filter on there for bark, then another funnel there to catch it, and I guess we're going to need to turn this into a slab. In fact, a stair might work better. And there we go. Now we can get into that chest. So if we load up that with some andesite alloy, load up this with some logs, then rotate that round, all the bark's going to come out this way. Wonderful. We want to make sure that bark doesn't come out of this one as well, so I should probably actually put a brass funnel here and filter for anything but bark. So I need a list filter. We'll set that to a deny list for bark. Then we'll get rid of that. Put that one on there. Set that to only release one at a time. We've got our filter on there. Wonderful. And that's going to get us all the andesite casings we should need. Right, let's get back to crafting. Alrighty, so big underground drill, and I think I want to base it shape-wise on something a bit like, you know, the big sort of traditional pointy round tube type drill thing, a bit like the Underminer from the Incredibles movie. Do you remember that? So instead of just doing a big flat square of drills at the front, we're going to try and make it a little bit pointy. If we were to do, for example, a 9x9 grid, then that would be the center point. So then we'd have more drills like this, put blocks on the back of those. And there we go. Let's just cover up these bits here on the back as well. But that is one pointy drill, but it's still square when you look at it straight on. But from the side, it looks much better than just a big wall of them. Now, for the back area, let's just start by putting a great big beam through the middle. Let's just give ourselves a platform to work on, I think. We're going to want a whole load of storage on here. So I think we're going to use vaults instead of chests. So let's stick one on each side. That should work. Let's just give them a little bit of support underneath. And do we want 2 sets of vaults? It's going to look a little bit stumpy, I suppose, if we don't. So let's stick another vault in here. We'll just have a little gap between them. And then let's just tidy up the back here a little bit. How's that looking lengthwise? Much better. Now, what I want to try and do is make it look like there's tracks on the bottom of this thing. And I've got an idea on how we're going to try and do that. But I'm going to need more girders. So let's just start by sticking some bits here and let's try this out. So if we were to do something like that and then maybe put in these ones either side and then another one of those and then that. Is that going to work? I mean, it kind of looks like tracks. This looks horrible though. Let's get rid of this girder. Let's try this chunky beam instead from Design and Decor. Oh yeah, that looks good. And we don't get any Z fighting now. Yeah, I reckon we can make that work. Well, I've got the tracks in and I decided it was looking a bit flimsy at the top, so I've added some supports in there as well, and I think it's coming along nicely. Lacking a bit of color though. So I've made these large brass chains. I'm just going to dump all of these in between the gaps. I'm not sure on that. We'll come back to it. For now though, let's get these vaults a bit more strapped down. And I'm loving these angled girder bits. These look really good. Oh, this is coming along nicely. Look at my chunky boy. But I've run out of girders, so let's grab some more iron. And we've already got a bunch of andesite alloy, but we're going to need more sheets. There we go. 8 more stacks of girders. That should be more than enough. Let's make this bit up here a bit more chunky as well, I think. Maybe to there. Let the middle one come back a bit further. We'll have a nap because a thunderstorm's just started. We don't need any of that. Maybe more of these angled ones there, and then we'll do that again. Okay, there we go. That's looking like it can handle the nether. Let's just sort out the back here. So how about some girders on the outside? Got a splash of color in the back here with some bamboo shafts and brackets on those, I think. And we'll save the middle one for some kind of light or something. Yeah, we're looking good. Let's just get the other side done because, well, it's not done. Now let's put a step on the back so we can actually get up into it. And we're going to need to change this a little bit. So we'll use a copycat panel. There we go. Now we can get up and in. And this is all well and good at the moment, but currently it doesn't have the deployers we're going to need at the front here in order to place blocks and track and things like that. It doesn't have the plows at the back to scoop everything up, and it doesn't have a way for me to actually get the thing started. So let's do that first. So if we were to have the minecart there, stick a half slab there, then a couple more slabs along here. Is that going to work? We block off these side bits. I feel like this might want to be a panel just so I've got a little bit easier access. So that should work. I just need to be able to flick a lever here, and then I need to be able to fuel it up and pick it up. Next up, we're going to need a couple of plows, and we're going to need deployers, which means we need some brass hands, which means we need brass sheets. And do we have any electron tubes up here in the machine? I'm hoping we do. We do not, so we need to get some rose quartz, and it's loud up there. That's good to know. I suppose it does back directly onto the mob farm. So let's make a whole bunch of rose quartz. That's going to make some electron tubes for us, although I have been informed there's a much better way of doing this. If I was actually to use grindstones here, then I wouldn't need sandpaper at all, so we will adjust this machine at some point. For now, let's just make a bunch of deployers, so we've got some for the future, and get our new drill finished. Oh, look at it. It's looking awesome. So I think the easiest way for me to do this is going to be to just dig a little trench underneath. So we have a deployer here that is lower than one that will be here. And I'm going to need access to the filters on these. But it's the same as the small drill we had. This one's going to place the rail, and this one's going to place stone or cobble or whatever it is it needs to. So we're going to be smart about this and actually make a filter. So just a basic filter would do. And into that filter, we're going to put cobblestone. We're going to put cobbled deep slates. We're going to put netherrack so that the nether's covered. And I guess we might as well do endstone as well, should we ever use it over there. So that means this guy at the front here is going to place blocks down to make sure there's always somewhere for this guy to place a rail. And it's going to roll across the rail so that front bit can be tidied up. But then what we need is a plow to pick everything up. And just to make sure no track gets left behind if it's going fast, I'm going to ensure that there's 2 plows. So we'll put one there and one there. Replace that with girders just because it looks better. And apart from a few torches and maybe a seat or two, I think we're just about done. Although I'll tell you what, because these are vaults, we're not going to be able to access them very easily. So how about we make ourselves some of these portable storage interfaces? And I guess we're going to need somewhere to park this so we can actually offload it. That's going to be interesting. But for now, let's quickly get a couple of lanterns on it. And if we come over here, we can get some different lanterns. Maybe the tube lanterns would work. So let's hang one of those there and there. Yeah, it looks all right. Feel like we need some a bit higher up though, so let's stick one in here as well. Yeah, a couple of lights on the outside. That looks good. Maybe we should get a couple of lights on the inside too. And we can do with a barrel up the front here as well, just so we can actually dump rail in to get the thing started. We're going to need a furnace minecart down there. And I think that is our drill done. Look at that. So chunky. I love it. So I just went to glue it, but these cogs at the bottom aren't actually attached to anything. So I've just added in an extra girder across the top here, and then we're just going to do this, and that will mean that all of the everything is now attached. So I should be able to glue it now. Wonderful stuff. Let's just quickly do the same on the other side here. So I think that's everything glued. Let's just grab a lever, do this, pick it up. Did we get everything? Oh my days, I think we actually got everything first time. That never happens. If we just fill in all these holes, we can go take this thing for a test drive. So we're going to need to get down nice and low. So let's just pick a random spot, do some digging. Ah, there we are, bedrock. So let's go up a few blocks. We're going to dig out a little area here. And it's going to be a little bit cramped in here to begin with, but eventually we should be able to escape out one of the sides. In theory, if we just place that there, I dig down a couple of blocks. In fact, maybe a couple more, and then it's not going to drag me along behind it, is it? And thinking about it, we're going to need to lay a few bits of rail because the deployer for the rail's up here somewhere. So let's make sure it's actually going to work. And there we go. Our miner is going, and hopefully, once it's all completely bypassed us, we should be able to dig our way out and see what it's actually doing. Okay, here we are. It's a fairly reasonable size. And it's left the shape of my drill behind at the front. Excellent. But it's going, it's doing its thing. Obviously, lava could still be a problem. In fact, speaking of lava, but thankfully, it won't stop the thing from moving. Ooh, ancient debris. So just going into F4 to see what's going on here, and basically it's digging through a bunch of lava at the moment. So we're going to have to dig our way around, I think. Oh, there's lava everywhere. Just got to catch up to our drill now. Dang it. All right, is it safe yet? Let's try and bust back out into the tunnel. Oh, all right, it looks like it's just about safe. And there's our drill doing its thing. Gonna put some coal in there to make sure that it always has fuel. But we've got 5 ancient debris in there so far. Wonderful. Let's just keep an eye out for any more. Well, I guess we all know what time it is now. I think I'm going to head back and get some fire resistance potions. Seems like a wise thing to do if we're going to get our drill back. We've gone into a very lava-filled area. Oh, my days. Lots of scary things about as well. We've got a few in here from when we were doing some piglin bartering, but they're only 3-minute ones, so let's quickly make them last longer. Right, that should do the trick. So now if we drink this, we can just fly straight through all the lava. Although we don't have depth strider, so it's not the fastest. But if we can catch up to our drill, it means we can just sit in the seat. Right, well, I've made it back. We're still on fire, but we're here. And we've got 11 ancient debris in there now. That's not bad. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want more, though. But I think this area just has a little bit too much lava. So we're going to pick this up and see if we can make our escape. Ooh, look at that. What a nice parting gift. So let's just get back to the start, and we'll try setting off in a different direction this time. Good news, we've made it back intact, but we don't have any fire res potions left. We're definitely going to need to make some more of them if we're going to go mining in the nether again. That was incredibly dangerous. Lots of lava everywhere. But for now, let's get that put back down, and I'm actually going to turn it back into a solid thing, which doesn't help my chances of escaping from underneath it. But we now have 28 ancient debris in there, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff. I also managed to dig out 13 from the walls, so that should be plenty for our needs. But I can't get it out of the vaults right now. And as I say, we will do something fancy to offload the entire thing in future, but for now, I'm just going to stick in a stock link and a stock ticker guy. So we need a stock ticker, we need a stock link, we need a packager, and a blaze burner. And I did notice while we were doing that time lapse there that these lanterns here have made all the girders at the top here go funny, not in a ha-ha way. So we're actually just going to lower those by a block, stick them on here. There we go. Lovely. So it does occur to me we have 4 volts here, so we're actually going to need 4 stock links and 4 packages, just so we can definitely get the things that we want. And let's make sure that these don't have any frequencies set, otherwise that's going to cause us problems. But if we then do this, connect that to that, bust our way out here. We'll do the same on this side with 1 packager pointing in each direction. Stock links on both of them. Then we'll connect the stock link to the same frequency. So that should have everything on the same network now. And if I use this guy and request my ancient debris, oh, there we go. So that came out of that volt there. So we've got 41 total. Wonderful. We're probably going to need the gold as well, to be honest. So let's grab that, and that's come out of just these 2 volts. Now let's get that cooked up. We'll grab some more gold if we've got any. We have a little bit, 44, that'll be enough. And then I think you do 4 of those to 4 of those. And there we go, we have 10 netherite ingots. However, we have no way of actually applying this to our armor at the moment. Our armor, which we don't have. So we need to go raid a piglin bastion and get ourselves a netherite template. Or a netherite upgrade template, it's something like that. But it would be silly to go in there with no armor whatsoever, so let's quickly make ourselves a little bit. In fact, before we do that, let's have a quick look in our mob farm. We might have some diamond armor lurking around in there. We have diamond boots, which is the only thing we already have. So, yeah, not helpful at all. So let's make ourselves a helmet and some leggings. We've got a gold backpack and we've got our goggles, so we shouldn't get attacked by any piglins. Apart from the brutes, of course, but they're just mean. And I'll take just a rubbish bow and some arrows with me just in case. But because we've got a jetpack, I'm hoping we're just going to be able to get in and get out quite quickly. Right, so can we see any bastions on our map here? That looks like one there. I think my best bet is probably just going to be to fly around. I mean, we do have the jetpack, so it should be fairly easy to explore, and hopefully we'll come across one. I want to make sure I don't fall in the lava, though, so let's grab lots of jetpack fuel. Well, no bastion yet, but I'm fairly sure we did stumble across one when we were looking for ghasts in the past. And I have a feeling, yeah, here we go. Right, now, first check. Are these guys angry at me? No. Excellent. So it's only the big guys we need to worry about, at least until we start hitting things and opening chests. Speaking of which, so let's get them angry, and will they run off into the lava? That is the question. Looks like they're thinking about it. So if I do this and this... Oh, it's just cruel. Right, now this will annoy a few of them. Oh, we didn't get what we needed either. Let's see, are there any more chests around? See some gold blocks, but I'm not going to bother with those. Oh, there's a chest. Once again, still nothing we need. Thing is, I've not been to that many bastions, so I don't actually know where the chests are. So, yeah, we're just kind of hoping for the best here, really. Now, what about this big building? Are there any chests in here? I mean, this building is massive, so you'd hope so. Still no smithing template, though. I don't see any more chests. Let's go see if we can find another one. But I think that's the wrong type of bastion. I'm fairly sure that there's a very specific type of bastion that has the template we want in it. Looks like we've not been here before. The lava is starting to fall from the ceiling. Oh, hello, there's one. This looks like the wrong type again, though, I think. Oh, blaze upgrade template, not the one we're after. Still no template, which I think confirms my suspicions that that's just the wrong type of bastion. So let's fly in a straight line this way and see if we can't find another one. Hello, what's going on here? We have a bastion fortress. Oh, actually, 1 minute. I think this is the treasure bastion. This might be the one we're after. Oh, if it hasn't been replaced by a fortress anyway. Oh, what a mess. No, the chest is still here, and we got what we needed. Excellent. I mean, this looks like an interesting place to explore, but maybe not right now. We haven't enchanted all our gear and made ourselves uber powerful yet, but look at this. Quite the structure. Never seen anything like it. So now we just need to find our way home again, which is all the way up here. Oh, there we go. Home sweet home. And we even found pig step. Wonderful stuff. So we're going to need a bunch of diamonds and netherrack to make some of these smithing templates. And we've got some diamonds. We've got some more in our backpack as well. So I guess we're not doing too bad. So let's get 16 of those. Put a couple back in there just so we've always got some in backup. Grab the last of our diamonds. We've got 52 left. And I guess we're going to need a smithing table as well, aren't we? That will make sense. Let's go add this into our workshop. I'm sure we can find space, he says, before realizing there's no space anywhere in here. How about there? Now, the first thing I actually want to upgrade is my backpack. So first up, we're going to make it diamond. And in fact, we're going to do both of them. Then we'll turn them both into netherite backpacks. Wonderful. We'll do our fortune pick, but we'll wait to do the rest until we've enchanted it. Because that way, if I need to make multiple items and then combine them, I don't need to do that with netherite items because I don't really have enough ingots for that. But look at all the space in our backpack and we've got loads of upgrade slots. Wonderful. Right, so we're nearly ready to enchant our gear, but what I want to do is pump experience over here somewhere. So it's this orange building here, isn't it? Yes. I think I just want to have a pipe coming in the wall, running over to the center here, just with a valve that you can turn on and off, and it will just shower XP on you while you're enchanting. But while we're sorting that out, I'm going to take the opportunity to actually sort out this back area here as well. So we're going to do a bit of landscaping. We're going to finish off these walkways a little bit. Decide what we're actually going to do out the back here, because I realized I built this truck as a portable storage truck, completely forgetting I actually have backpacks, so I don't really need it, to be honest, at least not in its current form. What we'll probably do is turn it into a portable workshop of sorts, but for now it's just not really useful, so we might pack that away and make a new parking bay for it somewhere else. This thing's going to need some kind of parking spot as well. Eventually I think I do actually want to have a big garage that it gets housed in, but once again we won't worry about that for now. We'll just pack it down and stick it in a box somewhere. But now though, let's stick on some music and get this area sorted. Well, it's not perfect, but it's a little bit better. I don't actually know what I want to do with the space out the back here yet, so I've just put in a temporary path and worked out where I need to get the pipes coming in for the enchantment stuff. Experience, that's what I mean. My brain still works. So to make a valve, we just do that. We're also going to want a valve handle and a bunch of pipes. Now what we want to do is pump this experience here out of the building. So I reckon if we send it out that wall there, then we'll run across the edge of this building here and get it in where it needs to go. Let's just get that encased. We'll get that bit encased. I think this looks like a good place for a pump because we've already got a shaft there. So we'll stick the pump in there, turn it that way. We'll stick a gear on top. So I think we're just going to have a pump like this, and then we can turn it to turn on the experience. We can turn it back to turn off. Oh, actually, I've got a better idea. So what we're going to do is actually still this experience hatch. And then we'll stick a tank in here with that. And we can actually set it to however many points we want. Problem is, I have no idea how many levels 100 points is, for example. So let's get the experience pumping. That actually looks pretty cool like that. Then taking 100 points is about 1.5 levels by the looks of it. That's not bad. I guess it'll become worth less and less the more levels you have, though, which kind of makes sense. So now all we need to do is grab a bunch of lapis, and we should be able to get enchanting. There's a few other books here we might want as well, such as Soul Speed, Silk Touch. We've got an Unbreaking book. We've actually got Mending on that one. That's interesting. And capacity. Don't know what that does. So let's get enchanting. Well, a short while later, we've done quite well for enchants, but I need to get mending on these, which means I need to buy a load of books. But I've been hearing, yeah, that's what I thought. I've been hearing zombie sounds the whole time I was doing that enchanting. So I guess we're going to have to heal these guys up if we actually want to make use of them. I just need to try and remember how to do it now. So I've made up a few golden apples, which I know you have to feed them after splash potions of weakness, which we're going to make now. We only had enough ingredients to make 2 fermented spider eyes. We just didn't have enough of the actual spider eyes themselves. But I believe if we just put one of those into an... No, it's not into an awkward potion. Oh. Is it just into water? It is. Okay, so if we do that and get some gunpowder, we'll be able to make some splash potions of weakness, which is what we need to weaken the villagers. Then we feed them a golden apple, and then they heal. It's literally been about 2 years since I've done this, but I think this is right. The good news is we'll get cheaper trades. And we've got 63 emeralds, but I think we're probably going to want a few more than that. With 6 potions, that should be more than enough to heal the villagers that we do have. hopefully. And we'll just chuck the awkward potions in that cupboard for the future. We're definitely not going to remember they're there, but we'll pretend we will. Oh, dang it, I made awkward potions again. Jeez. Let's try that again. Now we should be able to heal the villagers. So if I chuck one of these, say, here, is that going to get all 3 of these guys? Looks like it. We'll do the same here. Wonderful. Now we just got to wait for them to turn back into real people. And while we wait for that, we may as well go get some more emeralds from the guys down here, which hopefully are not zombies. Wonderful. I'm just going to put everything in my bag, see what we've got the most wood of, and it's probably the pale oak. And let's sell these guys some sticks. Oh, I've just reached the gold zombie doctor. That means my people upstairs are healed. Still want to get a few more emeralds first, though. 3 stacks and 15. That should be more than enough. So we can use all the bark we collected earlier while we were making andesite blocks to do this. Well, andesite casings, I should say. But this means we can get lots of paper. And we can combine that paper with the cardboard that we made earlier to get ourselves a bunch of books. And now we should be able to buy everything we need. And because they were zombified, it should all be cheaper as well. 1 for a mending book. Don't mind if I do. We could do with infinity for our bow. We'll buy a bunch of silk touch books as well, just because we can. Don't really need fortune books. But unbreaking 3 books could come in handy. I mean, in theory, we're never going to need to replace our gear, but you know what I'm like. Something's going to happen at some point. And I'd rather have the books to deal with it. So let's grab a bunch of the mending books. We'll grab our netherite upgrades and our netherites. And then we're going to put mending on absolutely everything. Although we're going to need more levels. That should do it. And then we'll turn it all to netherite as well. I don't think I've ever had netherite in a create world. Mostly out of laziness. Oh, that makes me feel much better. Well, that is wonderful. I finally feel protected. And it only took us 9 episodes to get to netherite gear. Oh, my days. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Perfect World post-production, we built a giant drill and destroyed a chunk of the nether, which wasn't very solar punky of me, but I never said I was going to live a solar punk life, just that I was going to build in a solar punk style, which is currently focused more on repurposing old buildings than it has been about creating shiny new cities. We'll save that for later in the series. For now, we're going to continue our reuse and repurpose approach to solar punk, as today I want to make a home for our new drill. I mean, I love it, but it's a bit of an eyesore sitting out here. But essentially, I want to build a great big warehouse out here, which has kind of been repurposed to house the drill, but I also want to put in some storage capabilities for all of the mined goods, because we often end up with tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of things like cobble and cobble deep slate and so on, and I don't want that clogging up my very small storage unit that we have at the moment, so I want to have a separate place for that stuff to be stored, but I do want it linked into my storage system so I can still request from it. So basically just a great big building for offloading and parking this thing. Now I am kind of hoping I can squeeze it up here, sort of between the hole in the ground and maybe this sort of edge of the building here, but due to the length of the thing, it's probably going to have to go in that kind of a direction. It is a chunky boy after all, but the terrain in this direction is questionable at best. So let's kick off this episode with a terraforming time lapse. I want to get some big rolling hills in this area, so it's going to be quite a big job. Probably going to take me most of the day, but hopefully by the time I'm done, instead of this sort of janky mess we have here at the moment, we'll have some nice rolling hills ready for development. Let's go grab some dirt. What have I done? Oh my word. Yeah, this is not the beautiful rolling hills that I envisioned. This is awful. I assure you, it looks better from down here. Look, it looked better from down here. Still a bit janky. That is not what I intended. I think what I actually need to do is bring this out a lot more and sort of tie it into these hills over here and then have the rolling hill bit kind of going down there. I don't know, but whatever. We've got enough space at the top here now to do our warehouse, so we'll do that. I think I'm going to put a lake or pond or something in over here. Just make use of the natural hole that was here, although I have reshaped it slightly. But yeah, I think some water there would look pretty good. But let's run away from the shameful landscaping we did over there. That's not where I went to put that. I meant to put that in here. We're just going to empty our backpack as well. And you may notice we've actually got another upgrade in here. I made a magnet upgrade just so when I was doing all the digging up there, it would automatically suck things into my backpack, which was very useful. But anyway, let's quickly get all of this offloaded. I could really do with a bigger deposit box up here, I think. Or I need to be taking stuff out of it quicker, one of the two. There we go. We now have a clear inventory. Let's get to planning out this warehouse. Now, do we have any tuff? Yes, but not a lot. Is that going to be enough? I mean, it'll be cutting it a bit fine, so we could probably do with a bit more. We've got a good amount of zinc for copycat panels, so that's all good. How much mangrove do we have? Not very much at all. I'm going to want more of that. And acacia, we've got a little bit up here. We've got loads of the mixed acacia logs, which is actually what I think I want to use. And we should have lots of acacia down here as well, although I have had to turn this farm off. Weirdly, it was creating an extreme amount of tick problems. So basically, when that was active, the server was really heavily lagging. So I did have to turn it off, which means we are going to need to build a new tree farm at some point. This one clearly has problems. But we did manage to get thousands of logs before it died, which is nice. So let's grab a bunch more of this acacia. Might as well stock up on spruce and dark oak and jungle and everything else upstairs while we're there. Let's just turn my magnet upgrade back on. There we go. Picked up everything instantly. Wonderful. So we are still going to need loads of mangroves. So let's grab a bunch of propagules. We'll grab a mechanical saw and a crank. In fact, what we're going to do is take a leaf out of Foxy's book. He's very clever, it turns out. I know, I'm as shocked as you are. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to make ourselves a little thing here. Just like that. Then we're going to glue that together. And then we've got ourselves a little tree chopping contraption here. So let me just grab a bit of coal quickly. And then just as a little demonstration here, what Foxy was doing was putting in the rail like that. Putting down the contraption. And then when it chops down the tree, it will automatically pick everything up into the chest instead of having to run around picking it up yourself, which is wonderful. But what if, for example, I wanted to get rid of a whole bunch of trees? Could I just do this? Give it a little push. I didn't like the tight angle on that. But in theory, if we placed the rails correctly, we could lay down lots of rails and chop down a whole forest in one go. But anyway, I'm sure that'll come in handy later. For now, I need to grab myself a bunch of bone meal, when I should have plenty in the mob farm. Yes, look at all those bones. In fact, I can probably put these in compacting drawers, right? And then get bone blocks or bone meal directly. Would that work? Let's quickly try it out. I'm curious. So, compacting drawers. No, it doesn't. But if I put bone meal in there, it will give me bone blocks. So I guess I could process the bones before I store them, but we won't worry about that for now. For now, let's just go get some mangrove. And as always with mangrove, we'll plant them diagonally. Excellent stuff. That's a whole lot of mangrove, and hopefully I can just do this and chop it all down in one go. Oh, well, I got most of it. Look at that. This is a wonderful technique. Foxy might actually be a secret genius. And a second chop there, that has got the majority of the rest of it. Just a few blocks left. So that's definitely our mangrove problem sorted. So next up, I think I want to get myself a little bit more tough. So let's go take our big boy drill down into the mines and see what we can rustle up. So, bad news, I think a skeleton, a skeleton just shot my minecart, which means my drill is probably going to have a whole bunch of random stuff stuck to it now. Depends how well I did at gluing it together, but for now, I need to go get myself a cart contraption and get this thing moving again. Pesky skeletons. Yep, we've got blocks stuck all over this thing now, which means I can't even get inside of it, so we're definitely going to go get this fixed up. This is no way to do a mining montage. Right, let's see what the damage is. I mean, I can already see under here we've got a whole bunch of blocks that shouldn't be here. The back's pretty messed up as well. And the inside's full of blocks. Oh, my days. And we now have a deep slate roof as well, so let's get rid of this. Right, now let's try that again, shall we? Well, that was a much more successful trip, and we now have lots of stuff. Let's just make that solid. Dig my way out from underneath. So that's something we're going to have to make sure we put in this warehouse. Some kind of pit underneath so we can actually get to the contraption. That'd be nice. So, well, we got a bunch of diamonds from that. Wonderful. But 3,000 tough. Excellent. That's much more than we need. Now, we need to work out the dimensions of this thing first. So how many blocks long is it? It is 26 blocks long, and it is 9 blocks wide. So let's just quickly change some of these tough blocks into this one. They'll do for now. So if we were to do a warehouse that's, say, that sort of size, that will give us space to park the vehicle over here. That's how much space it needs, but we'd want to give it a few more blocks, probably out to about there. And then that also gives us space to store stuff. So let's just get a floor down, we'll dump the drill in here and make sure it's going to fit, and then we'll work out a building to wrap around it. And I think for the floor, I want a few varieties of tuff and some stone as well. Foundations in, and the drill should fit nicely. We can even move it back a few blocks. It's very close to the front at the moment, but I'm not worried about that just yet. For now, let's get a building in. So I want the main warehouse to be acacia. So this will be the bit that actually stores the drill. And then maybe we could have a bit of a brick building on the side. Then we'll have another building here that sticks out a little bit further, and that's going to be limestone maybe. Not that we have much limestone. There's a colour combo. I think that could work nicely. Now the question is, how do we get limestone? I'm sure there is a way to make it with crate, like a cobble generator, but I think it's with maybe a bucket of honey, which means we might need to go hang out with our bees over there again briefly. So let's grab a bucket. Wait a minute, don't I need glass bottles to collect honey? And then I have to melt it down into a bucket. That's the one. So I'm going to need 4 bottles to get a honey block, and then when I melt that down, I'll get 1 bucket of honey. So let's go chill with the bees again, who I hope are still hanging around here. I know bees have a tendency to wander. Well, it looks like we still have 2 bees, and there's already a bit of honey in there as well. Now we wait. There we go. Oh, we only get 1 bottle from that. Oh, this is going to take forever. Are there any more bees around? Please let there be more bees around. I found 1 more individual bee, which I think might have been in this nest originally, because I'm sure there used to be 3 anyway. Oh, hello. There's a trail ruins here. Not dug one of them up in a while. Probably not going to start now either, to be honest. Come along, bee. Join your friends. I need honey. That's what I get for looking at my phone. I was so close to getting the last bit of honey I needed, and now I need to go find another honey nest. We're so close. I just want limestone. Oh, my days. At least I didn't die, though, thanks to my shiny new armor. Unbelievable. I'm sorry, bees. I'm sorry. And it took us ages to find that nest the first time round. I wonder, we might still have a little bit of honeycomb left. Maybe I can make them a beehive. Potentially, possibly, maybe. Let's have a look. We only have 1 piece of honeycomb, apparently, so we can't do that. This is so annoying. Let's go find another nest, then. I mean, we do have silk touch now, so I suppose we could just bring it back to our base and make a tiny little bee farm, which wasn't on my to-do list today, but it might not be a bad idea. Now, let's just keep an eye out for bees. I see bees, which means there's a nest around here somewhere, but they don't seem to have any flowers. There's loads of bees, but they're all going to fly away from their nests if they don't find flowers. So, can I bring flowers to them? Aha, there's some. Right, so here's the bees. The question is, where is the nest? Okay, I've got 3 bees here. So your nest can't be far. Is that it? Right, and hopefully they'll get back in their nest in a minute. And where do those other bees go? They're over here. Right, where's your nest? There it is. There's 2 bees in it, so let's take it for now. That one has 3 bees inside it. Excellent. Now we just need a little bee cave, and we can auto-harvest the honeycomb and the honey. We'll do a proper bee farm at some point in future, but this should be enough to at least get us started. So we need somewhere to put the bees, and we don't really have the space down here, so I've dug out a little hole over here, and I think this is where we're going to try and squeeze it in. So let's just go back a little bit on this side. Now, if we were to have the nests there and there, then we'd want leaves in the floor. One of the nests is going to be producing honey, so we're going to need pipes going into a tank. On the other side, we need a deployer with some shears. Then we're going to need a way to get the honeycomb out, so we'll send it this way and into a chest, or a barrel, I should say, which means we need a couple of funnels. We'll have this one here with a filter on it, and that filter just tells the shears not to leave the deployer. This pipe here is going to need a pump that faces in the other direction, and then we just need to sort out power. So we'll get a cog on there going into that gearbox, and power isn't too far away. And I think our best bet is going to be to dig down here, break into this wall, and yep, here we go. Power right here. I reckon we can bring that up underneath. Right, that solves that problem. So So we have a funnel on there. We're going to do our best to make sure that the bees won't be able to escape from this area. So I still need to get power to the pump, but we can just do this. Or not, we're overstressed, and I think that's because this is only linked into these water wheels here. That's fine, it just means I need to find an alternative power source. So let's go this way, and we're going to steal the power from this dude instead, which is also going to get overstressed. But we do have a speed controller on this one. There we go, that's got that moving again. And although slow, it's now moving. It doesn't need to be fast, it's fine. Right, I think we're almost there. It's currently nighttime, which means I can get away with putting the nests down without any problems. We'll get those blocked in. Then the last thing I need to do is just put in a way to actually retrieve the honey from here. So if we do something like this, then we need a spout and a depot. We can just do that, and there we go. So if we have a quick nap, that should make our bees come outside. Yep, there we go. They should go down there, do what they need to do their little bee thing. We're going to get honey on one side, honeycomb on the other, and eventually that means we'll be able to get some limestone. I think it's about time I went to go make a cup of tea while we wait for all the honey to come in, and then we can get some limestone on the go and actually do this building. But I wasn't expecting to make a bee farm today. Oh, and thinking about it, I had Fulbright on. Yep, it's a bit dark around there. Well, I went to go make a cup of tea, and then I got distracted by baby for a couple of hours. And we still don't have very much honey, but we do have what we need, a bucket. And 24 honeycomb as well. Lovely. So my thinking is, if I put that bucket there, we'll get a bucket of honey. Then we're going to grab the storage drawer stuff, and we're going to make some more upgrades as well. And the hope is we can just do this, give this a bunch of upgrades. And I'm going to need an empty bucket. I should just be able to swap this one out. So first up, we're going to get rid of the lava. We'll put that somewhere safe. We'll get rid of the white dye. Gonna turn the machine off briefly. Put a limestone in there. Honey bucket on that side. Put the lava back in there and then turn it all on again. And now, there we go. We're producing limestone. Well, that was nice and easy. Well, this bit was. Getting the honey, that was a pain. But it's done now, so we can crack on with our build. Let's just quickly dump off the stuff we don't need here. Right, we can finally crack on and get some building done. Needs texture, details, windows, and things like that, but I think shape and size-wise, this should work. I mean, it's a pretty big building, which makes it look a little bit odd from back here at the moment, but if we go down to the front here, which is the main viewpoint, it actually sits quite nicely. So I think we'll get some roof gardens up here and connect it to the walk. We'll get some windows in, probably just on this one at the front here, because I think I want to put the storage on the inside of this one. And then we'll get some solar panels and other bits and texture in as well. But for now, I think what I want to do is actually focus on the inside. I'm going to crank up the light levels just so we can see what's going on. But basically, this is where it's going to be parked, which means I need to make some kind of access pit below it so I can actually get to the minecart contraption. I mean, it is doable from inside, but it'll be a lot easier if we can actually just get underneath as well. We then need to connect up these storage ports, have some kind of storage unit over here, and I think I'm just going to use storage drawers for it instead of vaults, because we can hold a lot more stuff inside storage drawers. And then we'll need to get that connected to our main storage system so we can request stuff from it. I don't want to be sending things over to here apart from this mining machine, but I do want everything in here to be accessible from our 2 storage clerks. So let's start by digging a pit. There we go, that should just about do it. Now I need to work out how we're going to offload this stuff. I'm thinking our best bet might be to use spruce trim here, smart chutes going directly into it, with some portable storage interfaces there. So that should do the trick. We just need to get all this connected together. So let's do that and hide it under some stairs. And then we'll just bring this all the way over to this wall here. And then this is where we'll build our storage wall. So let's chuck down a bunch of bamboo drawers. Might as well fill up the whole wall with them. I don't know how much stuff we're going to be storing over here, but I think it makes sense just to have a whole load of drawers. And if ever it gets to a stage where we don't have enough storage over here, we can probably just make it bigger, I guess. Then we could block all this in with some giant girders, although we're going to need some more of those. And we're going to need a bunch of upgrades as well. And I'm wondering if maybe I use up my diamonds and make diamond upgrades. We can always get more diamonds. We got over 100 from that last mining trip. But we're also going to need void upgrades. And I've only got one of those. And I don't think I've got the obsidian to make any more, have I? Make 3 more. And we've only got 5 blocks of magma, so we don't really have an easy way of getting more just now. So let's make what we can. So I've just dumped a load of upgrades on those. What we're going to do is stick that there and then do that, and things should start offloading. Wonderful. So stuff seems to be going into here, but it's not then going... Oh, of course not. I need to swap out these trims for draw controllers. There we go. Now things are going where they're supposed to. Void upgrades, we'll put them on the netherrack, the cobble for now. Probably the basalt and the blackstone as well. That's everything offloaded. We've only used a little bit of the wall here. I've also done a bit of reorganizing just to make sure I get things that are similar next to each other. And over time, this will grow and expand. But first, we need to make it look a little bit better and hook it up to the main storage system. And then we've got a whole lot of decorating to do. There's actually no light in here at the moment. I've just got Fulbright on. Oh no. So I've put my truck down, but because I've made it solid facing a different direction to the way I built it, all of these have gone janky. But in theory, this is the only place we're ever going to be making it solid. So if I did fix these now, it probably won't happen again. Maybe, potentially, hopefully. I've just got to go around and change every single one again. Oh, and then I'm going to have to do that again as well. What a pain. Right, there we go. Everything's back in the proper place. And now if I do this and then this, you can see just from the ones under here, they're not spinning around and being weird anymore. Wonderful. Right, let's figure out how we're going to connect this to main storage. And ideally what we want to be doing is getting the packages from there onto this belt here, because then they're going to go into the system and then it'll work out where they actually need to go. So let's grab a packager, chutes, belts, shafts, and we're going to need a link as well. We don't have any left. So let's get one of those made up. Connect that to this stock link, so it's all part of the same network. Then if we stick that on there with a stock link, that will now request items from this storage if needed, package it up and send it off from there. And I think our best bet might actually be to go down initially, because we've got some space under here. Then if we were to go this way, let's just remove this floor temporarily so we can get in. But I'm thinking if we can run a belt this way, we should be able to connect onto some chutes around here. Ah, there we go. That's the chute. So let's think about this. If we were to put a belt in here and a gearbox there with another belt, and then this one's actually going to need to go up so we can get over here. Then we'll need encased chain drives. We'll need another belt starting here. And it's a bit long, so it's going to need a couple of belts. Some more chain drives. Then let's make that one bit longer. Stick in another gearbox. Then we'll bring that belt over to here. Stick in a few chutes. And that should be just about it. So let's just cover up this floor again and repair the roof of our tunnel. And the last thing we need to do is get power to these belts. And we're probably best off just coming around the back of the power building here and stealing it. So if we do a few chain drives there, it looks like it's going to be going the wrong way. So if we do that, wonderful. Now, if we request something we know we've only got over here, so for example, amethyst, hopefully it will still get delivered into this box. We've got loads of it there, so let's grab all of it. It appears to have got stuck here, but that's probably because that isn't actually the top of the chute, is it? So let's rethink this bit. I think it should be quite simple. If we just get rid of that belt and put it in again there and just stick a chute there, will that then mean if something goes on the belt there, it goes into the chute? Wonderful. And look at that, we got all of the amethyst. Means the box over here is now completely empty. Wonderful. Although that does tell me I need to lock some of these drawers. So let's grab a quantify key and a drawer key. And the quantify key is going to tell us how much stuff is in each drawer. And we want all of them to show that. So we can just right click here. Look at that. Wonderful. And what we're going to do is we're going to lock the drawers that have been assigned, but we're going to leave the other ones unlocked for now. Good stuff. Right. Well, the system works. Now just to make it look nice. think we've done it. Our drill storage warehouse building type thing is done, at least for now. We're going to need to do some more work around the front and sides, obviously, to kind of embed it in the landscape once we actually figure out what we're doing with the rest of this space. But we've got some lovely roof gardens. We're growing some veg and some crops up here. We've got our solar panels. And on the inside, you may have noticed I use these things, which are shipping containers from the Vibrant Vaults mod, which is actually a new mod I've just added to the pack. And as you can see, it gives us lots of colors and things. It basically allows us to dye all the storage related items. We can also now make vertical item vaults, which could be quite handy. But mostly I wanted it for these, the shipping containers. And there's a few variants of these and they look very cool. As you can see, we like those. And then with the rest of this, I've just added some shelves. We've got like a couple of stairs and walkways that go up and around, and a back exit that goes out onto the alleyway back here. And in other good news, Create Deco has just been updated, and that's what we've made all of these walkways out of. So that has also been added to the pack. And hopefully by the time this video comes out, the updated pack will be available on CurseForge, and I'll try and make sure that the server pack actually works this time. Look, I'm not very technical, okay? Well, that's another job well done, unlike the horrific landscaping we did at the start. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now.